play it. So it's about entropy. Playing or not playing? Bot really pisses me off sometimes.
Hey there. In my scavenging, as I do around the internet and listening to conversations, politely put, it is my habit of trying to analyze and find out why it is people aren't communicating, and they spend a lot of time throwing terms around that haven't been adequately defined. And so in my searching on one of the terms about what a field is, I came across this interesting little thing at physics.stackexchange.com. And I can give you the link for that if you want. I will put it in the chat. But it highlights a problem that is very common, and it leads to other searching, which leads to certain conclusions. And so bear with me, I'll get there. But this person is asking on the Physics Stack Exchange what a field is. And it's interesting, they start out saying, there's a reason I constantly failed physics at school and university. That reason was apart from the fact I was immensely lazy, that I refused to believe more advanced stuff until I understood the fundamentals, which I eventually never did. So right off the bat, we're seeing that a person dropping out of a physics class isn't necessarily because they're stupid. It's because they're not. This person especially is saying you can't explain where your foundational assumptions are coming from, and he never got an answer. And one thing he brought up was about fields. And you've heard me say before that people like Ken Wheeler say that there is no definition of a field, and we'll read a little bit about why he would say that. So this person goes on to say, one of the most fundamental things in physics I still don't understand is the concept of field. No one cared to explain what a field actually is. They just used to throw in a bunch of formulas and everyone was content. This is a common problem no matter what the topic. People are thrown facts, just so stories, and they're content with that. Anyway, he goes on, the school textbook definition for a field, electromagnetic in this particular case, because there are like fields out in the, go outside into a farm and you'll see a field. We're not talking about that. We're talking about field in physics, especially with electromagnetism, which I did a video on before. And he said he remembers it going something like this. An electromagnetic field is a special kind of substance by which charged moving particles or physical bodies with a magnetic moment interact, which is a hard enough thing to follow, a little enough of a word soup or word salad. But they're trying to define what an EM field is, and they call it a substance, first of all, second of all, with charged moving particles or bodies, and that those bodies have a moment interact, whatever the heck that means, okay? And he says, a special kind of substance, are they for real? That is to say, the people making these definitions. It sounds like the authors themselves didn't quite understand what a field is, so they decided to throw in a bunch of buzzwords to make it sound right. I'm fine with the second half, but a special kind of substance really bugs me, so I like to focus on that. So this person is forming a question, what is a field? I'm unsatisfied with the pat answers given in the textbooks, which is a healthy, intelligent response to such things. And he's saying, is it material? It doesn't consist of particles like my laptop or even light. And if it isn't material, is it real? Or is it just a concept that helps explain observations? And that's where we're getting into the blurry line between natural and supernatural. And so he goes on, while this is prone to speculation, I think we can agree that in scope of this discussion, particles actually do exist and laws of physics don't. The latter are nothing but human ideas, so I suspect universe doesn't know a thing about them. That's what naturalism would say. It knows nothing. It is not intelligent, at least if we're talking about raw matter and don't take it on a metaphysical level, where human knowledge, being a part of the universe, makes the universe contain laws of physics. In other words, it goes in circles, and he's just saying this is what theoretical physics, or even more concrete physics, gets into, the brick wall it hits, where you don't really know anything. You could observe things and watch patterns, but that's about all you know. And he says any laws are only a product of human thinking, while the stars are likely to exist without us messing around. And there is theoretical physics will say that the moon is not there if nobody looks at it. I've seen a quote. I didn't grab that one today, but I've seen a quote from a physics site that the moon is not there if nobody looks at it. And this is all stemming from that double slit experiment, et cetera, where, observing changes reality. And this person is saying, no, that what we actually can observe, other than an experiment that puzzles us, is that things are there whether we observe them or not. Especially if people believe standard cosmology, that the moon, for example, is causing tides, which is, a whole different question of its own. But given that that's what they believe, if the moon is causing tides and nobody looks at the moon, would the tides stop? Of course not. So this is where we get into objectivity and observation clashing with what seems to be logical conclusions drawn by theoretical physics, which are based upon erroneous assumptions. And that's the problem that this person has run up against. And he says, I hope you can already see why I hate physics. Is a field not material, but still real? Is the immaterial real, is what this person is asking. Can something not touchable by definition be considered part of our universe by physicians, meaning physicists, not doctors, okay? I used to imagine that a snapshot of our universe in time would contain information, which is an interesting concept of its own, about each particle and its position, and this would have been enough to deserialize it, but I guess my programmer metaphors are largely off track. And he talks about uncertainty principle and so forth. But getting down to the point, if fields are not material, but are part of the universe, I don't see how they are different from the whole Hindu pantheon, except for perhaps a more geeky flavor. And this is really an amazing point to make in a question he's just trying to ask in a physics stack exchange. The channel, The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction, goes into that in, mainly the documentary ethereal. I always I don't know why I put the wrong ending on all the time. Ethereal. And a lot of other videos where this is actually what quantum physics and theoretical physics have turned out to be, based upon, stemming from, and repackaging for the atheist naturalist mind, is Hindu religion. So we are in a kind of a limbo at this point between, in this theoretical discussion, between nature and supernature, the natural and supernatural. Okay, so
supernatural, right? He's
trying to ask this question, and he gets this one response. He gets a lot of responses, but this one is what I'm focusing on. This person uses a programmer metaphor. Okay, I was a programmer, so I understand this. The first point, the math, including a field as a function that returns a value, are the interface. They define for you exactly what you can expect from this object. In modular programming, which is the way things go now, they were not that way when I first started in programming, but you have what are called instances and classes and things like that in software, where you make the tiniest possible building block of logic. Something comes into this block of code, the code does one thing with it, and spits out a result. It's in that sense a black box. Okay, even though you can open the box and look inside, it's a black box. It takes something in, it spits something out. Okay, those are the building blocks of modular programming. And so he's saying, okay, picture that. And then the second bullet point is, what is reality? And you don't care how, if you're a programmer. If you've got a box, a class, an instance that does a certain thing, you know that you want a certain result and you give it certain data, and that's all you know. You don't care how it is processing the information. And so this person is using those 2 points about programming to try to explain about fields. He's saying in the case of fields, they are not matter or substance, but are part of the universe and part of physics. I can't make sense of that. Okay? The universe is physical, natural, to use the naturalism term, but they're not material, they're not matter. That's like saying water is not wet. And he looks on for the aggregate effects of exchange of virtual particles, and this is where you get into that virtual reality nonsense, which I hold to be a logical fallacy on its own. There's a fallacy called affirming the consequent, okay? And it goes, if P, then Q, we have Q, therefore P. I know it's kind of hard, but just let me go through this real quick. If simulation, then it is designed by an intelligence. We have design, therefore it is a simulation. That is a logical fallacy. Affirming the consequent. This is one of the big problems I've gone on before about simulation theory and virtual reality, which is an oxymoron, but simulation theory is based on a fallacy, which is an error in thinking, that just because something is designed doesn't mean it's simulated. So just a little sidetrack on there, but that's where this person is going in trying to answer the simple question, what is a field? Okay, so they really don't know, and they talk about the curvature of space-time in the case of gravity. And of course, as Tesla put it, how can you bend nothing? Space, by definition, is nothing, and time is immaterial. How do you bend time? They made up a thing called space-time just because Einstein made it up, or somebody made it up for him. That's another rabbit trail you can chase, but they have to answer it with fiction. They still don't know what a field is. And this person says, I can't define how these things work. He's going back to the black box idea I mentioned, unless you simply accept that fields do what the interface says and then study hard for years. What kind of an answer is that? That's not an answer. And then they go on, it was very easy to get hung up on this, is it real or not thing? And most people do for at least a while, but put it aside. When you peer really hard into the depth of the theory, it turns out that it is hard to say for sure that stuff is stuff. They don't know. You run into a brick wall where you can't go back far enough. This is the problem I have with the infinite regression theory, where whether it's, as I mentioned in another video, on the bigger side, the simulation theory side, where you have, our reality being a program run by some kid playing a video game, some alien kid of vast intelligence playing a video game, and we're it, and on and on and on up the scale, and it never ends. Or you go the other extreme, or going back in time, well, this happened because that happened, because that happened, because that happened, and that's where you get the ridiculous question from atheists, who made God? They think infinite regression is some kind of an answer, but it's not. Okay, so they don't know how to answer this question. There is no answer. So somebody called it an amazing and thoughtful answer with a great metaphor. I think it was like watching a hamster on a wheel. But let's go to something a little more solid and observable, where they talk about the laws of thermodynamics. And let me give you a link for that in the chat. And it talks about, I'm not going to scroll through that or anything, but it talks about the laws of entropy, which are the most solid and established in physics. They are the foundation, as this article says, of all other laws. So, you know how in the Bible Jesus said, love God, love your neighbor, on these two things hinges the law and the prophets. You know, everything hinges on these two pillars, basically. Well, they've got those in physics as well. The laws of entropy. Okay. The first and second law are of the most interest right now. The first is the law of energy conservation. Energy is transferred or moved, but the total energy is maintained. This law has no time element. Hey, Bob. Hey, Pillbox. So there, just bear with me as far as the time element. It is not applicable to energy conservation. It doesn't, because nothing is happening except the transfer of energy. The total energy maintains the same. Hey, Vic. But it doesn't care how long anything happens. It's just a state of conservation. The second law of entropy, of the laws of thermodynamics, is the law of equilibrium. And that's really getting down to the point I'm making. Nature seeks to eliminate imbalance, and order is imbalance. The order of the universe is a state of imbalance. And this is verifiable stuff. I mean, I'll get to more of that, but and this gets into the theories of electric universe and people like Ken Wheeler, or the channel that explains him better called Fractal Woman, that I think, you know, was one of the people who came here mentioned a few days ago. But order is a state of imbalance. Balance and equilibrium in nature, which is what equilibrium is, the second law, like I mentioned, is a state of homogeny. It's a state of everything the same. There is no difference in equilibrium. There's balance. Everything is equally suspended. Nothing's happening or moving. So we have these two laws. Things do move, but that's because they're unequal. There is not equilibrium, and nature wants equilibrium. That's just an observation. Okay, and so what way does nature move when it's left to itself? As the second law states, everything will move from order to disorder in time. So this one has a time element, unless it's acted upon by something outside of the system. And right, so we have these first two laws established. Okay, energy conservation and equilibrium. Those are basically the first two laws of entropy, the first two laws of the laws of thermodynamics. So energy is transferred or moved, but the total amount of energy is maintained, and nature seeks to eliminate imbalance, and order is imbalanced. Therefore, it tries to move from order to disorder. That is why there is entropy. Okay, entropy is the movement, the second law, from imbalance to balance by itself in a closed system. By naturalistic definition, the definition of naturalism, the universe is a closed system, regardless of the number of nested enclosures there may be. Because I mentioned before about endless regression, it can't change that. It can't answer any questions. Okay, because no matter how far away you go from the universe as we know it, somewhere you reach a boundary that keeps it all as a system. And to presume that energy or matter comes from places we can't observe is to beg the question and argue in circles, because that's what eternal regression does. It doesn't go anywhere. It just says, go far away where nobody can see it, and that's your answer. No, it's not an answer at all. So in essence, the universe is a long and vast series of chain reactions, you know, things that happen because of something else. That's what regression gives you a part of. But naturalism can never explain the ultimate cause of the reactions. They are reactions, not actions. They cannot say what started the sequence. If we can go back, then there must be a starting point. They say there isn't any, but that's just denial. There has to be a starting point. Everything we observe in these first two laws, actions and reactions, say one thing causes another. Well, there must be a first cause. it had to be, if you think of it like a clock, the universe had to be wound up by somebody that wasn't a clock, a force outside of the laws of entropy. This is the very definition of supernatural. And naturalism requires it. And since naturalism cannot answer the question which came first, the laws of physics or the matter they act upon, it's logical to conclude that the universe is not only created supernaturally, but also designed to follow laws, which we derived from observation. That's what this solid physics is all about, is observation. We see that energy is conserved, and we see that it runs down from order to disorder. Hey, Jason. So the laws of entropy that I started off with here came from observation of what nature does. That doesn't explain how it does it or why or how it got started, but it examines what is happening. Okay, and these are very solid, established laws of physics. One undisputed observation, hey, Joellen, is that nature abhors a vacuum and all other kinds of imbalance. A vacuum is an imbalance. That's why things rush into it. But this is a description, not an explanation. Nobody can prove why nature hates imbalance, why nature abhors a vacuum. And that's what that person that I started off, going back to that other screen, this person is like, I don't get why this is happening, in physics class never explained it to me. So let me go way back to the top here. I mean, this guy, is just asking valid questions. What is a field? And he never got an answer because it winds up being a circular case of circular reasoning. So we observe that nature abhors a vacuum. We observe that nature hates inequality on a state of not being in equilibrium. And so that's why it hates a vacuum. That's why it rushes in to try to equalize things. And nobody can prove why, because it's philosophically absurd and physically impossible for matter to go from disorder to order without outside intervention, and outside of the natural realm must be supernatural. That is referring to the law of thermodynamics. Concerned citizen. And it's impossible for the world to have created itself. As Carl Sagan tried to say, the universe is all that ever was, because it would have to exist before it existed. Nothing can create itself. It's, nothing can, it is an action by something that exists, and so it would already have to exist. So nothing can self-create. And nature, by those first two laws, is telling us that it is limited and running from order to disorder unless there's outside intervention, and outside of the physical realm is the non-physical. Outside of nature is supernatural. So it is this abhorrence of imbalance that is a cause of all movement and forces. People were talking about forces. What is a force? It's the vacuum of imbalance. Why is there imbalance? You see, you keep going back. And endless regression is not an answer. And this imbalance has a direction. This is where you get into, again, the gravity issue. Why is density and buoyancy have a direction? Why do things stack up according to density? Why is there a direction, an up and down, and not as left and right? Okay, and we get into electromagnetic properties, but mainly we get into this just overall general principle of nature hating being in a state of non-equilibrium. So complete universal balance, if the universe ever reached that point, what it wants to do is what in physics is called heat death of the universe. That is to say, the inevitable result of these physical laws of thermodynamics is that the universe is winding down to equilibrium. That's what it wants, where nothing can happen anymore because nothing is different. And you can't bring such a thing in such a state back to imbalance or order because all the energy is spent. And if you to believe otherwise, such as an eternally self-perpetuating process or perpetual motion machine, basically was what Carl Sagan believed in, that's pure fantasy, and it begging the question. All we can observe is that things run down from order to disorder, and they don't go back up unless something outside of the system intervenes. And when the system is the entire physical universe, then what intervenes must be supernatural by definition. Nature itself cannot explain its existence or its laws or its limited shelf life. But here it is. And the only rational conclusion I can reach is that it was made by a first cause, what's known in philosophy as a first cause, which by definition is not subject to the laws of physics and thus supernatural. And since this realm we live in, if you want to call it a universe or a multiverse or whatever, is clearly designed, since it has laws, then the first cause must be intelligent and powerful. These are conclusions I reach because of observation of laws of physics that nobody can really dispute. Although modern fantasy physics, for lack of a better term, tries to redefine these things even to their exact opposites. You can find newer definitions and say, well, this is the old definition, but now we believe it is that order, increasing order, is the natural result of nature seeking equilibrium. It's just nonsense. It's madness. It's a denial of reality. But that's right in line with that Hindu philosophy that article mentioned. So I think it's rational to conclude that naturalism requires supernaturalism, that order requires a cause of imbalance that itself is not subject to the laws of physics, and that this first cause must be intelligent and powerful. That's just step by step how I get to believing in God, and not some space alien who was evolved from some other space alien. Because like I said, that doesn't answer any questions. And that's what this person had concluded after taking physics classes. So I have a Bible verse in the description. Colossians 1:17, referring to Jesus, is before all things, and in him all things hold together. He is the first cause. Okay, he sustains this realm. And this being the Jesus who rose from the dead.
Is that one or two totes that we put in just one?
Not the Jesus of any other religious or pseudo-religious philosophy. He is not the creation, the same as creation. That's panentheism, which says that there's no difference between creator and creation, as if a piece of pottery is the same as the potter. No. A wise person, I think, would want to be.
All right, so fresh grown flowers are. Yeah, I was just playing a former video, from one of our members here. What do you think? But entropy. I mean, she's a Bible believer. It's fine. I mean, what do you want to say?
I liked it. I was listening.
No, do you like what was saying? Oh yeah, you liked it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, you may not know that was just a recording that I put up on my channel several months. So I think I put it out like 8 months ago after Paula did.
Who was that lady?
Yeah, it's Paula. She's a member here. That
was really good.
Yeah, it's good. You want to continue listening? Shit,
Yeah, dude, I'm at work right now doing a 12-hour shift overnight, so I'm just zoning out, listening. I'm all about this stuff, though, so feel free to hit play.
Yeah, it's kind of it's 2:35 Central Time here.
Yeah, it's that's about right. I think where I'm at also. Yeah, 2:35 in Kansas City, Missouri.
You're working at 2:35.
Yeah, I get off at 7 a.m.
Right, where you? You don't have to answer, but how do you're working at 2:35?
Yeah, I work overnight weekends, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Wow. Okay. Cool. But you can listen to our stream.
Yeah, I got a Bluetooth headset in, and right now
Wow, man.
our
I
building is
actually
kind of
feel
out of
obligated
operation.
to give you some more good stuff. Hold on. Let me see if I
That's
can
what
find
I'm
something.
talking about.
Because nobody else is going to talk, at this time of the day.
I'm here.
Oh, are you? Well, I mean, well, if he's
That
working and
was really good.
we're not going to. You like that one, Republicus?
Oh, were you playing that?
Yeah, I was playing it because when I heard.
I see. I saw it said music. I figured they just changed that she
No,
changed her
I
name.
actually I was playing that video because I heard when Paulo put that video out. I listened to it live and I thought it was really good.
That
And
was
it
really
was
good.
almost over. Yeah.
I was a little hopeful that she was in here.
Nah, no, she's not in here. There's no way she's in here at this time. But yeah, I put that video. But I heard somebody talking. But it's always like live talk is preferred over just bot talk. Yeah. But so yeah, I stopped that one. It was almost over anyway. It's only like 50 minutes long, and I think we listened to it for like 40 minutes. But yeah, it's really good. It's up on my channel and on Paula's channel. That was shit, I can't even think of Paula's. Well, she's changed it a couple times. Her channel, whatever. Well, the link to her channel's in the original video, which I put in the live stream voice text. So anyway, pretty sure. Yeah, if you guys want to check out some more of Paula's stuff, it's yeah, shit.
No, I'm saying
Level up. Here we go. I'm gonna share her link before anybody says anything else. You guys were asking. If you want some more of she puts up information like all a few times a week. She does live streams and stuff. Here's her channel. If you guys want to listen to Paula, this is her YouTube channel. Yeah, Danny, definitely check out some Paula's. I mean, Danny right there, he's posting right. Danny, he's the guy. He's one of the guys from the Kentucky. That there in the with the Noah's Ark stuff. He knows what's up. You and Paula should get together and talk. Come on, Danny, don't be scared.
Danny Faulkner.
Yeah, that's the boy. I mean, look, he just posted in live stream voice text. And no,
Why did Nathan Oakley go off on him the other day?
No, well, it's because he won't talk to him. But I'm asking Danny to talk to Paula. Danny, get with Paula. All I'm saying. Danny wrote an anti-flat Earth book. That's why everybody, gives him shit. Which he deserves it because he gives us.
It was something about Corey
He
Nolan and the
has
wind blowing.
several different straw man. He just like every single thing he brings up is straw man, and it's fine. But Danny, if you want to talk to another Christian, go ahead and talk to Paula. She got this together. That's why I was playing her video. Come on, talk to her, Danny. Get a hold of her, and then we'll see what happens. She has a whole website, commentary on the Bible and stuff. So, Danny, if you really want to really get into it, talk to Paula, and that's level up. If you're listening, click on her YouTube channel. Go to her links, man. Look at her website. You can have an open dialogue about Christianity. It doesn't necessarily have to be flat Earth, but I think for the most part, you guys would agree on a lot of stuff. But whatever. Sorry, I mean, I just noticed. I mean, I don't know why Danny he's not even in the room, but he's posting in the chat now. And when I was posting, Paula's link, So, Danny, if you do want to talk about this with someone, I think Paula would be the best person in this situation for you because you've talked to us before and it doesn't work out.
Daniel.
Anyway, so what's the next step? Or do we have?
You were gonna play some audio.
I was gonna play some audio, but this is really fascinating, Republic, because I thought I would never see you in here again.
I'd been thinking about it for a while. It was, yeah, I what helped me leave as abruptly as I did is I was just getting hit up by so many trolls. It was just constant. My phone was going off all night. It was just like, ah. I mean, I even still had to clear out like 50 different users that I'd never, they'd long been gone too because I hadn't logged in so long. But
That's cool, man. Yeah, I mean, I've always had the principle. I don't know if I came up with it or it just hit me one day. It's like torture a narcissist, ignore them. Just like you pick and choose your battles, bro. Yeah, but yeah, man, I appreciate you being here. I seriously thought we'd never see you again. So you're back. But I mean, that's kind of the way it is. I thought I'd never see you, and then you're back. So that's cool, man. I'm glad you're back. Welcome back.
well, thank you, sir.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm not usually like real chatty in here. I do listen a lot though.
No, sure. I mean, you're not. It's not necessary, even if you're, moderator, which you are. But yeah, you don't have to talk as long as as long as we know that you're active here. It's not a big deal. It's fun, man. It's fun. I'm so glad you're back.
Well,
So I remember
something
when
is
when
so
we used to
new
freaking
in this.
talk a lot back.
Oh, I was on all the time.
Yeah, I know. It was
Nearly as much as the stream was on.
Yeah. This is fun. This is really cool. How are you on? You're in. I think you're in the same time zone as me, right? Hey,
You asking me?
fresh grown flowers. You're.
Yeah, we're same time zone.
Yeah, I'm East Coast.
Oh,
Central.
you're Eastern. Oh yeah, you're right near the Central
It's
time
late.
zone. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually like right on the border. Actually,
Hey, fresh grown flowers. If you're not talking, are you watching videos, fresh grown flowers, in the background with
you
your
want me to play
microphone open?
something?
Oh, sorry,
Oh, okay.
I'm running a
No,
power
you're good.
washer.
You're good. You're using it. What are you washing your car in the middle of the night?
No, here, look, I'll show you what I'm doing.
No, I don't want to see
Oh,
what you're doing.
I can't see it.
Actually, you can't. You can't actually show me.
Yeah, not on here. I'm cleaning out this big evaporation cooling tower that it's like a water cooling tower that cools off all our equipment inside of our building.
Okay. Well, if you're not speaking, are you aware that other people can hear the background noise? Now you're muted. So now you figured it out. That's all right. Now you guys putting stress on me to play something else. Hold on, let me find something.
You don't even have to do it. Not for me.
No. Well, actually, I have to do it for me because I ain't going to sit here and talk for hours because it's almost 3 a.m. And let's see. Let me look at my notifications here on YouTube. I mean YouTube. What's the newest thing? No, not from that. Hold on, I gotta switch account. This account. What's the newest thing that me as a YouTube subscriber? Yeah, Nathan Oakley. We have Anomaly. We have Mr. Astrotheology. There ain't no telling what he's. Oh,
What do you know
well,
about
wait.
this?
There's a new video from Blood Always Finds Us Level. We know who that is, right?
The XO.
The Excel. It's 29 seconds long, so I don't even think that's worth playing. Wow, man. XO, man, put some videos out that are longer than 29 seconds. That's not even. I'm looking through my notifications here. Anybody have a recommendation? I mean, keep it under like 15, 30, 15, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, we can play and listen. I'll look while you guys look. Let me just post it in the live stream voice text. I can put it on the bot and listen. It has to be related to flat Earth or like flat Earth music, something new. Or
Play the audio to a funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
too long. It's like over an hour. That's kind of drawn out, and that dude don't even think Earth is flat. But even if he does, it's like. Have you seen some of the new Bart Sabrell interviews? He's like his YouTube channel is kind of getting hot. Have you guys seen some of the stuff he's putting out?
I haven't seen anything other than Astronauts Gone Wild and
Yeah, I actually don't watch his interviews recently because I mean I just noticed that his YouTube channel he's doing a podcast now, and that's about as much as I know about Bart Sabrell, other than Astronauts Gone Wild and stuff like that. And when Rick and Neil, not Neil, what's the other asshole astronaut punched him in the face? Buzz punched him in the face.
Oh, right.
I mean, but now he's doing podcasts. Bart Sabrell. He's like, I'm Bart Sabrell, and here's my newest podcast, and we're gonna talk about how the moon landing's fake, but we're not gonna talk about flat Earth at all. Hey, you do what you do, Bart Sabrell. But hey, if you want to mess with Bart Sabrell, he's doing podcasts on his channel. Go there and freaking go in the comments and tell him about flat Earth. And he already knows that we're on him, but I just don't see where it's gonna be beneficial. But anyway. We do our thing here. That's right. So, wow, I'm getting some really weird stuff in my recommended when I click on my mainstream, like the Gospel of Matthew, read by Chuck Misler. Wow, I don't think I should play that on here, even though I love that. I love the Gospel of Matthew, but I don't think I should play it here. Let's see what else. I watch all kinds of crazy stuff on YouTube. I've been saving this Hot Ones thing where Kevin Bacon does the Hot Ones thing. Have you guys watched the Hot Ones thing where they just go eat wings and get interviewed by this good stuff? Right. Got to be something listenable and not watching. And apparently David Weiss has 3 or 4 videos that come out every day. I think he goes and talks to people on podcast. I can't believe he still has a voice anymore because he talks to everybody on every single freaking podcast. You guys want to listen to the latest David Weiss interview?
Done for whatever.
Fuck it. Let's listen to it. Sunday morning. Sunday, so good to me. All right, so this is David Weiss, Flat Earth Podcast. David Weiss. No introduction necessary. This is his. I haven't even listened to it yet, so but it pretty much goes the same way when he goes to talk to he'll just like, hey, I'll go on your podcast, and as long as I can show my flat Earth information, we can look at this. I mean, watching the video is more substantial, but pretty much says the same thing every time. But don't we all, right? Anyway, see if this one's any different. If it becomes redundant, we can shut it off. I love David Wise. Actually, he's the one that freaking woke me up to Flat Earth, so.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be across this beautiful blue-green globe of ours. And Dave, I just want you to know, I always start that way. This is not aimed at you. Welcome to Real News Live. It's a Deep Thought Thursday. We're going to have a special guest on in just a couple minutes, Flat Earth Dave. And that was not ask anybody. I always open the show that way. The beautiful blue-green globe of ours. All right, guys, in terms of the news, there really isn't much update on the financial end of things. Everything is in stasis. Nothing really seems to be changing. It's pretty interesting because if you look again at the cryptocurrencies continue to crash. Bitcoin is 21,153. It's up about 2% in the last 24 hours because markets are being flooded to stabilize them, but it's down over 30% now. In the last week, it just continues to get worse, and it's dragging all of the other coins with them for the most part. Even XRP, which is actually doing a little better. XRP is going to be part of the reset, I think, that we're looking for in the future. And the Dow, it went under 29,000. Remember, I told you, as far as I'm concerned, 29,000 is the floor. The day's range today is 29,808. If it goes below 30,000 is the floor. If it goes below 30,000, I predict the bottom will fall out of the stock market with the inverted bond yield curves. I think that's where the whole thing started. We're down 589 today, but they are pumping money into the stock market to try to keep it above 30,000. They are just treading water, trying to dog paddle. If it closes below 30,000, I think the next day is when things start to happen. Now, in terms of rumors on other stuff on the financial end of things, I continue to hear the rumor that people are going to get paid on some of the payouts in the early tiers of this financial reset that's coming. Nothing like that really seems to be happening in any significant way. There are no solid reports of people receiving their 1%. So that hasn't started yet. On the political end of things, we have Joe Biden threatening to use executive orders to have abortions in states that ban abortion if the Supreme Court comes down with the ruling we all think they're going to come down with. He can't do that. That's against the separation of powers. And in any event, no state is required to follow any executive order because they're not part of the executive branch. Therefore, they don't have to worry about that. So we have this escalating series of events on the financial end of things, on the political end of things. It all seems to be waiting on the political end for Roe versus Wade. It all seems to be waiting on the financial end for the collapse of the current fiat U.S. currency system, which has not quite happened yet. It was supposed to be a big week in news, says Rick Norman, and it really hasn't. Okay, so before we go to Dave, I do want to remind you guys to please visit our wonderful sponsors, those folks right there, the CBD Gurus. They have a bunch of great products, various CBD products. They are wonderful people. Matt and Luke over there create all kinds of cool stuff. For the CBD Gurus website, you got gummies, you've got full spectrum oils, you've got creams and pain powders and bath bombs and CBD soaps, which smell very masculine, by the way. And if you go over to the wholesale section, click on Mike B Wholesale and type in the discount code ALIEN, ALIEN. And yes, I do believe there are aliens. You can go in and get some of the specials on various things that are in there, including the pet oil, which I'm using on Aurora, and Miss Fluffy Muffy, and the Miracle Gold, which is something I've got to try. I don't have that yet. I'm going to have to try that one. Ask those guys to get some from them. Plus, you get 10,000 Vietnamese dong if you sign up. So, again, our sponsor is the CBD Gurus. Welcome, guys, and thank you for being there. Okay, so what I want to set aside most of today for, since it is Deep Thought Thursday, is to talk about the flat earth theory. And there are a lot of people out there, including Phil. Phil did his update last night. All he really said was, Phil Godleski, all he really said was he was told things were coming soon. There was going to be movement soon. I don't know about that. We'll have to wait and see. But we invited Flat Earth Dave to come in and talk about his theories of the flat earth. I am a globalist in the sense that I believe the earth is a globe. I'm going to discuss this with Dave. This is not a debate. I'm not going to try to catch him anything. We'll have questions. I don't know what he's going to present. I know he's got videos out there. I really haven't had time to watch them. I've seen other flat earth presentations. I have found the information to be wanting. However, I have heard from other people that Dave is so great that I'll be convinced of it by the end of it. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm going to bring him in now. Welcome, Flat Earth Dave, to the Real News Live podcast. Thanks.
That is a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. I have to say, in your opening, I listened to your news from yesterday. We agree on everything from your view of the Earth all the way to aliens, extraterrestrials. We agree on it all. But we're going to talk about the globe. And yes, this is not a debate. This is two men, friends talking. That's it.
Okay, so I think I can share. I need to be able to set it up so that you can share your screen.
I don't need to share. I can do stuff like this. No flat earther thinks that we're a disc floating in space.
Okay,
only
because
globies think that flat earthers think that.
I will say this, that there are some people that think that's what you guys think.
Well, no. So listen carefully. Listen carefully what I said. Globe people don't know their own model, and I'm going to demonstrate that today. And the idea that they've been told about our model is absolutely ridiculous. So one, they don't understand their own model, and two, they think our model is this, which is absolutely retarded. No flat earther thinks this. So now that we take two false models off the table, we can start talking about the real model. And do we have an exact model? Hey, here's what we all agree on. Flat earthers have different views, and we'll get into that on how this place is constructed. But one thing we all know for sure is we're not a ball floating in an impossible space vacuum, and science can prove that. We love science. We use science. We don't just say things and then say, oh, scientists have shown. No, we actually show you the science. So we're going to get into that today.
Okay, sounds good. Why don't you just go ahead and I'll leave it to you for a few minutes. If I have a question, if you don't mind, I'll pop in and
interrupt me at any time. I rather do questions than presentations because I don't have a presentation. I'm talking to you, and so you can keep us split screen. It's fine for now. So we can see each other. Whatever you want to do.
Okay.
So let me ask you a couple of questions. And when I was asked these questions, I got them all wrong. Okay, just so you know, so you have a goal of 0 correct to match my score when I was first asked. How fast is the Earth spinning at the equator?
Oh, geez. I don't know. Think about 6,000 miles an hour. I don't know that one off the top of my head.
That's really fast. 1,000 miles an hour, rounding up.
Okay, so it's 1,000 miles an hour. Okay.
And what about
it's not something I've really ever worried about.
What about in Alaska? Is it spinning at the same speed? Is it spinning faster? Is it spinning slower?
That's interesting. It should be spinning, I would think, relative. Yeah, it should be. If the globe is spinning, the whole globe should be spinning at the same speed.
Well, yes, the angular speed once a day. So if this is the equator here, right, we go around once a day, 24,000 miles around. And so it's going about 1,000 miles an hour. But if you're here, like up near the pole, your circle is much smaller. It goes around 360 degrees in the same amount of time, but it's going much slower.
But again, what's relevant is the
relative to a point in space.
In space, right?
Okay, so the like if I was 1 mile from the North Pole on a globe, my circle around the North Pole is only 6.28 miles. So I'm really going like a third of a mile an hour, okay, or even slower. But at the equator, you're going faster. Just want people to understand that. We're orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles an hour. We're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour. This is your model. I'm not making this crap up. This is your model. So, and these speeds aren't relative speeds. They're elliptical. They're speeding up and slowing down. They're moving in all these different directions at once. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the high priest of scientism, he says that because of the spin, the water bulges 14 miles high at the equator. How come the Central Africa isn't underwater? Okay, if that's true, where is the best viewing of this 14-mile high bulge? Because it's higher than Everest. Airplanes would have to triple their altitude just to skim over that water if that was true. So that's insanity. All right. So let's just put this into relative speed, and I'm going to throw it back to you.
There's also a tidal bulge, gravitational tidal bulge on the Earth from the Moon, which is roughly in the plane of the ecliptic and the plane of the Earth's equator, which also pulls that water up at.
We'll talk about tides next. No problem. No problem. Feel free to interrupt anytime because I can talk. So let's just put this into perspective, right? This is the hypersonic sled track. It goes by at Mach 8.6. Watch it. You missed it. Watch it again carefully. Okay, sorry. Mach 8. Watch it carefully. Mach 8.6. Okay, and you have to believe that we are orbiting the sun 10 times faster than that, and at 100 times faster than that. But when we go out in nature, we see things like this. Perfectly still water. I stamp my foot on the ground, it's going to send ripples across it. An earthquake happens, forget about it. The water will jump out of its container, right? You ever see a pool during an earthquake?
Well,
here's a pool during an earthquake.
An earthquake is localized. That's a localized event, though. In other words, the Earth is not shaking 6,000 miles through the other side of the crust. It's not. Well,
it's changing directions. Here's a little experiment you can do. Get in a car on a perfectly smooth road, going 100 miles an hour. Fill a dinner plate up with water to the brim, and then have that car speed up, slow down, or take the slightest turn. And what happens to that water? Right? Maintain 100 miles an hour. The slightest turn, the slightest change in speed, and that water is coming right out of the plate. Okay, but we have to believe that that this happens. You know, with all of these motions going on.
But isn't it? I mean, aren't we talking about relative inertia here? I mean, if you and me are in the back of a semi truck, right, and it's traveling at 50 miles an hour straight down the road. We'll feel the acceleration to the point it gets to 50 miles an hour, and then we'll feel the bouncing motion of the wheels. But relative to each other, we're both traveling 50 miles an hour.
Understood.
So if I throw you a ball across the length of that and you catch it, it's 50 miles an hour plus the velocity that I applied.
Yeah.
So is it a non-inertial frame of reference or an inertial frame?
Let's just put that in relative to the Earth. The Earth does not have a box truck container around it. So remove the container from the box truck, speed it up from 50 miles an hour to 1,000 miles per hour, and then go down a hill faster than a free-falling skydiver, because that's the speed that you're dropping. Okay? You're at 1,000 miles an hour. You're dropping over a mile a minute. Over a mile a minute. Okay, so put it in a truck can't do that. Have an airplane, double the speed, take the outside of the airplane off, and have that pilot nosedive down a mile a minute. Okay, and then tell me how your catch ball and your cup of water is doing. Okay, because we are in the heliocentric model in an open system with high pressure next to a space vacuum. That's scientifically provably impossible.
There's also the pull or push of gravity. Nobody knows whether it's pull or push at this point. Nobody even knows what gravity is.
Let's talk about that.
You ever want to stop a scientist, ask him to define gravity in 25 words or less?
They don't know. We're on the same page there. So let's talk about gravity and holding the air down, right? So it's holding all of this air down. Right. But if I got a bottle and I had sucked all the air out of it and got the top on it, so I have a low pressure or vacuum bottle, and I turn it upside down, and at any altitude, I don't care where I'm at, ground level, in an airplane, in a balloon, and I open up that cap, what's going to happen? The air is going to go right up into it. How come gravity didn't hold that air down? In your world where gravity holds air down, I could have a shoebox, and then I could suck all the air out of the room from below the shoebox, and the air in the shoebox will stay in the shoebox because of gravity. That doesn't happen. You're telling a story that you have zero scientific proof of.
Okay, so again, neither one of us knows what gravity is. Neither one of us knows whether it's a push or a pull.
Well, I have an idea what gravity is.
Well, it's not a graviton, I know that. It's a wave. But the other thing, too, is the spin of the Earth itself.
That's never been detected. That's just a theory
it creates an inner push force. Like when you're in a...
That's untrue. When you spin something, it's putting an outward force.
Okay, so there's a counteracting force.
It's putting an outward force.
Okay.
All right? But here the thing is, and by the way, I was you. Don't get upset.
No, it's
because
fine.
Your entire world is going to
You might
crumble.
be right. This is fascinating.
Your entire world is going to crumble today. Okay, it's going to crumble, and you're going to be so much happier when you see the truth of this world. And you might be happy now, but you're going to be happier, guaranteed. Okay. So gravity is a theory that's 95, 96% wrong because they say, well, you have to have dark matter and dark energy that no one's ever seen or measured, but we need it because without it, gravity doesn't work. So they made up something to make their stupid equation of gravity work.
You want to hear about what idiocy dark matter is? Read this book by me, The Choice by Mike Barra.
Well, that's the one that's gravity.
To explain what Flat Earth Dave is talking about here is the fact that the scientists, the mainstream scientists, think that it's gravity that holds everything together. And that mass is what creates gravity. There is a connection between mass and gravity. We do know that does work. We don't know exactly what gravity is. The problem was when they looked around at all the stars and the planets in the galaxy, there wasn't enough stuff. There wasn't enough solid stuff to hold galaxies and solar systems together. There wasn't enough mass. So they said, oh, it must really be out there because there's no way our theory could be wrong. It's just invisible. It's just undetectable, which is complete nonsense. Now, however, what I do talk about also in this book, Dave, and I'll have to send you a copy of this book because I want to see what you say about it, is the fact that there is a unrecognized fifth force of physics. There is the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, gravity and magnetism. Those are the four. The fifth force is dynamic torsion, which does account for how you hold everything together. But we do agree gravity cannot account for it, and the dark matter theory is nonsense. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so we agree on that. They also say that the only real forces here are electricity and magnetism, which are brother and sister. The electrostatic force is I forget the number. It's like 10 to the 20th power, or some ridiculous number, stronger than they say gravity is. So how would anyone ever isolate? Well, it's gravity that brought it down, not an electrostatic force. All right. Mm-hmm. Let's look at how we say the system works. The sun and the moon are within the Earth system. They're the anode and cathode of a free energy battery system. The salt water carries the current. The land is a salt bridge, and it creates a giant energy system. We're in a giant battery. So how can we test this? Well, here we go. We got helium balloons tied to a wire, and there's this little button on the end of it, and it's neutrally buoyant right now. And that wire is going to a Van de Graaff generator where we're going to increase a positive charge. Now, the Earth has a testable, measurable negative charge to it. When we add a positive charge to it, to this, boom, it gets heavier. And when we discharge it, it goes up. The Earth isn't moving at all. It has a negative charge. The sky and the atmosphere is positively charged. And when we add a strong, and then if you look at all of the weights of things, all of the elements, the stronger positive charge they have, the heavier they are. Okay, which fits in perfectly with this. So this is showing right here that we can test it. But what about the opposite? What if we did something with a negative charge? Well, negative charge, it goes up. Now, this is going up into the positively charged atmosphere, but the wire is still keeping a negative charge in it, and it's going away. So is it gravity that's never been proven, or is it the electrostatic force that we're talking about that we're actually defying using electrostatics?
That's actually really interesting because, again, in the book, I talk about another book called Hidden Agenda, which is right over my shoulder. I talk about the experiments of T. Townsend Brown. Do you know who he is?
Yep.
Who basically took a disc-shaped object and electrified the shit out of it and got the ions, I guess, to
MIT just did it with this airplane
to go to opposite poles, and it would shoot off in the direction of the positively charged particles, ions, whatever the hell they are.
We live in an electric system.
Completely negated the effect of gravity.
Because gravity doesn't exist.
And he presented, well, it seems something exists. But anyway, go ahead, Dave. All right.
So you're using electromagnetism, electrostatics to defy electrostatics, not gravity. Gravity's made up, right? Buoyancy and density sort everything else out. The Earth isn't moving. It's got a negative charge to it. You add a negative charge to something, it goes up away from the Earth, right? MIT just made an airplane with no moving parts. It's using this ionic wind, okay? Mm-hmm. This is free energy. This is the secret space program. This is the propulsion stuff that they're using to explore our extended world across the Earth plane, not the planet. Planet is where we live in the plane. All right, We'll get into that. So there's my story on gravity. It makes sense. It's scientifically testable. And you agree, the whole theory of gravity, they've changed it from Newtonian gravity to Einsteinian gravity now. You know, they're saying, well, it's not mass tracking mass, it's the bending of time. That's a cool story.
The fact that I question the current theories of gravity, and even the fact that gravity is a constant, and other things in physics, doesn't mean I agree the Earth is flat yet. So we're still working on that.
Okay, listen. Right. Here's the other thing. Belief is the enemy of knowing. Belief is easy. It's a lazy man's thing. You believe, I never told you where I live. I live in Connecticut. You believe I live in Connecticut now, okay? But you don't know it, right? Knowing would take time. You'd have to go online, maybe go on Facebook, find my friends. Oh, they're all here. Yeah, he must live there. Oh, here's this high school. Yeah, okay, now I know it, right? But belief is easy. People are lazy. You want to make millions of dollars, make a product that makes people lazier. Everyone will buy it, okay? Yeah. Everyone loves being lazy because lazy is, do what you have to do and then lay down and watch a movie, drink some beer.
Yeah, nobody knew they needed the Red Zone channel for watching NFL football games until it came on. It's like, why do I have to go back and forth between games? I just sit here and watch every play.
Anything that'll make you like DoorDash. Hey, deliver fast food to you so you don't have to get off your fat ass and go out and buy that crap.
I remember when it used to be no big deal to get up and drive to Denny's for breakfast in the morning. Now it's like, oh my God, drive somewhere?
Right.
All right, go ahead.
Plug in my power here. Sorry about that. All right, battery almost died. Okay, so let's just talk about what the Earth is, all right? What the Earth is, because at the beginning I showed you the disk floating in space. I showed you the heliocentric model that you have to believe in, which is crazy, and what the Earth is. So they tell us that Antarctica is a continent at the bottom of the ball, okay? Right. But when you look for photos of Antarctica from space. Now, by the way, there's no photos of Earth from space. The satellite stuff, it's all done from drones, airplanes, and balloons. None of it coming from satellites in infinite space. But we'll get into that. Because go to Google Earth and zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. And when you get up just high enough, it goes from real photos to a cartoon. Okay?
Yep.
And so So these photos from falling satellites, it's just crazy. All right, so getting back to
there are
Antarctica.
photos of Earth from the Apollo and other lunar programs did take photos.
We'll go into that next.
All right.
Okay. Okay. We'll go into that next.
Okay.
So they also tell us that Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. When you get to the shoreline of Antarctica, it's not just a shoreline. It's high above you. It's like 200 feet in the air. Okay. It's the highest land on Earth. Now, what is a pond, right? A pond, a lake, is a body of water that lays flat and when at rest, and the shoreline of the lake holds it in. And the shoreline is consistently higher than the water, because if it was lower, the water would flow away, right? You're with me. Tell me you're with me.
Yeah, I'm here.
So the land is higher than the water. That's what holds it in. Large bodies of water at rest need a container. They need lateral pressure to hold them, otherwise they'll flow away, right? So how is the world set up? We think the world is set up like this, and there is proof of this, okay? This is our pond, our world pond. All of the continents and islands are surrounded by water, but all of the water is surrounded by the highest land on Earth. It's Antarctica. There's no photos of Antarctica from elevation, I'll say. There's no photos except for the shoreline. Like here, there's a base over here. I believe there's a base over here, right along the shoreline.
Yeah, I think that's basically true. Although what I will also say is polar orbits are rare. Most orbits are around the circumference of the Earth at various latitudes. Polar orbits are rare, and I don't think that too many of them are. They might be weather satellites, but I would assume a weather satellite is taking a picture of the South Pole from space.
You assume.
But
you know how to spell assume, right? You know how to spell assume. Okay,
yes.
So we have photos of Earth, we have polar orbit satellites, and what else we're talking about? Maybe you can keep notes. All right.
Well, yeah. I mean, no, it's just that it's a not very often. Polar orbits are not used very often because there's not much at the top and the bottom. Plus, we're launching from basically equatorial regions, so the orbits are going to typically be equatorial or around that zone.
We have a lot to cover, my friend. A lot.
All right. Buddy. Keep going.
So just imagine the world like this. Obeying the laws of physics. Large bodies of water at rest lay flat. Well, there is no measurable curvature. We can see too far. We'll get into that. Okay. And this is the shoreline of our world. So let's talk about, I'm going to jump over to circumnavigation. Okay. Because circumnavigation is just kind of what you were just talking about. And here we go. So this is the way the world is set up. At the center of our lake is a magnetic mountain. I have a magnet here, okay? And my compass needle is pointing towards it. It's always pointing north. So I'm trying to push this compass west. And west is a circle. West is a circle, okay? Now, this doesn't prove the Earth is flat because it's a circle on the globe also. If I was a mile from the North Pole and I went west, 6.28 miles later, I'd be right back to where I started from. Now I'm pushing it east. I have to keep turning. Otherwise, I'm not heading east. Now I'm going to try to dead reckon west and watch that the stick is pointing west as from where I am right now. And as soon as I start moving, if I don't start turning, I'm heading south. South is every direction away from the center. Every direction away from the center is south. This is Antarctica. Okay. Now, what if I went south? What happens if I go south? Now on a ball, I should just go south and pop up right on the other side. But on a flat Earth, that's impossible. So, this could be good proof that the Earth isn't flat. If anybody could go south and then magically show up over here, or go south from Santiago and end up in Australia. No one's ever done it. Now I'm heading north, and as soon as I pass north, I'm heading south. The compass just did a 180. Yeah. I'm going south. Every direction is south. Now, when you say polar orbits, okay? When you say polar orbits, well, there's two poles in the heliocentric model. You have the South Pole and the North Pole, right? But in the flat Earth, there's only the North Pole. Okay, trying to find a quick map for you. I'll just pull up this one that has Japan on it. All right, so here's our North Pole.
Okay,
I can go from New York to Japan straight over. Go over just shoot over here, go over Alaska, bam, Japan. I can also go east, and I just follow this around, just going 90 degrees east, and I'm in Japan. And I can also go west, and I'm in Japan. But what I can't do is go south and then pop up over here. No one's ever done it. Okay? And people say, well, how did the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor? Here's Japan. Here's Pearl Harbor. They just flew over. So when you say a polar orbit, no one's allowed to go over the North Pole. I don't think you're allowed within 1,000 miles or even maybe more. But you can go close enough.
Because of the hole in the North Pole.
Well, they say that there's magnetic forces and the airplanes can't travel. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. You know, they should let airships go over there, but they've gotten rid of airships because they don't want people traveling where they can travel extended distances. Okay. Right? So they demonized hydrogen with the Hindenburg, which is a false flag. And then NASA owns all of the hydrogen companies in the world, and there's always a hydrogen shortage, except for NASA, who uses more hydrogen than anyone else in the world. I'm not hydrogen.
Dave, if I'm starting in Seattle, Washington, where I am now, and
Washington, over here,
I start going north, and I start going north, and I just keep going north.
North China. You're in China now.
It's going to work. Isn't that going to work the same? Whether it's a globe or a disc, right?
100%. So the north, everything so the equator is right about here. Everything inside the equator is the northern part of the world, and everything outside of the equator is the southern part of our world, right? Everything. So airplane routes. Let's just jump to airplane routes because this might help you see. Airplane routes in the north are pretty much the same. So let me ask you a question. Think about this. So here we are, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. If you're going from any two locations on the northern hemisphere, your pilot, any combination of any two locations, would you ever need to go below the equator? From one northern location to another northern location, is there any circumstance where you would need to go to another location?
Well, I mean, I'm going to fly to Brazil.
No, that's in the southern. I'm saying two northern locations, origin and destination, are both in the north, both above the equator.
Okay.
Would you ever need to go below the equator?
I don't think so. No.
You're correct, and nobody ever does. Okay, but in the south, going from any two southern locations, it would need to be the same, right? You would never go above the equator to go from a southern location to another southern location, correct?
I would, yes.
On a globe, you shouldn't have to. Let me finish the point before you bring up another one, right? So you're right about the north, and no flight ever does. That's good, but that doesn't prove anything because it's the same on a flat Earth and the same on a globe Earth, right? So here we go. So, from any two locations, bam, north. I can just zigzag all I want inside here and never have to go below the equator. But if I wanted to go from Brazil down here, let's say Brazil, and I wanted to go to Australia, well, that's different. On a globe, I should be able to just cut across the bottom. But let's look at a couple plane routes, okay? This one, I have to go all the way up to Senegal above the equator and all the way down. But when you look at it on a flat Earth map, look where Senegal is.
It's a straight line.
It's a straight line. Let's look at another one. This is important. Okay. So here's one. We go all the way up to Los Angeles. Why didn't we just cut across here? Because that's where everyone on the plane wanted to go. Well, look. Bam, bam. It's pretty much a straight line. Right? So why is it? So the question I have to you is why only does this happen with long distance southern flights and never with long distance northern flights?
Well, the answer is it doesn't, Dave. I mean, I worked in aerospace, right? I worked for Boeing and designed airplanes for many, many years before I went into conspiracies and UFOs and stuff. And aircraft courses are generally based on they're generally parabolic to take advantage of the curvature of the Earth, assuming it exists. And I'm not saying it does. And they're designed, for instance, when you go from Taiwan, let's say, to Los Angeles, you're going to fly up over Japan near the Aleutians, across the Pacific, and land in LAX because that's a more efficient route for
it's also a straight
globe.
line. It's also a straight line on a flat Earth map.
Also because with long distance hauls like this, the key thing is waypoints. So courses are set based on the number of waypoints. I also want to point out to you that I did go and I looked at, China Airlines, and they go straight across to Honolulu. And I looked at, for instance, Hawaii overseas routes.
You're
and they
showing.
they stay above the equator on in many cases, and they cross the equator in others. And Qantas flies directly from Sydney to Argentina and to Chile, Santiago, Chile. They fly straight across nonstop, and they never go above the equator. So that's
not true.
Not exactly true.
So Qantas has a direct flight from Santiago to Australia, and there's 2 routes that they take, which I'll show you in a second. But all the routes that you were just talking about make perfect sense on a flat Earth map. So let's go to the Qantas flight.
But again, Dave, on the concept of waypoints, which you want to do, these are 12-hour flights across the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean is vast. People don't even conceive, assuming the Earth is a globe, okay? People don't conceive how vast it is. You can literally approach the Earth if you were in space. If space was a thing, you could approach the Earth from the middle of the Pacific Ocean and basically not see land, almost not be able to see land. It's so vast. So what they want to do ideally is have waypoints in case the plane gets into trouble somewhere along the flight route. You really don't want a flight route longer than 6 hours. If you have to, you'll do so.
So let me show you a couple things before we go on. And I used to have the same arguments as you, but the routes that they take have less waypoints sometimes, such as this one. This span is massive. This is shorter. They go all the way up here and then all the way down, when in reality, it's a straight line.
No, I'm fine. There's also financial considerations involved here too, which is
making the flight twice as long and twice as much fuel. That's a financial consideration.
It is a financial consideration, but then it's also, what is the traffic light? I mean, again, airlines, and I'm not trying to shoot you down completely here. I'm just saying airlines will make decisions on flight routes based on how many tickets they can sell. And there's maybe there's a lot more people going from Sydney to Los Angeles and from Los Angeles to Lima than there is people going directly from Sydney to Lima. That would be why they would do this.
I'm going to show you
a segmented route.
Right.
It is a consideration, is all I'm saying.
It's a consideration that has, once you look into it, you realize it's silly. All right. Okay. So here's sometimes there's an emergency. Someone's having a baby. Someone had a heart attack. Got to land the plane quickly. All right. So here's an emergency on this flight from New York to Hawaii, and they were right about here, and they're like, "Oh my God, we got to land." So they went 1,000 miles out of the way to Seattle, and somehow they got there in 15 minutes. Okay. Somehow they got there in 15 minutes. When you look at where Seattle is, it's right there. They landed in Seattle. So that, and again, I'm just showing you a meme. Don't believe this. I'm going to show you all the where to go.
I don't know the absolute facts of that.
I'm going to show you the absolute facts, and not on this show. I'm going to give you the resources to go look yourself, and we made it easy for you, so you should be millionaires. Okay. Again, this one, emergency. Moscow, 1,500 miles out of the way, I think. Okay. Why did they go there, and how did they get there so fast? The answer is Moscow is right on the line, right? And then if you talk about your great circle route.
Again, Dave, wait a minute. Are you sure they weren't on a parabolic course? Because
here's your parabolic course.
If you go back to your previous map, one of the previous maps you had showing the Earth from above, where it's way back there. Here, let me maximize you. Okay, when I went, for instance, to Manchester, England, I went from Seattle, Washington, which you can find on the map there, over to England, and we went up over Canada, across the Arctic Circle, over Greenland and near Iceland,
and it's a straight line. It's a straight line on a flat Earth map. Airplanes fly straight and level over an Earth plane. Remember, we're talking about the spin of the Earth. let's say you took off, you wanted to go from northern Alaska. Well, at northern Alaska, the Earth is spinning at like 200 miles an hour, maybe 300 miles an hour.
Okay.
And you want to fly to Ecuador. Okay, cool. You're going to fly to Ecuador. The plane speeds up to 500 miles an hour. Okay. You got your inertia spin of the Earth, and that somehow the plane is matching that. And you get to Ecuador, but that north-south runway is moving sideways at 1,000 miles an hour. How are you going to land on that? Okay. And because it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour, where'd you get that extra inertia from? And your only answer is gravity. Gravity speeds up the plane sideways as I'm going, but it doesn't do it to balloons. It doesn't do it to, it's absolutely insanity to believe that, right? But it's something that you'll hold on to because nobody wants to let go of their ball. We've been indoctrinated to believe this incredible system and make up excuses. But these emergency landings, let's look at one more, okay?
Okay.
This one. They landed in L.A., right? Well, L.A.'s right here. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. No, that, yeah.
But this is the route that they said they were going on. This is the Great Circle Route. The whole Great Circle Route that they show you, it's nonsense. Get a globe and pull a string from one location to the other. There's your circle route. They use that to confuse you. But again, don't believe me. My good buddy Eddie put it all together in this book called 16 Emergency Landings That Prove Flat Earth. The flights, the routes that they said they were taking, the times, the distances, all of the news media on it, all of it's documented in this book. It's free online. It's a PDF. Or you can buy the book from lulu.com if you want the book. It's amazing. I love it. It's a coffee table book.
I will have to pick that one up.
Yeah, so
I'll have to pick that one up, Dave.
Lulu.com. Lulu.com. 16 emergency landings.
And I will tell you this. This is the one part of the flat Earth theory that I'm most interested in. Is this stuff. But again, they will tell you you're on a parabolic course. And the reason for that is waypoints around Japan and the Aleutians and Alaska on the way to LA. And it makes sense from an aviation perspective and safety perspective. So I'm just going to say that. I really do. I don't know you want to maybe move on, but I really do want to find out.
Well, let me comment and then we'll move on. My comment is they're making up a crazy great circle route parabolic journey when in fact it's a straight line on a flat Earth, non-moving level Earth, right?
But on a globe,
it makes no sense on a globe.
Well, I would.
Let me ask you a question. So the Earth.
Wait a minute. You got two continents, Dave.
Yeah.
Okay. Now look, I know you're better at this than I am, so I'm going to acknowledge that you're better at this than I am, and you're going to know what you're talking about better than I do. You got two continents. Mike is here in Seattle, Washington. He wants to go to Manchester, which is here. Okay, on a globe, they are not flat like this. They are like this to each other. So the shortest course would be up over like that. Would it not?
No, wait. Seattle, Washington to where? Manchester, England?
To Manchester, England.
Now look.
That's where and so if the Earth is flat, it might be like this. But on a globe, it's going to be like this, and the shortest course is going to be exactly the course that I took.
Look, the shortest course is like this, a straight line. And on your world, it's a parabolic, curved course, which isn't the shortest distance. Get a map, draw the parabolic course that they show you that it takes, and then draw a line, a straight line, and see which one is shorter. Well, but on a flat Earth, hits all the waypoints. Look, it goes across, goes over Greenland, boom, boom. It's a straight line.
Okay.
So we have your story, parabolic, waypoints, excuses, and mine, straight line, shortest distance between 2 points.
I will concede that this part of the theory is not disproven at this point.
Okay, so, great. And by the way, if you can come up with one globe proof, you win 3 Bitcoins, which are decreasing in value every day.
Yes, yeah, but it's still 60 grand, right?
Or okay, yeah. All right. So when you talk about photos of Earth, my question to you is, what would be harder to paint, to reproduce? To reproduce this, painting it, or to reproduce this scene, painting it? Which would be harder to paint?
Well, which would be harder to paint would be the photograph.
Of course. but this isn't a photograph. This is a painting. Okay, this is called a photorealistic painting. Looks pretty good. Look at the reflections. This is really impressive. Okay, this is a fucking cartoon. All right, this is a cartoon, and you know why I know it's a cartoon? Because NASA admits it's a cartoon.
Yeah.
NASA says it's made by Robert Simon, right? And he painted it in Photoshop, right? This is also a painting. So to say that they can't fake pictures of space is absolutely ridiculous. This is the one that was on everyone's iPhone, and if you look carefully, the clouds are stepped and repeated. Again, people are lazy.
They are, and the thing is though is this: the average altitude for low Earth orbit satellites is 250 miles. The highest altitude is about 23,000 miles, 22,500 or something like that. At those altitudes, it's not that easy to get the entire Earth disk below you in a field of view. So you're going to take a high resolution picture, which is a high resolution picture is going to be zoomed up, and you're going to patch them together to make a composite image, which is what I believe they're saying this is. Is that correct? So, I mean, again, I will admit it takes a whole bunch of little pictures to make a big picture sometimes, depending on how far away your camera is and the resolution and zoom of the camera you're using.
They tell us this is what happens, right? That the satellite's going around, and each time it comes around, it takes another strip, but then there's a little piece that's missing, and they have to kind of Photoshop it in. Yeah. But if you look at these clouds,
when's the last time they told you they sent a satellite up above?
Was 90 minutes later when this one happened, which was 90 minutes later. How come the clouds don't change over 90 minutes? Okay, this is nonsense. This is a story that has no relative. No truth to it. If you look for satellites in space, you'll see none because there are no satellites in space. Satellites are on balloons. NASA has tens of thousands of these things on balloons, and they can control where they go with electrostatics. They can make it go up. They can make it go down into different wind currents and keep it wherever they want it. Tens of thousands of these things are in the sky at all times. Now, I'm guessing that you would say, well, I've seen satellites, right?
Yeah.
Could you really see a satellite? Let me ask you a question. So
only if the sunlight
is reflecting off of it.
The setting Earth is reflecting off of it.
Let's talk about that.
Told you guys I'm going to disagree with a lot of shit Dave says on this one, bro.
You feel so small. You don't realize how big they are until you really stand next to one.
I've been in the factory. Yep.
Yeah. So can you see the engine right here? You can see it.
Sure.
Not bad. Right. Sure. This is a 747 at cruising altitude. Can you see the engine?
No.
All right. The engine is bigger than most satellites. Right. Now you have to believe that you can see this engine if I made it 50 times higher, which is the lowest satellite that there is, that they claim to be. 50 times higher. You think that your eye can see it? It's called Rayleigh's criteria, which is the angular resolution limit of your eye. Anything smaller than 0.02 degrees in arc width, right? So 180 is from side to side. Bring that down to 0.02 degrees. Your eye can't see it. If I had a penny, you can see it. If I moved it out, a couple hundred yards away, you couldn't see it because its angular size is too small. The angular size of this engine is too small to see. And you believe that you can see it 50 times higher, 200 times higher. That's absolute and total faith in a religion that doesn't exist.
Okay.
All right. So, what are satellites? Where does our communication?
No, I'm just stopping that. I mean, he's not even accurately representing anything we say here. That's cool. He's out. He's putting himself out there, but he should actually come talk to us and then go out there. I think he's just like wearing himself thin, talking to so many people. He's got. Like I said, that dude woke me up to flat Earth. I was following him before he thought flat Earth was flat. When he started talking about flat Earth, I was like, "No, I'm not. I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to listen to you." And now he's just. He's overextending himself. He needs to solidify an argument. And I'll give critique. I don't fucking mind. Dave, get your shit together, bro. You're not arguing real flat earth arguments. You're just on your own out there just making shit up. It kind of pisses me off. None of us here that are doing this ground from the ground grassroots efforts here are saying what he's saying. We do give presentations. We meet new people, dude. And he has a platform where he's on a podcast, all kinds of podcasts. Like, I'll do fucking 2-3 podcasts a day, and I'll say whatever the fuck I want to because I got a green screen. Hey, look at this. It's like, you're not representing what we represent. It's kind of getting on my nerves. I ain't gonna lie. But you just heard why, right? I like Dave, but he needs to dial it back a bit and kind of like get back in the zone, because there are so many arguments that he's missing that he could actually, boom, port to port. I mean, I think he's sold out on the AE map is the globe mod. I mean, the flat Earth model. And that's what he's trying to sell to everyone. Every time he goes on a podcast, like, the A map is the globe Earth, is the flat Earth model. And I've been saying this shit for 3 years. The A map is the globe Earth. If y'all don't realize that shit, then you're broke. You're broken when it comes to flat Earth. We're talking about longitude, latitude, which is based on the path of the sun. Very simple. I mean, this is where seasons come from. It's like, hey, how do you explain seasons on the flat Earth? It's just like the sun's over there, and it comes closer to you, then it moves over there. When it's close to you, it's hot. When it's over there, it's cold. And you can call me dumb all motherfucking day. I'll own that shit. I'll own it. I can make it more complicated. You're the ones that are making it more complicated than that, not me. I understand your complications and miscombobulations, discombobulations, every single way, backwards and forwards, from Antarctica to the New Year's Day. I mean, you guys can freaking make it all complicated. This is like when it's cold here in the northern hemisphere. That's wintertime, isn't it? That means the sun is over there, right? Yes, yes, yes. All right. When I took off on an airplane from one airport to another, would now if you went to the pilot and said, "Hey, pilot, you're going to travel from this port, and there's an airport on the other side of the sea. You're going to land there, but what you should consider is that you're not going to travel in a straight line there. Since the Earth is a globe, you're going to have to travel in an arc to that other port." And would a pilot ever say, "Yes, sir"? Well, fuck no.
What?
No, sorry, Larry. I'm getting fucking stupefied by this stupidness of, like, pilots don't fly over arcs. Airplane pilots don't fly over arcs of the Earth. It's fucking retarded. I don't mind if you guys tell me to shut up because I'm too drunk, whatever. But I'm just telling you, it's not a thing. Pilots don't fly over arcs or take the Great Circle route when they're flying across the fucking Atlantic. That's retarded. They just travel from port to port, just like other ships do across the Atlantic. Same fucking thing. I might say I don't believe it. Well, okay, call me a disbeliever. Yeah, I just don't believe it. Show me proof that it actually happens, and then I don't have to believe it. Show me physical proof that it actually happens, then I'll consider it. I don't want to tell my granny that Earth can't be a globe because she thinks it's a globe. Hey, you don't have to talk to your granny about this. She's. It's okay. It's okay. She's just gonna go from one, port to another on a ship or a train, port to another. This is across a level stationary plane. There is no globe that you have to travel over. The only globe exists in your mind. The most ridiculous. Well, I don't say it's the most ridiculous thing. I used to believe it too, but it's impossible. It's not physically possible, especially when you use these instruments and tools such as an airplane. Holy shit. They travel 500 miles an hour. I mean, wow. In a straight linear path. That's what they're designed to do. Holy shit, how can you travel hundreds of miles in a straight linear path and consider a globe even though they don't actually travel over a globe? It's really weird. Who told you that?
This new word that I use over there. They call us intelligence terrorism or intelligence terrorists.
Now it's just like, just imagine being a pilot on an airplane and saying, "Hey, I'm going to travel from this port to the other port." Which, hey, they do it every day, right? I'm the captain of this ship, right? Traveling on an airplane. I'm going from LaGuardia to what's the one in London that has the weird name? Anyway, so we're going across the Atlantic, and ladies and gentlemen, just take your seats. We're going to travel in an arc path, but it will feel like it's straight, and everybody, just do what you do. Gravity will take care of the rest. We got this. It will seem like you're traveling in a straight path, but gravity knows what to do. We're actually going in an arc pattern. This is the weirdness of this whole fucking idea. Pardon my French. It's just, where are we going with this? And this is why I love the air. This is why get off on the airplane and ship travel. Like Suez Canal. I got a freaking meme for the Suez Canal. You guys want to see it? The Suez Canal is the only place There are no locks in the Suez Canal. Hold on. Suez should be pretty recent. Yeah, I mean, but these cargo ships or cruise ships or whatever, just traveling across flat water. If they're going from one port to another, they're not going over curved earth. Any captain of a ship would be like, all right, so we could, so I'm navigating the curved earth, and every time I deviate from a certain longitude or latitude, then I have to. This is my. People have been navigating the seas for centuries. This stupid globe Earth idea is really weird. This is why everybody thinks it's weird, and they're really upset about it. Just like other shit that's really weird that I'm not going to talk about right now. It's like this globe Earth. It's like, why are they defending the globe when they have no evidence? I mean, it's like, no, I go on an airplane. I mean, dude, I've seen videos. It's like, all right, I'm gonna. Can I ask the pilot a question? I've seen people come up with their cell phone. Can I ask the pilot a question? And like, what they're everybody leaves, and they'll say, hey, it's the pilot and co-pilot. So when you were flying there, were you flying over a flat Earth or
Elio, you're going to repeat for a few minutes, bro. Did you hear what I said?
Dude, the only reason I'm talking is because nobody else is. So fucking go for it.
I was talking to you. You didn't hear me?
No.
You were
now I
breaking up.
do.
I didn't
Now I
hear
can
you.
hear you.
I said I went to Jim Panda's. And they have a new word for us. They call us intelligence terrorists.
Oh, intelligence terrorists.
Yeah.
So we're mind control freaking terrorists.
We know intelligence is.
So are we intelligent or aren't we? Because they used to call us stupid for
No,
believing this.
intelligence, like military intelligence, industrial complex.
I'm fucking a fucking weirdo from Jacksonville, Arkansas that grew up poor as fuck. And I'm just here and I'm still poor as fuck and I'm just talking shit on the internet. So I'm a mind control terrorist, right? And I've never been involved with the military, but these assholes call me a mind control terrorist. All right. Fucking have at it, bro. The only reason I was bloviating was because nobody else was talking. So I didn't hear you, Larry. If I interrupted you, sorry, brother.
Okay.
Secret agent. Secret.
See that you got some jingle bells.
And to be honest, whatever the fuck they say over on Jim Panda's server, fuck them. I don't give a fuck what they say. I'm gonna say what I say on here, and this is where I'm gonna say it. Fuck them. And I just said what I said on here. So anyway, but I'm not. It's not that I'm not curious about what they think about us, but I'm not going to give them the time of the day because they're fucking assholes anyway. But Larry, I mean, were you like, was your mic cutting out, or I mean, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I wasn't trying.
No, you didn't interrupt me. You just didn't respond to me.
I didn't hear you either, Larry. I didn't hear anything from you at all either, Larry. So I don't know what was going on.
Sorry about that.
No, sure. I mean, I definitely wanted to hear that because, I mean, we can get some feedback from our from the alternative freaking views or whatever.
Yeah,
we know that they listen to us.
I heard only Helio speaking for the last 10 minutes. I heard nothing from nobody else.
Yeah, it's just like
and I've been sitting there listening the whole time, so I don't
yeah,
know. I don't know what to
yeah.
say about that.
No, that's cool. Yeah, Hank. If and Hank, you do break up sometimes, but yeah, anytime. I mean, you can interrupt me, and you got rocking as well. Anybody interrupt me when I'm getting on a rant, fucking interrupt me anytime. I love you guys. But I expect that sort of thing from those guys, so I don't give a shit what they say. To be honest.
Josh over here. Okay.
I still didn't hear anything, Larry.
I think he's talking to his wife. I can't wait to hear what he's gonna say when he comes back. Because his wife fully supports him, and so I was just like, when he comes, she does. From what
Who supports him?
dude, your wife fully supports you, bro, Larry, bro. I mean,
I think he's trying to speak, Elio. Let him
I
try.
work, bro. What are you talking about? I work 50 hours a week.
oh, you're working. What if you're home?
No, I have a job. I work 50 hours a week. Nobody supports me. I support myself.
I'm talking about spiritually and ideology.
Oh, you mean like, yeah.
You're a married man, and your wife gives you support.
Yeah.
Because I've heard you at home, and your wife supports you. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to take
I thought
away
you
from
meant like
that.
I stayed at home and didn't work and.
No, that's not what I was saying at all. No, I mean, I've heard you at home, and your wife supports you. I've heard her on the microphone before. That's all.
Yeah, we support each other.
Yeah,
I don't think he meant financial support, Larry. It was
no, spiritual.
Yeah.
You guys are on the same page. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I didn't get financial support out of that in any way.
Man, I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, we're both with George Carlin in the corner with doubt.
Yeah, George Carlin, bro. Yeah. I wasn't trying to dig on you at all, Hank, man, bro. Dude, you supported me, and I supported you. This whole time, bro. We're on the same path, same road, and it's really impressive to me is that.
Yeah. If any of you want to financially support me, feel free.
Hey, if I give you $30, God rocking, will you give me $30?
Yeah, why don't you just act like you didn't put your $30 in your pocket? Then we'll be even.
Ain't gonna lie. Hank bought my mom a ticket to the concert that we went to last weekend. So just want to put that out there. But yeah, thank you, Hank.
A pleasure.
Dude, that was that really is very much appreciated. I appreciate you for that. But anyway, I was talking about it's rare that a lot of people that are on here on the server that they're even though they're on here a lot for someone to be married, have a family and stuff, and when you're on here, especially as much as you're on here, it's like I support what you do. There are a lot of people there's a couples on here, they're just like, hey, I want to be on here talking about flat Earth and trying to defend truth and humanity and what this is. But I think that you've got a good thing going there in Texas, Hank. So good, Larry. I mean, I know you as Hank, but Larry recently. But that's your real name, Larry. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right, so
No, and I by the way, I didn't mean that. I don't need money. from anyone. I'm financially secure, so I'm just fine.
Well, I'm not, and so every little bit helps. But I'm not asking or begging. But yeah, we're partners in this effort, which is getting the truth out there. It's one of the most fascinating conversations that anyone could have. So who cares about money at this point? Because money is actually getting
more worthless every day.
Yeah, exactly. So who cares about that? I mean, for a while now, and Larry and other people that know me know that money's not the purpose of why I do what I do here, or my involvement here. But I think, and that includes everybody in the 24/7 Discord 2.0. Nobody's here for the money. We do this, we volunteer our time. We enjoy the conversation, and we love to meet new people. So if you really want to have an open dialogue and you're serious about it, get your ass in here. Or if you think you got something on us, all right. You know what? The main thing we're looking for is proof that the Earth is a globe. Bring that shit in, and then we'll shut this fucking place down.
I love
to
to meet genuine people. I love to meet genuine people. Not maybe this is a little brash, but if they're going to come in here and tell lies, that's not the people I kind of want to. I don't want to meet. I just assume not meet those kind.
But we kind of have to endure that, because it's kind of.
But I don't have to talk to them.
No, you don't have to talk to them, but some people do, yeah. And I mean, it's like, hey, we have over 20,000 people in this Discord, so I mean, you have to kind of like filter through. I mean, and the gem, it's kind of like here in Arkansas, we have a mine in damn, I can't remember the name of it, where they have diamonds, where you can go dig for diamonds or whatever. Every once in a while, they'll find a diamond in the rough, right? So that's kind of the way I look at it. Like, we put this out there with the open link. Every once in a while, we'll find a diamond in the rough.
You guys do you know anybody that actually, like, somehow in their life just fell ass backwards into a ton of money, and you try to talk to them, and that's all they want to talk about is money, and it's the most boring conversation and topic that you could ever talk about. I know several people that are extremely well off, and not even because they earned it or deserved it, and that's all they care about. That's all they want to talk about. It is so boring.
Never met anybody like that. Have you come across someone like that where they just talk about money because they have it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, neat.
And they don't have anything. That's all they have to talk about. They don't, because they think that impresses people and it interests people.
Hey, I ain't
They
gonna
want
lie.
people to
Money
be,
does impress people, but what impresses people more is knowledge. I mean,
yeah, right.
knowing what to do with it. I mean, if somebody's just like, I inherited money and really, people are going to lose all that shit within a few years. It doesn't matter how much money they have. It could be 2 million, 2 billion. If they don't know what to do with it, it's going to be gone. If they don't know what to do with it. In my opinion, I mean,
I agree with that one. Things are
and it's not about the value of the money. They're actually probably going to make an ass of themselves and lose a lot of friends and family. More than likely, they'll be like, I was worth. I fucking shot myself in the head. Oh, that was fun, wasn't it? Anyway,
Well, I think in my experience, some of the people that I'm talking about are just they don't like I said. Okay, for instance, one of the people that I know, an ex girlfriend, she just got lucky and met a guy who is a lawyer and hedge fund manager and just a multi-millionaire. So she fell ass backwards in the money, and she didn't even graduate high school. And he's constantly buying her businesses for her to like pretend to run, and then they're throwing big galas and charity events, and she wants to be. She calls me to this day and complains once in a while because she doesn't feel respected because her husband, he gets all the attention, and she feels like, well, we're together, and we're doing this together. And what she doesn't understand is the only
she's
reason
a
why she has
beard.
what she
She's a
has.
beard. She's a beard.
Yeah, and it's
Hey, I mean, if she wants that, I mean, just say, "Hey, I'm a beard. Fucking take $10,000 and go do something else." And fucking get out the way.
well, yeah, but she doesn't want to be just a beard. She wants to be like respected and act like the money is,
I'm not saying she can't, but she's gonna have to push her way in. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Like I said, it's boring.
You might have to learn a few skills to accomplish it.
This is like, hey, you were a hot number at this party. I met you, and now it's just like, bro, come on, man. I mean, it's like, I watch too many Hollywood movies. I mean, I ain't playing around with this shit.
You
It's
know,
like, what do I? That's just the way it works.
you can always make money if you've got practical skills. You're always needed to do something for someone, build something, or do something with your hands that someone else can't do. Always going to be value in that person.
I mean, it's kind of sad. Like a girl will be like, "Oh, ooh, I found somebody," and he doesn't really pay attention to me unless he can lead me in on his arm, and then the rest of the party is all about him. And I don't really have anything, but I'm pretty. I mean, it's like,
Well, yeah, and that's her whole thing. Is like she doesn't have anything interesting to talk about ever. She just is always trying to brag about what she's doing and money and what new car and what event they went to and being around athletes at charity events. Like, why are you telling me? Like, I'm not impressed. But that's how those type of people are, and that's all I was saying. Like, that shit is boring. The conversation is just boring.
yeah, but at the same time, you don't. Do you feel for her for like? I don't really.
I feel bad for her because I think she married money, looking for happiness, but she is learning that money can't buy happiness.
No. Yeah.
Other than that, I don't care.
And her husband's faithful, isn't he?
Yeah, well, yeah, I doubt that.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that she's told me in the past that she isn't, but whatever. She's no angel.
Yeah, yeah. I'm no angel. Remember that song? I'm no angel.
I mean, it'll be sometimes 2:00 in the morning, and I'll get a phone call from her, and I'll be like, "What? Why are you calling me at 2:00?" And she's just drunk, and I'm like, Where is your husband? Why are you calling me? Get off the phone.
You ain't no angel either. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm not that kind of guy. I don't do that.
No, I'm just saying. But I mean, like, hey, you fucking crash on my car.
No, I wouldn't do that.
No, either way, I don't even know what you're talking about at this point. But anyway, I've been watching too many Hollywood movies and shit, so whatever.
I'm just talking about how boring the conversation of money is, period. And when you have been around people that have too much damn money and didn't earn it themselves, they're not interesting people. They have nothing to contribute to any conversation. That's all they talk about.
Because they're talking about their success. That's the only thing they talk.
Right, yeah.
And look how badass I am, and look how badass, and I'm connected to this guy, and he's a badass too. And yeah, I know what you mean. It's like, Who are you? Who?
Happy Father's Day.
Oh shit! Don't even mention.
No.
If my son calls me today, I don't think he will, but he might. I don't. But he already knows I don't give a shit about holidays, so maybe he won't. And you guys might feel bad. It's like your son won't even call you on Father's Day, motherfucker. I'll call that motherfucker. I mean, it's like, bitch, you didn't call me. That's how much I don't give a shit about fucking holidays and shit. Ain't no fucking such thing as Father's Day. The day he was born, that's Father's Day. That's the day I became a father. I don't fucking follow holidays. I fucking hate Christmas, Easter, and all. I fucking hate all the holidays. So I think
every day be Father's Day and Mother's Day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I'll be surprised if my son calls me today, and I'll probably call him and be like, "Did you forget it was Father's Day?" He'd be like, "No, but I didn't know if I should call you or not." I'd be like, "It's all good because every day, the day you were born is when I became a father, so it's all Father's Day." So anyway.
Well, and just being able to produce a kid doesn't make you a damn father either.
Motherfucker, I've been a father for 26. Well, I mean, there's been some ups and downs, but yeah, I've been a father, man. Especially when he's young, I was right there with him, and I.
No, I'm not talking about you personally. I didn't mean
yeah. I mean, just because your blood doesn't make you a father, but I've been a father to that boy. So anyway, it do what it do. I mean, he's an adult now. I mean, he's in his early 20s. If he wants to call me on Father's Day, which is just a gimmick, that's fine. I'm just like, hey, happy Father's Day. It was like, okay, happy every day, Okay.
All right. I'm about to be a father for the first time in 7 months. Scared to death.
Really? You have a 7-month-old?
No, in 7 months, I'm going to have a newborn.
Oh. Woo! So you're going to be a new daddy.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's going to be...
Well, congratulations, and I wish the best for you with this child. I do. I really do.
Wow, man. Yeah, it's amazing. Are you going to... I watched him in the delivery room. I watched him being born. It was freaking insane, bro. It was insane.
Yeah, me too. I watched my son get born. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was like, oh my god.
Yeah,
it's the most insane thing I've ever seen, bro.
I'm terrified about that.
Are you gonna watch it? You got to.
I don't think I want to see it. I don't want to. No.
You have to, bro. You have to do it. It's so amazing.
Yeah, just be sitting down because I thought I could handle it, and I got just a bit wheezy. I didn't fall down.
I mean, the blood and stuff never used to bother me, but the older I get, just because I've been too much to see too much, it doesn't sit well with me, and I get a little queasy now.
Man,
but not only that, just seeing that come out of where it's coming from, I'm not sure I want to see that because I'm scared I'm not going to look at it in the same way.
What? That's where it went in. You put it in there. You have to watch it come out.
I don't. How can I ever look at it in the same way?
Dude, you have to watch. Dude, hold her hand and be like, "Baby, I got this." But I'm gonna watch my baby come out. But I mean, it doesn't mean you can stand on the head. Where it's like they put a sheet over. Depends on if you're gonna do natural birth, which for the most part, that's where most people do.
Undecided.
I watched my son come.
That stuff snaps back, bro. You can't hurt it. It'll be just like normal again.
Yeah, it will.
But I mean, it didn't change you mentally then. The first time when you try to go back down there, like you didn't have that image of
No, you don't. Well, it's going to be at least a few months before you even touch that shit again.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know that. And I guess,
Yeah, it's all back to normal when you go back.
But
you know what it is?
you have to watch it happen. You have to watch it happen. If you're going to be a father, you have to watch it happen. You're so proud of yourself and your wife. You have to watch it happen. And if you see it happen,
proud of myself.
no, it's
just for
bro. I'm telling you, it does. It's not. It has nothing to do with genitalia. It's about birth coming into the world. You know, it's just like
that beautiful.
You see it. You'll never see that thing again. And so you don't want to miss it. I promise you.
Yeah, he's right. You don't want to miss it. It's cool for sure.
Dude, I thought I didn't want to see it, but when I saw it, I was like, "Oh my God, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life."
It builds respect for your wife.
Yeah, I get that. You know, and I've seen videos of it, and I'm thinking when I'm watching, I'm like, I don't want to see.
It's different when it's your son or daughter. It's
different.
You don't want to miss it. I promise.
Yeah, it's different.
So is my life actually going to change when I first hold the baby in my arms like that? Is that a true experience? Like everybody tells me, my entire everything in my brain, like a switch is going to go off, and I'm going to be a completely different person.
No.
Yes.
Well,
that's exactly
yeah. I mean, you're a father and a mother. You're a father and.
All of a sudden, it's not it doesn't matter about you. It matters about your kid.
Right. That's what everybody tells me.
Yeah. It definitely is like when you were sitting there as a father and mother, and she's holding the baby in her hands, and you're sitting there with your head rested against her, like this is our baby. I mean, yes, it definitely makes a difference. Yeah,
it makes you think twice before doing stupid shit.
Nah, you're still gonna do stupid shit after that, but at that moment, you're a father and a mother, and that's your baby. So you kind of think about shit different, but you're still gonna do stupid shit.
Is the fear and anxiety that I have gonna go away in that moment, or am I still gonna be scared that I'm gonna fuck it up?
It depends.
No.
Hang on. What are you afraid of?
You're not gonna immediately change because your child is born. That's what I'm saying. But you have to watch it. You have to watch it happen. It's the most amazing thing that you'll ever see.
What am I worried about?
Yeah.
Just not fucking my kid up and not.
Okay, so it's a responsibility. So that's going to take some time.
Well, not just responsibility, just making sure they're prepared for what they're going to be faced with in this world. And
that's going to take some time because that's a process, right?
Right. And not force stuff because I'm so passionate about flat Earth and all. Like I don't. What do I do? Do I?
Your baby doesn't give a shit about flat Earth, so do that. Do baby.
I know that, but I'm talking about if I put them in the school system, and that's another thing. Like, do I want to do that? Do I not do that?
Until they're like 2 or 3.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking.
You got plenty of time, bro. Figure that shit out.
Come to it. Don't even worry about that right now. Like, what about getting the baby breastfed, buying them clothes,
does your wife plan on breastfeeding once the baby's born? Or is that already? All right, cool.
Yeah, we're gonna straight breastfeed you.
All right, cool. Well, I mean, watch your child be born and support your wife in that breastfeeding if she can. Some women do have difficulties, but if she doesn't, dude, breastfeeding is awesome. It can be awesome. So yeah, support.
I don't think it'll be a problem because she's only 2 months right now. They're already swelling up. So,
wow. So, but this time, let's see, it's June. So
Yeah,
we're
June
looking,
June
we're
20th.
looking, we're looking at like March next year,
No,
February,
June
March.
20th is the due date.
What?
Yeah.
Damn. That's a year from almost a year. My birth, dude.
June
That's
20th,
not
that's not a
9 months.
year.
What the fuck? You talking
June
about June
20th, that's not a
20th
year.
next year?
It's June right now.
I mean, I'm sorry. Damn, I'm sorry. January 20th. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was like, God damn, my birthday is June 26th.
It's,
I ain't even got
it's
there
super. It's super early.
yet.
That's okay.
All right,
You got
so
that's okay. You got your
January.
time. It's all
Hey, my brother was born in January. He was born almost a month late. So let's hopefully that doesn't happen to her because that was a difficult birth according to my mother. I wasn't there. Well, I was there like alive, but I wasn't there to watch my brother be born a month late, and he was a huge motherfucker, and he still is. But so your wife is going to have a baby in January.
Yes.
Awesome. Hey, keep us updated about that.
Oh, I will. I'm not going nowhere.
Awesome.
I'm scared though. I don't know if I want.
You don't
I
know if you
want
want
to.
to do
Do I
what.
want
You
to?
don't.
I don't know if I
Dude,
want to
it's
do like
already done. It's already done. She's pregnant.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when the baby comes. Do I give the birth certificate and all that shit? And
Oh yeah, well, I'm not going
you
to
know what I mean?
I'm not
What I know
personally
now.
involved.
And I don't know
I
enough
reckon. I mean,
to
as far as
skirt
I'm
that.
concerned, go ahead and just.
Do it.
If you're going to do it in the hospital, you might as well. But you,
I got my kids all the basic shots the day of. This is before I learned my flutter, but it's basically harmless. I mean, it's just a routine. What you have to worry about? They don't switch your baby because they'll take
no, I
it.
mean, well,
I followed
well,
them. If my baby out of the room, made sure they didn't switch my baby. That's the most important.
since there's so much time, let's talk about it somewhere else besides here.
Yeah. I know this ain't the right forum, but anyway,
Yeah,
we don't have to talk about that. I just want to.
yeah. I
It's
mean,
on
there's
my
plenty
mind.
of time, but yeah. It was because they will want to do some stuff when the baby born. Anyway, but I'm not a medical practitioner or doctor, but I wouldn't tell you what God made your baby to just exist. It's like, anyway, we'll talk about that another time.
But like on a flat Earth level, to what
No, flat Earth the
it,
shape of Earth has nothing to do with procreation.
yeah, I know that, but do I at an early stage before they get into that classroom, do I say anything to my child about?
But let's not talk about it here. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I thought. Well, I thought
No,
maybe it was
I'm
better.
willing to talk about it in another room, but we can't do that here because
Yeah, I get
cut the shit, bro. I'm totally willing to talk to you about that, and hey, and I'm willing for other people to come in and say, "Fuck you, Helio, you're wrong. You should do this and this and that." Let's freaking argue, whatever.
Fuck you,
yeah.
Helio.
Not in this live stream. We're not going to do it.
Well, if other people are willing to go down somewhere else, I mean, I'll go too. But we don't. Nobody gives a shit. Like, I understand. Like, I hate other people talking about their kids too. But anyway, no curvature.
No curvature. No, I'm just saying. I'm up way too. I mean, actually, I shouldn't even be on here.
Yeah, I shouldn't be on here either.
I'm too drunk. That's my typical story. But I do. Cut the shit barely opens his mic, but now he's very concerned about what might happen when his child is born. So that is something to talk about. And Fresh Grown Flowers can't even figure out how to mute himself when he's fucking not even talking.
I just tried to shut your drunk ass up.
I was thinking about the 28-week mark. I'm going to just start reading Edward Hendry's The Greatest Lie on Earth to my girl's belly.
Bad idea.
Hey, I read that to my kid in the womb, and don't worry about 28 weeks. Don't hear it even before that. Trust me.
Hey, have you guys
So
ever
I'm doing it
read
now.
that's what turned me to Flat Earth. Because I heard, you guys ever heard of Tex Mars?
Yeah, of course.
All right, so Tex Mars said, like, I was, I played that David Weiss interview, and he's kind of, in my opinion, kind of fucking up. And that's not what we do. That's not what we do here. But Dave feels like he's got his own shit. We're not seeking podcasts to actually go out there and go, who's Thunder? And I got the. That's anyway. So I was rejecting some of Dave's stuff, and then I was listening to Tex Mars, and I'd heard Edward Hendry on his podcast. I mean, this was years ago, and Tex Mars was like, "Hey, hello, welcome. It's Power of Prophecy," and he was like, "Oh, we have Edward Hendry back here again with his promoting his new book." Which was The Greatest Lie on Earth. After I rejected all the shit that David Weiss was talking about Flat Earth before that, and I was like, Dad, I'm not even gonna fucking listen to this bitch anymore. That Edward Hendry, who I'd heard on Tex Mars' show before, is like, I'm promoting my new book called The Greatest Lie on Earth. Now, you know how Tex is. He's just like he reminds me of like this Baptist preacher. He's like, nothing gets under his skin, right? He's just like, so. I think he died a couple of years ago, but anyway, I always loved Tex Mars.
Yeah, he passed away in 2019.
Yeah.
I was never, I didn't know about him when he had his podcast. I had never heard Tex Mars' podcast,
Dude,
but
I'd been
I
listening
bought a
to
bunch
him
of his
for like
videos because he was a guest on.
he
I learned
married
about
he
him from
married Alex Jones.
Oh,
Yeah, he knew Alex
that's
Jones.
how.
Yeah, he married Alex Jones and his wife.
Yeah, that's how I learned about him, and I bought all his DVDs, and I was blown away. I mean, they're brilliant.
Dude, yeah. I mean, he
and
wrote
I
so many books.
subscribed. I did
The
subscribe to
Conspiracy of the 6-Pointed Star. That's why.
Yeah, he had a newsletter too, the Power of Prophecy newsletter, which I was subscribed to for years. Which actually, I don't know what happened to that. It must be defunct after he passed away because
I need to grab all of his podcasts before they're gone. As a matter of fact, go to Power of Prophecy. Now there's another guy that's doing Power of Prophecy, but it's not the same. I need to figure out how to get his old stuff and just. Dude, I was addicted to that shit, bro. Man, freaking Tex Mars was the shit. And so, anyway, I was listening to Tex Mars, Alex Jones, listening to David Weiss. And David Weiss started talking about Flat Earth. I was like, Flat Earth, man, I thought you was cool. And then I was listening to Tex Mars episode, and Edward Hendry came on. It was like, all right, so we have our new guest again, our recurring guest, Edward Hendry, and he's like, we're going to talk about his new book, The Greatest Lie on Earth. And, bro, that was the trigger. I was rejecting everything I saw on YouTube, like Flat Earth, because it was popping up on my YouTube shit. I was like, Flat Earth, that's the dumbest shit. But then when I heard Edward Hendry talk about his new book, like, I didn't read the book, but I was like, after Tex Mars talked to Edward about this.
You still haven't read the book to this day?
No, I have.
Oh, okay.
But I don't need to. He's saying the same shit that I already know now. But this is what triggered me to actually take a look at Flat Earth. I was looking at Eric Dubay and Mark Sargent. It was just like, all right. It's like when I heard that interview with Tex Mars and Edward Hendry talking about his new book. That's when I was like, because David Weiss was already talking about it, and so I just rejected it. It was like, Flat Earth, that's dumb. But anyway, but
I
Tex,
think I heard David Hendry on Coast to Coast is how I found out about that book. Probably at the
yeah,
same time you heard him on that show. He probably
it's
was
probably
doing
about
a
the
book
same
tour,
time he
and
was
yeah,
promoting his new book.
yeah,
But
and that's
he's
what
had
sparked me to
several
go
other
get that
books
book.
that are very, very controversial about the
Yeah, yeah.
you know the unmentionables.
To this day, I still think it's one of the best Flat Earth books ever written. In my
Dude, Tex
humble
Mars
opinion.
has written a shitload of really good books. Codex Magica is pretty much the top of the line shit about masonry, man. It's a hit. That knock.
He wrote a bunch of novels too, didn't he? He did not just.
Talk about
I thought
fictional novels.
yeah, I thought he did a bunch of fictional novels too. If I don't, maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know if he did. I'd like to listen to him. I just was I was fascinated with the Codex Magica, Conspiracy of the Six Pointed Star. There was oh shit, there was one I can't remember.
No, yeah, I
Dude, did
remember
he?
his Balls and Shafts DVD. And
Yeah, he was Air Force. He was in the Air Force. He was retired Air Force, not sergeant. He was like not a general. I mean, a lot of people don't know about Tex Mars, but it's where I kind of got started in some of this stuff. So,
oh yeah, if somebody doesn't know about Tex Mars, they need to
they need to backtrack.
check him up ASAP.
Yeah, Tex Mars and Jim Mars, right? Jim Mars was, the old reporter. That
Oh yeah, from Bill the Bird. Yeah, he did all the Billy Bird stuff.
yeah,
Right?
all the
Yeah,
Bill,
yeah.
Jim Mars.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's the other guy that's there was another guy that used to have a radio program. Oh,
Hey, I'll tell you what. Here's one that you might not have heard of. I think he's from Missouri. His name's George Gordon. You ever listen to some of his stuff?
nope, never heard of George Gordon.
George Gordon, look that up. I think you can find some of his podcasts. I usually listen to that shit.
That's my neck of the woods. Where in Missouri is he at?
I don't know, but just look up. Let me find a link.
You got
George
YouTube?
Gordon, bro. His podcasts were so freaking awesome. I think his website's still up, man. I think he's dead now, but dude, I used to listen to George Gordon back in the day. So freaking. Matter of fact, I think a couple of mods on here I talked about it before, George.
I'm gonna get some sleep. Good night, y'all.
You
Have a
know,
good night.
Peace, brother. Oh, here it is.
Good night and congratulations.
I keep thinking of Webster Tarpley. That's not the guy I'm thinking of. There's this other guy that had a radio program way even before Alex Jones. Oh, God, what was his damn
This is
name?
what I can find right now, but he should have a. I think he has. Well, his family kept his. He was talked about law. I mean, it was like natural law, but he was familiar with like. I'll send this thing. No, I don't even want to do that. Hold on. Let me I know that his family has a website. This is the guy, though. Wait, let me look for it on YouTube. Let's see if George Gordon is. Dude, I used to love. If you guys like to listen to somebody like Tex Mars or whatever, you'll love listening to George Gordon too. It's awesome. Let's see if I can find some. Oh shit! I think I found some.
In more than 112 countries worldwide over the internet. For more information about the Law Hour and editorial review, please visit our webpage at georgegordon.org. Again, that's georgegordon.org. The Law Hour and editorial review brings you important information about law, science, education, politics, religion, health, history, economics, news, and current events. So stay tuned for tonight's special report on Here's the Good News right after this. Well, 3,300 years ago, Moses instructed our fathers. He said, "You shall not have in your bag diverse weights, a great and a small. And you shall not have in your house diverse measures, a great and a small, but you shall have a perfect and a just weight. A perfect and a just measure shall you have." Well, our founding fathers at the Constitutional Convention back in 1787 followed that.
Anyway, and thus moving forward. Yes, that I'll share that link with you. If you find this man, you can find his recordings, his podcasts. I used to listen to him every single day. So really awesome. George Gordon is the shit. You can go from there. You can find this guy. Dude, he had series. I had to download the MP3 files from the computers so I could listen to it while I'm at work. You remember back in the day when you didn't have freaking listen to the shit live all the time. I had to download that shit. I had to download the MP files to listen to it at work. That's what I did.
Right.
I couldn't even do that because I
Okay,
wasn't
Scott.
savvy with technology, so I was stuck listening to Rush Limbaugh every time I was working.
Well, I listened to that live, but then when I was listening to other shit,
Right.
it was like through my MP3 player that I downloaded. I was kind of a little tech savvy, I guess, when it comes to that. But I didn't miss a Rush Limbaugh show. What the fuck you talking about?
I actually used to try to call into him all the time, and actually made it on there at least twice and tried to get him to acknowledge certain things that he wasn't allowed to say on air. And of course, I get hung up on immediately. But I always thought that
There's
was
always the screeners, right?
yeah. But there's ways around
You
it.
have to get beat the screeners before you can actually go in there and say, "Motherfucker."
Well, no, I wouldn't do that. But I
No,
would
I
just
know
say
you
things
wouldn't,
like
but it's just like you have to get through the screeners before you actually get.
Yeah, I would just bring up certain things like things that you're not allowed to say on that type of radio, like one world government or the J conspiracy, the J word that we're not allowed to say.
But hey, then Alex Jones came out, and then guess what? More screeners.
Yeah. Well, actually, when I first started listening to Alex Jones, it was easy to get through and talk to him live on air. But
Have you talked
boy,
to
did
Alex
that change.
Jones on air before?
Yeah, I have.
All right, cool. I like Alex Jones. I mean, I think he's funny, man. He's funny as shit. I ain't gonna lie.
I used to like him, but I think he's an asshole.
Oh, no shit. He's an asshole,
Yeah.
but he's funny as hell. Dude, I'm an asshole if I need to be. But anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, fun. Alex is. It's like even though he got freaking tossed from YouTube, which kind of is a big deal, but at the same time, he's still around. He's still doing Infowars. Do your thing, Alex, man. I mean, a lot of people say, "Oh, he's been a shill the whole time." I don't know, man. But as far as politics, I don't really pay attention to all of that. But
Yeah.
I still think Alex is funny as fuck. I ain't gonna lie.
He's just so much different from the early days.
Yeah, definitely. But
He's not the. It seems like he doesn't have the same.
he doesn't
agenda.
have the same power. Well, he just doesn't have the same power. He might have the same agenda, but he doesn't have a way to wield the power that he used to have because they.
Well, and he seems like an extreme narcissist too. Like he really
Oh,
seems.
well, I don't think
extremely
he.
narcissistic.
I don't think he would deny that.
Yeah.
Which is it just kind of works towards his character. That's what I'm saying. I think he's really funny. He's creative, but other than that, I don't really think necessarily as far as like the overall objective. I don't even know what the objective is anymore because, hey, we don't have a lot of power here, on this platform. So
He has people like him. They have their uses right there. He plays his role.
no, but I mean, well, actually, at this point, he's just like invited on shows and just like, hey, I'm Alex Jones, and like, look how funny I am. He's really more of a character now. Which, hey, that's fine. He's less dangerous because even when he was dangerous, didn't actually help us. You know what I mean? Anyway, it's fine. Alex, do your thing. I think you're funny. You're a good comedian.
It helped us learn a lesson of not putting all our eggs in one basket and believing in.
Bro, I learned a shitload from Alex Jones.
Okay, me too. Yeah. I was hooked on that program for a long time, but
Yeah, you can hate on Alex Jones.
people
It's like,
change.
I think Alex Jones is shield and he's Bill Hicks. I was just like, motherfucker, I don't care what that was. I learned a lot from Alex Jones. I found Tex Mars through Alex Jones. I found freaking Bill Hicks. There's so many people, so many guests that I met and found information from people that were on Alex Jones' show.
Yeah, that you would have never heard of.
Never heard of, bro, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
So say what you want about Alex Jones. That motherfucker introduced me to so many different people that I would have never found them.
Were you a flat earther after that, or were you a flat earther at that time when you were listening to Alex?
No. I came across Flat Earth late 2015.
Oh, okay. So yeah, like you said, from the what's his name show.
Yeah, when Edward Hendry. See, like people were talking like a few months before. I mean, people started talking about Flat Earth. I was like, "This is dumb." And then Tex Mars because I was downloading Tex Mars podcast on my MP3 player to listen to. Right, so I was like, I was looking for those next Power Prophecy podcasts, right? That Tex Mars was putting out, right?
I didn't realize his was going on in 20. I didn't realize Tex Mars was still doing that in 2015.
Dude,
that blows my mind.
He kept doing it, bro, until he got replaced. Dude, I think he went for a couple years after that too. I always loved Texas. stuff. But anyway, yeah, anyway, I was like, this kind of hit me out of the blue because I was already like, oh, fucking David Wise talking about flat earth. Fuck that guy. Pardon my French. And then Tex Mars had Edward Hendry on. He's like, you know how Tex does his introductions and stuff. He's so, it's like, it's like everything's like, ladies and gentlemen, he'll talk about the worst thing, he'll talk about the Holocaust.
Be on it
But he'll just make it sound so happy.
The
He
light wouldn't
always
be
reminded me of like a TV evangelist, but like in a good way.
I
Like,
know it's like the only person that you can stand listening to that is genuine.
I'm not sure what the original question was.
No, what I was saying is he had Edward Hendry on there talking about his new book, The Greatest Lie on Earth, and that's what gave me. I was like, oh wow, because I heard Edward Hendry on Tex Mars podcast before, but this one I didn't even. And I heard other people talking about flat Earth, and I was like, it's dumb. I don't want to even look at it. But then
but you kept
Edward
hearing
Hendry,
it and it started getting stuck in your head, right?
yeah,
You're
and
like,
then that night after I left work, I was like, I don't have to look at some YouTube videos. Then I freaking started watching Mark Sargent videos and freaking Eric Bay. It was over, man.
that's so funny. That's so funny because it's basically the same for me. Because I was so deep in the rabbit hole.
There you go. Cut the shit.
All those false flags and stuff like that. I was so deep in those rabbit holes, thinking I'm learning something, and then I keep hearing flat Earth in the back of my. I keep hearing this flat Earth, and I'm like, what? Finally, and then I heard, like I said, Henry on Coast to Coast. I was like, okay, I got to get this guy's book. I gotta.
You heard him on Coast to Coast?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah, it's over after that.
Yeah, it was. It was over. It changed my whole life.
Yeah, it wasn't Caravan to Midnight, right? Because that dude won't touch flat Earth.
When did you come to the flat Earth?
Me?
No, Helio, not you.
I know, I just said that.
The other guy, when did you come to the flat Earth? Recently?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I thought I just said so about the same time Helio did. It had to be around 2015 when Hendry went on Coast to Coast.
He started promoting his new book. Yeah.
And then I went and got his book and I read it.
About the flat Earth?
I'm sorry, what?
Is the greatest lie ever told about the flat Earth?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Who's the author?
Edward Hendry.
Okay.
I think I have a PDF version.
Are you asking me a question you already know the answer to?
Yeah, Godric, what the fuck are you talking about?
Like, what are you doing? What do I feel like
I
I'm?
I have a PDF version of the book. You want me to post it?
Am I under questioning
here? They actually have the PDF here if you guys want to look at it. Holy shit!
Can you play us an audio recording, Helio?
Audio? Do you want me to read the book out? No, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, read to me, Helio.
I won't do that.
Put me to sleep.
That's not gonna happen, bro. Greatest. If I can find it.
No, I actually didn't know about that book. I learn something new every day. I came to the flat Earth in
pretty sure I have
October 16.
I have the PDF somewhere on my fucking computer, but there's so many files on my computer. I don't think I'll find it. Hold on. Greatest lie. Greatest. Oh! Holy shit! I found it. You guys ready? Boom. If you want the greatest lie on earth, the one we're talking about from Edward Hendry, here it comes.
Yeah.
Here it goes. Here's the PDF right there. Told you I had it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 51 after the hour, 4 o'clock being that hour. You're listening to this drunk ass helio skeptic.
Thanks for the This isn't necessarily a drunk cast. We're actually talking about pertinent information about flat Earth. I mean, I may be a little loopy, but I'm kind of maintaining. I mean, can you do any better?
Ladies and gentlemen, live 52 minutes after the hour, 4 being that hour. We've got a little bit sobered up now, helio skeptic on the mic.
Shit, I'm about to grab another beer. Hey, Fresh Grown Flowers, do you have anything to offer to the program?
I just would like to know from these globetards what altitude helium engages with gravity, because it's definitely not at the surface.
I think that's a chemical question, so you're going to have to ask a chemist, because these guys really don't have an answer for this helium versus gravity thing.
I think a globe would say that hydrogen hangs out around 130,000 feet, helium about 100,000 feet, and
Yeah, but that's bullshit, though. That's what I'm saying. They're going to have to ask a chemist.
And then some escapes into space, and the rest hangs out at the rim of the atmosphere.
But on the surface, where gravity should be at its strongest, measurably for us, we see zero effect. Yet, I'm to believe off of what you said that somewhere magically in the sky, there's some altitude where it just starts engaging with the gravity and begins to slow its descent and then cease its descent.
I don't know if they'll admit it gauges in gravity. What it is it just lines it up. The lightest on top and the heaviest on the bottom. So you got hydrogen, helium, oxygen, like that. Denser gases, carbon on the bottom, right? So light
Right.
on top, heavy on the bottom, and on top is, we put that dog cam up there, 120,000 feet. So that's a helium balloon. That's as high as it'll go, 120K feet. So that's as high as the helium will go.
Well, no, the helium will definitely go higher. It's just the elasticity of the balloon is stretched beyond its limitations and they all pop. So if you built something with enough elasticity and big enough, it would definitely go higher. It's just most amateur high altitude balloons are around the same size and tend to pop
So if you
right around
put
like 120 to 30.
more helium and less balloon, then it'll go higher, right? Well, how
No,
high
you
can it
still
go?
need more balloon. It's just the helium expands. That's what happens. So as it goes higher, the helium begins to expand and it stretches out the balloon. So once you get to 120, 130,000, most of these balloons that they're sending up aren't big enough to be able to expand that far.
Okay, well, how high does it go then?
Well, they all average out. And I've never seen anything above like 130,000 as far as balloon footage.
And also, isn't it very cold up there?
That's what they say, yeah.
Despite the sun being
Right. It being
closer.
even closer, yeah.
So that's something. Maybe the sun doesn't have it's not a heat source. Maybe it's a projection of some kind.
Well, even on a, and that's a good point there for a flat Earth debate, because a lot of people feel like the sun is inside this enclosed system. And what you're bringing up is the point that maybe it's not the source of heat. Because I don't know if we're allowed to talk about a particular book in here, but if you read a particular book that explains this particular place that we're at, it mentions there being daylight before the sun's ever mentioned.
Right, so daylight and the sun are independent of each other.
Correct. Even though the sun is still said to be a light, they're independent of each other. And then it also says that the separation from the daylight and the night, right, the darkness, the morning and the evening were the first day, and that was before the sun and moon were ever mentioned as well. So the morning
Genesis.
light, the morning light and the lack thereof has nothing to do with the sun being present.
And the moonlight is independent.
And the moonlight is independent as well as the starlight as well. There's 4 types of light. There's sunlight, there's moonlight, there's starlight, and there's daylight.
Hold on, you were talking about a particular book. We can talk about the Bible. It's not
okay. I'm just making sure. I didn't.
All right, cool. So the evening and the morning were the first day, right?
Correct, and that was before.
All right, this is the book of Genesis, right? And God created the heavens and the earth, and the evening and the morning were the first day. Now, evening came first, then morning, and then God said, "Let there be lights." Second day, right? It was, or maybe that was the first day too. But I mean, but that wasn't the sun.
It was like
that wasn't the sun. The sun wasn't created till the 4th day.
Right.
So sun, moon, and stars weren't created till the 4th day. So yeah, everything that happened before the 4th day was a different aspect of creation. But I mean, as far as details go, nobody can know that, to be honest. But as far as
it says in the Bible,
all right, it says in the Bible what? That sun, moon, and stars were created on the 4th day. That's what it says.
Right. And it says that they were put there to give to God.
And it says that the earth was created first before everything else.
Correct. Well, no. It says that the earth was created in the midst of the waters.
Wait.
So there was water.
Have you read Genesis 1, chapter 1, verse 1?
Yeah, it says that the deep, like the midst, like his spirit.
That's not what it says. That's not what it says. Genesis 1. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1.
There was the earth, bro.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's chapter 1. That's chapter 1, verse 1.
And the earth was without form, and the Spirit of God.
Yeah, that's verse 2.
Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters.
Yeah, but anyway, so then, the creation story, yeah, it's fascinating. It doesn't, it holds water because, hey, the earth holds water. Anyway, I'm just playing.
It's all water.
But yeah, anyway, yes, I mean, it's fascinating, and it does hold weight, water, weight, whatever. I'm talking, as far as dude, I don't even want to get into this, the deeper part of it.
Yeah,
but somebody was misrepresenting the creation story, and that's not what it says in Genesis chapter 1. So I just wanted to point that out. That's all I'm saying.
Helio, it's not your strong point.
Really, I mean, well, not right now, but I can defend Genesis chapter 1.
So any model, flat or round, that uses the sun,
What
talks about light is wrong.
Oh, I didn't know you were talking about models. I thought you were talking about the creation story.
No, I'm a full supporter of the creation story, but I think a lot of people skip over that, and I think they get reeled in by the heliocentric discussion and use aspects of it to be a characteristic in a flat Earth model, kind of
Yeah,
like
bro.
like Dave and a couple of these
they
other
exploit
guys.
people's ignorance of the actual understanding of creation idea. Which I mean, I don't fully go with like Genesis 1 as the real idea of how Earth came about. I'm just telling people that will use it. I'm just pointing out idiosyncrasy. Like I pointed out to you that you already know. I'll shut up. Everybody have fun. Make shit up all you want.
Mic check.
We can hear you.
Check.
Cool. Now I can actually talk to you guys when I'm up here in the mountains with my cousin.
What mountain range are you in? Yeah. Good times. How's the reception up there in the mountains? Oh, God.
I like the picture that shows the sunset over the waters, and there's a stream of light that goes across the whole horizon. And if it was a curved horizon, it would not be able to would not be able to transmit that light in a straight line like that. You know what I mean?
Say again, I just jumped in and missed it.
They show a picture of sun setting over the horizon, and it shows the light from all the way across the flat horizon. And they get a flashlight, and they do that, and then they get a flashlight, and they do it across a curved surface, and the light does not. The light does not go over. It just gets stuck on a curve. You know that picture? So the sun shown on the water can only work on a flat surface.
I think you're jumping in and out of service during Gouger.
What's that?
I think you're cutting in and out.
Am I Mikey?
Maybe no, if it was you or me.
Is that better?
Yes, yeah, I think that's good.
I can hear you better now.
Where Helio go? He went to bed. He passed out.
Finally.
You wish.
Oh shit. So here we go.
No, I mean, do you want me to go
Happy
to bed?
Father's Day.
You want me to shut
No,
up?
not at all.
No, you guys don't want me to be here. I mean, everybody just bitches every time I come in here and talk shit.
I
No,
wasn't
I'm just
bitching.
playing. No, nobody does.
I wasn't bitching.
People do, but nobody does. But anyway, no, thanks. Happy Father's Day to me. And,
Happy Father's Day to you too, sir.
I don't. Are you a father?
I
Well,
got
2
three.
kids.
Oh,
Makes you a
yeah.
father.
How many fathers do we have in the room
I
right
got three,
here
man.
on Father's Day?
I'm a father. Two-time father. Two-time like Ric Flair.
Oh
Two-time.
shit! I'm a. Dang, I was about to say something bad. Anyway, yeah, I'm a one-time father. I have one son that's really freaking cool. How many
And another
fathers?
one who's
How
nuts.
many fathers of daughters do we have in the house? Fathers of daughters.
I got $3.
I'm the best.
Damn,
I got
Godric
2.
probably wins that one. He's got 3 daughters.
Yep.
Damn, how do you live? You got 3 daughters and your wife. You got 4 women in the house. I ain't gonna lie. My second marriage, I did have that. I was in that situation, but none of them were my kids. I just it was a mistake. Well, dude, I loved her, it just didn't work out. But anyway, yeah, my natural born son is whatever. That's too much information. But Godric, man, wow, congratulations, man, 3 daughters. I bet you they have something special. Are they sleeping right now?
The oldest one just graduated from UCLA.
Oh, really? So they're not living at home, or
My first 2 are with my ex, and the new one is with my current.
also they ain't gonna be making you some blueberry pancakes for breakfast or anything.
That would be a pleasant surprise. Probably not.
I don't know why, but you know that song from The Little Shop of Horrors? You'll be a dentist. Why that song is in my head. Dude, Little Shop of Horrors has some great music, man. You guys remember that show?
That movie was awesome. I loved it when I was younger.
You're too young.
I didn't like that movie.
You didn't like it?
I like the funny, quote unquote, funny movies with
Yeah, with
Venus
Rick
Flytraps.
Moranis, and
Doesn't do it for me. I like different kind of movies.
Little Shop of Horrors was a hit on Broadway long before that. Rick Moranis and what's his Steve Martin, the dentist guy. Freaking, when I was a little kid when that shit came, oh, I wasn't a kid. I was like a teenager when it came out. I was just like, this is freaking cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes after the hour.
10 minutes after 5. 10 minutes. Well, it's 5 here.
5:10 Central Standard Time here in Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas.
I'm in Shingletown, California right now, in the mountains.
Also known as Misery.
We have Ricky over there in California. It's 3:10 a.m. What the hell are you still doing up there, rookie?
Man, I can do what I want.
You can do what the hell you want to anytime you want. I can do what I want anytime that I want. We have wrecked. He's listening. May not may not pipe up, but I think he's in the Central time zone too. He's in Louisiana. Matt Willis, I think he's in Central time zone as well. All those Central time zoners.
Yes.
It's like either you just woke up or you fucking been up all night, you know?
Yeah, I've been up all night.
Yeah, me too, bro. I ain't been working. I've just been up all night.
It's crew change. About to change crews.
Yeah, well, Sunday, to be honest, Sunday morning is really slow here sometimes. So, I think it's good to see people in here. Matt, you're in Central? I'm trying. Let me think. Are you in? Hold on. You're in Kansas or Missouri?
Houston.
City.
All cities in Texas. God damn. I love it. Texas. We need some more Texans in here. I'm sure Larry will approve.
Fresh grown Central Standard.
Is that Matt Will? Do I recognize the voice in the building?
Yeah, Matt Willie from Houston.
Big Matt Will in the building.
How many Central time? So we have me, Matt,
Fresheroni and cheese.
Fresheroni and cheese. Like Central timers are like leading the game. Okay.
Yeah, happy Father's Day, people.
Father's Day.
Thank you. Happy Father's Day.
Appreciate it.
Blessed with children. And the Spirit of God moved over the face of the waters. Now show me a building face. Show me a table face. What is it?
Face? The surface?
Yeah, show me the table, the face of the table. It's an analogy. So it's telling us what we live on. Genesis 1.
Dude, if you can figure out how God did it, just go ahead and say it, go ahead. I mean, if the simple explanation is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and there was the Spirit of God moved across the face of the deep, and then the waters came, the earth came from the waters and coalesced or whatever, and then he separated the I mean, if you could tell me what that means in scientific terms, I can show it, man. It's right there, bro. Like, well, God did it that way. That's the kind of the way I look at it. hey, you know what? We can look at it. What we can do with what they say about creation, when it comes to like, hey man, 14.5 billion years ago, there was like stardust coalesced all together, and we had this big bang, and then it expanded into, and then we're a portion of this, and 4.5 billion years ago, a portion of this solar system was this and that. Like, which story's better? I mean, which story do you want to believe? Which one's more scientific?
God is paramount to science.
No,
Science just tries to explain, tries to explain how it happened, but it doesn't really know.
sure, you'll never figure out how it happened. Why can be considered through spirituality, but it can't be through their idea of how to make it make sense by happenstance. It's just like something came from nothing. Yeah, well, good luck with that shit. The creationists actually have a better plausible idea than your ridiculousness. It's like, but we have science on our side. What science? There is no science in astrophysics. You're a fucking idiot. Like, well, I believe the astrophysicists. You know what the astrophysicists say? They don't really have any freaking thing to offer to you that is physically plausible. I mean, this idea of astrophysics is it's what, like 60, 70 years old, if that, and it's not even plausible. And the modern pseudoscientists will say, "Hey, man, we're way out of range of what might be plausible," and then they'll be like, "Well, motherfucker, we sent rockets to space." Like, okay, prove that, because I've seen you guys fake rockets to space. I just don't believe that they actually went there. You can believe it all you want.
Here we go.
I'm sorry.
How about the rocket landing backwards upside down? How about, what do you think about that? Is that gonna happen? The rocket going backwards and
Don't
landing
even
back.
get me started on that bullshit. Don't even get me started on that. It's impossible for those stupid SpaceX rockets to land back on a barge. All that shit was completely fake.
I saw a video today, and I'm pretty sure they just played the tape backwards and acted like they did it forward, but it was just reverse of the tape.
They couldn't even launch it from a barge, so how could they do it backwards? So anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they can land a rocket, but I think that's the stupidest shit ever.
It's just dumb. I mean, all you flat earthers just dismiss everything. It's like, all you fucking globies believe everything. What the fuck are we supposed to do with that?
No, they do show something from I want to say Cape Canaveral. So I think it's far away enough.
Sure, yeah. I mean, there are rocket launches from
trick.
Cape Canaveral. Yeah, I mean, you can stand, 15 miles away and watch the rocket go up. You don't see it go to space.
It's far enough they can do a light magic trick.
So you're saying Elon's in on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elon is the kind of guy like the world's not ready for the truth. I'm the barrier between the humans and the truth, and that's a big responsibility because I'm Elon.
Is Elon the next Stephen Hawking? He might as well be, because that motherfucker can't even talk in public and make sense.
Is Elon a future president? That's all I know. He's a future president for the U.S.
Dude, I mean, we live in Idiocracy. Have you seen that movie where it's just like, we got this motherfucker, not sure.
They're going to induct him and give him military rank and make him the head of the Space Force.
We got this. He made it through. If you guys seen Idiocracy, it's so hilarious. The guy gets through it just like happenstance. He almost gets his ass kicked, and they're like, you sound. What's the words they use? Like, your shit's all fucked up and you sound retarded or something, whatever. It's like, yeah, I'm just trying to tell you how to not water your fields with Brondo. Anyway, if you haven't seen Idiocracy, I think we're already there now.
But Brondo's got electrolytes.
Yeah, it's got electrolytes. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's like, why wouldn't you? I think you go to the drinking fountain, dude was like, can I get some water? He's like, you mean from the toilet? He's trying to drink some water from the drinking fountain. It's Brondo. And then he goes, like, can I get some water to drink? He's like, you mean from the toilet? This is how dumb everyone is. Welcome to Idiocracy. Mike Judge is a fucking genius. Like, bitches, I told you. I told you. I mean, look, we're what, a little bit past Juneteenth. Look at this shit. I promised not to talk about. Well, I didn't promise anybody not to talk about it, but I won't. Anyway, that's fucking retarded too. I'll talk about that shit on Facebook. I'll get my fucking Facebook channel banned. Talking about bullshit on this Juneteenth shit. Where's this? Do you have a squeaky chair?
Oh, that's me and my hot mic, and that's my table.
Have you ever heard that Alice in Chains song, Angry Chair?
No.
Really? You should listen to it. It's a really good song. Singing in an angry chair, angry walls that steal the air. Stomach hurts and I don't care. What do I see across the way? Hey. Pink walls are now turned to gray. Ow. This is an assignment since I'm a teacher here. Angry Chair, you have to listen to this song. I can't play it on here live because we'll get a copyright, but this one you have to actually listen to.
24/7.
All right, fresh grown flowers. Are you going to listen to this song or not? It's only like 4 minutes long. Can you listen to it? No, okay. God damn, that's the wrong link.
Come on, get it together.
Hold on. She crossed the way. Pink that is now to the gray.
If it sounds like Joan Jett, I won't listen.
I keep clicking the wrong fucking button. Here it comes. Dude, I promise you'll love this song. Watch it. I don't mind, yeah. I don't mind.
That sounds horrible.
Sounds horrible.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't buy that album.
Really?
I'm gonna go check out Gem Panda.
Your mama wouldn't like that album either because you're a big fat pussy.
I like your style, man. Oh shit!
Dude, if you don't like that song, I can't help you. I don't mind, yeah. I don't mind. Dude, that fucking song is awesome. This guy left. Did you leave?
He went to gym. He went to gyms.
No. I was asking. Who was it? Thought I was
Godric.
asking. Oh yeah. No. Godric's cool. No, he knows what's up. Hey, Fresh Grown Flowers. Have you listened to this song before? Have you ever heard it?
No, I told you. From the sounds of it, at least by your rendition, I definitely don't want to hear that.
Motherfucker! I told you to listen to that song. See, I was talking to him. You guys thought I was talking to someone else. Me and Godric are on. Dude, I was talking to Fresh Grown Flowers. I was watch this video, then come back and talk shit. Of course, by raw vocals of course it's not going to make it. Just mute your mic and listen to this video. We can't play it here live because, we might be able to, but we risk copyright strike if we do. He's just acting like he's listening to it, but he's not. I think he is. You actually listen to that? Probably not. Whatever. Because you're still fucking hot micing like you always do. Fresh Grown Flowers.
Hot micing? I didn't
Are
even know
you
my
listening to the goddamn video that I sent you here in live stream?
I didn't even know my mic was up,
All right,
and I
well,
gotta go check. Would you send it on?
hey, how about here's a good suggestion. Why don't you go ahead and mute your microphone if you're not talking? That would help us out a lot.
It's just me and you in here.
No, but we are live streaming, so if all they hear is from his fucking microphone, just like little weird fucking noises. I'm like, fuck off if you're not talking, fucking mute your microphone. God damn it. How fucking hard is that?
Not that hard.
No, it's not, is it? You guys want me to play some music or a talk show? Any recommendations? Post them in the live stream. I'll fucking play it. I ain't messed up about it. I'm messed up about this asshole that fucking said, are you talking about me and my microphone sounds weird when I'm not talking? Yes! If you're not going to talk, mute yourself. What did you do? Turn down your input sensitivity so so you can leave it open.
No, I just got off my forklift.
All right, cool. You got off your forklift. Can you listen to that Alice in Chains song and tell me what you think about it? And more than likely, you'll be like, fuck, you don't have to, because whatever. I don't care if you listen to that song because you're a punk bitch. No, that's all right. I'm a punk bitch too, man. Whatever.
Hey, good morning, Helio. Still
Good
awake?
morning. Sort of.
Sounds like you haven't slept.
Well, I'm actually trying to help people with their mic control.
Ah, all right.
So where do we go from here?
It sounds like something somebody would play while they're kidnapping you.
Oh, now he's gonna jump in and mute himself after he says something like that, while he'll leave his mic fucking open and have background noise the entire time. Now he learned mic discipline. Thank you, Fresh Flowers. He's been fucking abusing the powers, with the mic open for several hours. Now he's discovered how to utilize the mute button. Oh my God. Thank you so much. It only took threatening to actually get you to use mic control, mic discipline. Wow, this is kind of strange. But anyway. What you guys up to here on Father's Day Sunday morning?
That's right. Happy Father's Day.
Do we have a Father's Day Flat Earth special here? Oh wait, do you guys want to talk about this? I don't know what father. Are there fathers anymore? Because we have pariah. Well, see,
You're a father.
I'm trying to discipline myself. Because if I really have this display, I won't exist anymore, because, or at least in social platforms, because I'm really pissed off about this fucking weirdo. They took over my birthday month for this.
I'll cover your tracks, bro.
Well, I'm not gonna do it. But I am pissed off.
A lot of gay people are pissed off too, bud.
Dude, the gays aren't trans, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Talk about the Globers.
Yeah. But we're not going to talk about that.
Talk about the Globers.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Dude, we deal with Globe all the time. Fucking, please talk about the Globe. Please, 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 please.
Yeah, where them heliosexuals at?
Yeah, talk about the heliosexuals. Yeah, motherfucker's almost as crazy as me.
We've been through that shit already. Crazier than him.
The heliosexual. All right, so let's talk about this fucking Globe. I mean, oh shit. Why do I have to hold back? Because I have so many fucking jokes.
Write some more music. You gotta write some break.
No, it's not music. I'm talking about time. I have so many jokes that I'm about to say, but I can't say because it will get the fucking channel shut down. Oh. Y'all have fun. I was about in the mood. I'll keep it gentle as long as you guys do. I don't know if we're talking about the same thing, but I mean, it's Juneteenth and all that, but let's try to. We're gonna be pro Juneteenth. Let's see how pro Juneteenth we can do this.
I think we should make it a third holiday. Add a third holiday to today. The more the merrier.
Are you being sarcastic about Juneteenth? I mean,
No. I'm just saying, like, I think that we should make more holidays.
Especially if they're gay, because the last two letters in the name holiday are AY, so it must be gay, right? And what's wrong with being gay? Wait,
It's another word that changed the meaning. It used to be a pretty good word. Used all the time.
Yeah.
Now you're not allowed to be gay. No being happy.
Well, I mean, gay eventually was like, you're gay, you like men, you do this. Damn it. See, I told you I was about to get rocked off on the Juneteenth shit. It's like,
Talked about Alice in Chains or something then.
Oh, well, I think that Alice in Chains, those guys, when they rocked their shit, they rocked it heterosexual style.
Good God. Chicken the Frog's gay!
I told you don't get me started, bro. This is fucking crazy, bro. This is fucking Juneteenth shit. They're trying to break people like me because I will fucking go out of my mind about this Juneteenth shit. I don't fucking buy into it. I think it's the fucking stupidest, fucking weirdest shit that ever was invented. I said it last time. Well, I will say this last time, but probably not. Anyway.
They could have chose a different day, right? Or
No,
is
it's
it always
not a
the
month.
19th?
No, it's the month. They have an entire
What is
fucking
it?
month.
What is it?
I don't really
It's
fully
like we have
know.
Memorial Day. People died and bled for our country, but now this thing is Juneteenth, which is the entire month of June. We have, Black History Month in February. They have an entire month, but the people that bled and died, we have Memorial Day one day.
Okay, so it says that it's a day of freedom to celebrate to commemorate the emancipation of enslaved people in the United States. Something to do with the aftermath of the Civil War, the Emancipation Proclamation. It's only been a holiday for like 3 years, 4 years, something.
No, it's been a holiday for quite a while. I remember when I was a child, but
Juneteenth?
No, not Juneteenth. No, that's a very recent thing.
Yeah,
I mean, I know that it was, I didn't know what it was, but I know that it was celebrated all the way back in like 2010 among some people.
Dude, I'm about to be gross, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to say it. See, bro, that's what I'm saying.
If you know it's gross, then why do you want to be that way?
Well, it's gross. What I would say, and I think the people that would be like, I think they would think it's funny. They would think it's funny, but I just want to save the channel by not actually saying what I think about it. I think the other people, if I said what I was about to say, they would be like, ha ha ha. The people that are that, so they would be like, ha ha, you. I don't think they'd be offended. Be like, we're doing it anyway, nigga. I don't give a fuck, They're going to do it, But it's not.
It's hard to do,
Yeah.
I know it's just like I have to be so obscure. If I said what I was actually going to say, it would be like, hey, Helios, shut the fuck up. Go to bed. Bro, But I'm gonna listen to what you guys have to say about Juneteenth, and keep it as polite and obscure as you can.
You want to hear a funny story about my experience with Juneteenth?
Yeah.
I was in prison and got moved to this certain security level. So I went from maximum to medium, and I got shipped out to this medium yard around this whole new group of people and had a lot more access. And we
You don't have to go into great detail.
no, it's funny. I was going across the softball field one day, like you've got your outdoor track, your little softball field, the weight pit, and all this other crap. And I was walking across, and there was like all the Bloods on one side and all the GDs were on one side, and it looked like a fucking war was about to break out, right? Like all the gangs were separated out on the baseball field, and I really wasn't paying attention because I always kept my head down, like, so I just, didn't start any conversations with people. And I was walking through the middle. As it was like Moses separating the Red Sea, but the opposite. Like as I walked across the field, both sides started like coming in to each other, and I'm like, oh fuck. So I started jogging a little bit to get out of the way because I had no clue what the hell was going on. Everybody started like shaking hands with each other and shit. And I asked somebody later on, I'm like, man, I started shaking hands with people too because I'm like, hey, what's up, everybody? What are y'all doing? And then I asked somebody else later because everyone was looking at me crazy, like, what the fuck are you doing out here? I'm like, shit, I have no idea. I'm just walking across the field, man. And they're like, yeah, but that's some Black History shitters. I don't remember what they explained it to be.
Why did they all coalesce? Was it like a black?
It was like the way of the gangs, like a day of them like having peace, where they come and they shake hands and they all just like kind of hang out and have a little bit of a truce.
It was the black dudes. It was like, hey, high five, nigga, whatever. At the end of the day,
But it was me walking through the field, and it's just like hundreds of people on both sides.
yeah, you wonder if they're gonna fucking dogpile your ass or high five your ass and be like, all right, we're cool, we're cool.
I started jogging. I'm like, oh shit, let me get out of the way.
That's cool. That's cool. Hey, bro. I mean, I've never been to prison, but I've been to jail. People are fucking weird.
There's a very weird culture in there.
I've been to jail over time for like 15 days. People are weird. It's like they don't want to hurt you, but they will if they have to. And I don't want to hurt them, but I will if I have to. You know what I'm saying?
Captivity is a hell of a drug.
Captivity. You're not lying on that. That's a paradox of a statement right there.
But if you go in, if you happen to be in jail or prison, and be like, somebody don't hurt me, you have to go in and be like, I don't even know how to fight, but if I have to fuck you up, I'll do everything in my power. Because I already know you're going to try to fuck me up. I will fuck you up to the best of my ability.
No, they don't want to fuck you up. They just want to fuck you.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, wow. It's just like, don't avoid going to prison at all costs. It's just like, fuck.
That's a gay man's holiday in there, dude. There's so many gay people in there now that they don't even have like violence.
They're not even gay. They're not even gay. It's just dominance. They're not even gay. They actually would rather have sex with women, but they're
full-blown relationships with each other, like it's Jerry Springer.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just like fuck prison.
It's a means to an end.
Yeah. Don't ever go to prison.
No, it's horrible.
What I'm saying, I went to jail, but I eventually got out. But nobody, tried to do that. I just, as a matter of fact, I actually led some Bible studies in there. But anyway.
A lot of the apostles were imprisoned.
I mean, dude, what a better place to lead a Bible study. It's freaking awesome, And we do it here sometimes too. Doesn't have to be in this room, but we'd have other voice rooms if you want to talk about the Bible. There's a lot of people that want to talk about it. Jump your ass in there, talk about the Bible. Oh, no judgment. You ain't gonna go to hell.
No judgment. Yeah, no judgment.
Yeah, you ain't gonna go to hell because you believe somebody has an idea about the Bible is different.
I don't know, dude. I did yoga the other day. I might bring some demons out in here. We'll see.
Did you do the yoga while you had the live stream open? And I mean the spirits coming. We don't want you to do the yoga while you have
I'm
the live
directing it
stream
straight toward the fundies, man. I'm doing the yoga and I'm sending them vibes out to the fundies.
Helio's drunk off the spirits right now.
Anyway, yeah.
Happy Father's Day, everybody. Keep reproducing.
Hey, let me ask you guys. I mean, since you're all here talking and you want to take the piss out of me for being drunk or whatever, let me ask you. For you've been listening and participating this week. What is let's give a recap. If you've been participating, if you've talked to some globies or other flat earthers, I mean, what's the conversation been about? I've been listening in every once in a while, but I just, what is your opinion about how the server is going, and with the live streaming and coordination with the live stream?
I honestly like it, man. I like the fact that I can be here with my work schedule, working weekend nights, and I do my little social media interactions and stuff, and then when I want to dive down the rabbit hole and just drift off and get into my routine at work, I can jump on here at pretty much any time of the day, and there's always something going on, and that's really clutch to be able to have.
Awesome. I like to hear that. Anyone else? I like that too because I can just listen, and that's the reason I created the live stream, is so that we're all here all the time as support for each other and to introduce the platform to new people. So make it interesting for everyone.
I spend most of my time listening on YouTube because I watch it on my PlayStation. But this ladies' night was pretty good the other day. I think it's good that more ladies are on. I know a few weeks it's been like one or two, and it gets kind of shut down early. So,
but this last one was pretty good. I'll have to capture it because I usually record a lot of the ladies' nights. It's been inadvertent. It's not always, but I can actually capture the portion of it. So it was pretty good. Well, I heard some of it and it was good. I ain't gonna lie, it was good. So yeah, I'm gonna capture a portion of that and upload it. Good stuff. So anyone else want to speak up about their experience here within at least the past week or so?
I want to make some flyers and pass them out. because I want to get some people in here. I feel like there's no Globers.
All right, so the flyers. If you're going to pass out flyers, just
I was going to put them at the co-op. I think I already wrote one over there, right? Like
hey,
on a
Inkra,
post-it. But
guess who's hot micing again?
Go ahead and mute me, man. Can you?
You
My
want
bad.
me
I'm not.
to?
Yeah, I'm not near my phone. It's plugged in, and my bad.
I'll unmute. Let me know when I need to unmute you. Go ahead, Inkra.
did anybody bring any curvature? Any like an increment of curvature, maybe? I just want an
No,
anchor of
I
it.
was going to say, if you're going to pass out flyers, make sure that it has the QR code for the Flat Earth Discord for the server. Just pass them out, bro. They can just scan it. Boom, they can get right in here.
And if they scan that, it'll probably bring them to the Discord website, right?
Probably nothing. I mean, bro, we have a QR code. Let me send it to you. Dude, put this on the flyer.
Yeah, but
you could,
I have Discord, so
you could do it like on an 8x11 freaking printout. You can do like 12 freaking QR codes. Just like join 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. Boom, and they can freaking pull out the QR code. Boom, click, and they'll be right in here. Be like join. Well, what it'll do if they're already a member on Discord, it'd just be like join the server, and then that will lead them to the check-in room. If they're not a member of Discord, they're gonna have to create an account. But that link will make that happen every time.
yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. I hope it brings them to the like create an account page on Discord.
Yeah, so let me get you the link.
How was that show? You went to see Styx and who else did you see?
See that again?
You went to go see a show. You saw Styx and who the other day?
Oh, and Ario Speedwagon. Took my mom. Yeah.
Good show.
Oh, dude, it was pretty badass. I mean, Styx was badass. Ario.
I'm gonna try and go see Pussifer in Boston in a couple weeks.
I saw Pussifer before, and I saw Tool in Little Rock on that last tour before. When they had like 3 shows. One was in Little Rock, one was in LA, and
a few years ago.
Yeah, it was a few years ago, and I was like, "Oh my fucking god, they're gonna play in Little Rock, bro!" And I bought a ticket for my brother, and I was like, "We're gonna get a really good seats. We're not gonna be running for." As a matter of fact, I think we had better seats than if I'd have spent another $100 on the front row seat. We had such good seats for seeing the show. It was so friggin' awesome, bro.
Yeah, I saw them in February in Newark.
Yeah, it was the first time I saw Tool.
Same here.
I was there, but Perfect Circle I saw at Rocklahoma a couple years ago.
I might go try and see Billy Howardell play. He's on tour now doing a solo project. If he comes around here, I'm going to try and see him.
Yeah, that Perfect Circle show was awesome.
They're one of the best bands ever.
I know the pieces fit. I watched about the way.
It's like the first song that's the first song I heard, but it didn't stick with me. I was a kid. But later.
Well, you can't get it.
I got it. Yeah, I got it now.
Dude, it fucking hit me. Dude, I was a Tool junkie.
Yes, been me the past couple of years.
Yeah, that shit hit me when I'm in my early 20s. That's fucking 20 years ago. But at this point, I have other bands that I'm a junkie for, and y'all motherfuckers would never get why. And I couldn't explain it to you. And I like heavier freaking weird technical shit. Even though Tool's, that's what led me up to the technical weird shit. So I listen to Norwegian death metal and shit.
Like Meshuggah.
Yeah, bro. You like Meshuggah?
Meshuggah's great. I'm just getting into them though. But yeah, I kind of went the other way. I was like really into grindcore and shit like that, really jazzy stuff before Tool. And Tool kind of mellowed me out.
Well, it's just like, you know who Norma Jean is, right?
Yep, absolutely, dude. Yeah, Josh Scogan's one of my favorite vocalists. I love
Dude,
The Chariot.
fuck yeah, bro.
The Chariot's
Well,
one of
they
my
just
favorite
put a
bands.
new album out. I haven't listened to it yet. I heard the first song, and I'm kind of like, should I or shouldn't I? Because I don't want to spoil, all the other greatness that Norma Jean did, and it's just like, and that's the same way with a lot of bands. It's like, it shouldn't be redundant. And it's like Meshuggah. To a lot of people, when they listen to it, it sounds redundant to them. But it's like my favorite Meshuggah songs. It's like it's not the whole album, but it might as well be, right? Because it's a blanket. Like, stay here in the metal. I love Meshuggah, bro. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. Nobody will get that, Hey, my favorite song is from that guy over there that I heard on American Psyop.
There's a clip from that show in Newark.
Who's that? Which band is that?
Invincible.
Oh, Invincible. Well, I haven't heard that much.
Yeah, it's their new record.
How many? Maybe I haven't listened to them. I might listen to it. I've been listening to a lot of audiobooks, and I listen to you fucking guys talk about flat Earth all the time. Whatever. Shouldn't play it on here.
I didn't really like that new album at first, but it grew on me. It's mellow.
I mean, what's it related to? I mean, are they from America?
It's Tool, dude. That's new Tool.
Oh, that's new Tool. Okay.
Yeah.
That's how much I'm so broke I can't even pay attention. You know what I'm saying?
It's also how different their new record is. It's pretty ethereal. It's not as.
I mean, I have subscription if they put it out live, which I was subscribed to Google, and they were like, "Fuck you, motherfuckers! I'm putting it out myself." Well, you can't even listen to our album unless you pay us directly. That's not the case for this album.
I've been getting into Faith No More. They're so good.
Wait, are you talking about the first Faith No More?
I mean, all of their music's really good. It's not even about the vocalist for me. I do prefer Mike singing. But yeah, no, all their music's great.
Dude, I ain't gonna lie. That shit came out. I remember that. I was in high school when that shit came out. It was them and fucking Guns N' Roses, fucking Motley Crue. That was a bomb diggity, bro. And Metallica, of course. This is like 89, 90. It's it. What is it? And Guns N' that of course, I mean, I couldn't take that freaking Guns N' Roses album out of my tape player. I just played it over and over and over and over and over.
What album is that?
Guns N' Roses, man.
What? Yeah. Do you know what name it?
Shit. Everything with Paradise City. Fucking.
Oh, okay.
You know. But the second one came out when I was in college in '91.
Appetite for Destruction.
Yeah, Appetite for Destruction was the first album. Dude, I played that shit over and over again until I wore the goddamn tape out. And that was a tape. Like side 1, side 2. Flip it
I think
around.
my first tape was, I think, Third Eye Blind or something like that.
So you used audio tape to do that?
Yeah. Back in the 90s, we had tapes.
Like a little bit later, 93, 94 or whatever.
I was born in 90, so I don't know. I got a Third Eye Blind tape when I was like 5 or something.
In 90. I graduated in 91. But yeah, I mean, when Appetite for Destruction came out, bro, everybody was riding around with cassettes in their car and be like, take me down to the Palisade City where the grass is green and the girls all pretty. But I want you please take me home. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we had Soldier Boy in the parking lot.
But with tapes?
iPod click wheels.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's cool. Which I ain't. That's cool.
Times changed for us, man. I saw it all.
Dude, it's changed for me. It's like I can listen to any fucking thing I want to. Right? You can say, "Hey, listen to this." Bet you within 5 seconds I can find it. And listen to it right freaking now. Just like you posted that video. But any other thing that you've been listening to, I don't think it's necessarily appropriate to talk on live stream about it because we're just talking to each other. But
yeah.
But it's just totally different. It's like when I was a kid, it's like, hey, have you heard this? And you hand someone a tape. It's like, bro, I made this, and you actually had to take time to record something. You had a dual deck, and you had to record it while you're listening to it, and just like, then you play it back, and you're like, hey, that sounds pretty good. I'm going to share it with my friend. Have you heard of it? And then you write on there, Metallica Garage Incorporated, and then you freaking give it to him. You're like, bro, this is fucking badass. Have you ever heard it? And they're like, no. And you're like, hell yeah. Listen to it and tell me what you think. You ever seen Meshuggah live?
No, I got to see them. I need. I'm starting a bucket list.
I thought they'd never come to America. I saw them twice in about 2 weeks, and it was that was my bucket list. The first time was cool. The second time, I rode a Greyhound to see him in Dallas, which was like 2 weeks later. Like, if I'm ever going to see him, this is all I get. I'm not. I fucking loved it. I mean, I'm not regretting it all. Both shows was pretty much the same show, but let's see, Meshuggah, you got to.
I just remembered though. Yeah, it's just not flat Earth related at all. It's music, but Spiritualized is another good band I've seen in Boston, and I just found out they have a new album out. Jason Pierce is awesome.
Spiritual Eyes, one word. Spiritual Eyes, one word.
Yeah, It's one word. Spiritualized.
Check it out.
It's like shoegaze type. Brian Johnstown Massacre and them used to be close.
I have no idea what you just
It's
said.
sort of like a My Bloody Valentine style.
Oh,
mellow.
Do you like Dillinger Escape Plan?
Fuck yeah, dude. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. They're playing with Alice in Chains, aren't they? Or doing something together?
Oh, I wish. I've seen them live at Dillinger Escape Plan. Oh man, their live show is awesome. But I'm going to see Alice in Chains in the near future. But yeah, Dillinger Escape.
Yeah, Dillinger's amazing. And another one of my favorite bands is the Number 12 Looks Like You. They're similar style. Very similar. Botch. A lot of good music. Converge. I'm listening to them now. But I've been trying to share this video with people, this Pink Floyd and the Flat Earth stuff. Trying to explain to some friends at work. Because they've heard me out. They've heard all the arguments. And one in particular is like, wow, the radius is not right, you know? So now I'm trying to sort of share a few other things. And
I think you said you've only been into this for a couple months or something.
No, I've been a flat earther since 2015.
Oh well, fuck. I don't even know. Maybe I was thinking about something else. I was talking about music and shit. Is it spiritualized or spiritualized?
Spiritualized. Yeah. One word like
this.
Like,
hold on. I'm gonna play the audio for a second here. Is it this?
Yeah, I don't know. Sounds like it. Yeah, that's definitely them.
What the fuck? There's globes everywhere in there.
Globes? Where? What is that? Music video?
Fucking A, man.
Let me look it up. Globes.
Watch this shit, bro. Watch this.
I'll have to go hand him a flyer in Boston. Shit. Which one is it? The new video?
Always Together with You.
Yeah, I haven't heard any of this new stuff.
Dude, there's globes everywhere in that video. I was just like talking about this one, and I'm like, oh fuck.
I don't know. Oh, I see the globe. Yeah, jeez. Yeah, I don't know. I like their old stuff.
I haven't listened to him before, but yeah.
You might have known Spacemen 3 back in the early 90s, old band. But yeah, I've been trying to share some flat earth music with people. I played your song at work the other day, Taking Your Globe.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, what did they think of it?
I don't think they really heard much. I mean, they said it sounded good, but I don't think they were listening to the words. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Weird. People just tune it out.
Yeah, sure. Hey, thanks for playing it, though. That's
cool. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got it on my SoundCloud playlist.
That's fun.
A bunch of songs I think would work good as a flat earth song, man.
There's a bunch for parodies. Not hard to make parodies. It's hard to actually write real songs, which hey, I was playing some of my original stuff earlier tonight. Were you listening when I was playing?
No, I wasn't, but I've heard it. The Lollygadget stuff.
Yeah.
Probably a bunch of them back here.
That stuff's really good.
They will
really,
be
really good. I forget what my favorite track I heard of that is. I'm gonna look it up again. Wrong Escalator. Yeah, that song's so good.
Dude,
did you nail this note at the end of that song? I think there's like a long one of those songs you hit a long note.
Yeah, wrong escalator is one of the baddest ass ones we did, man.
Yeah.
Took the wrong escalator. This sure seems like hell, but maybe it's just another one of those damn hot days.
And Thief. I think Thief is the song with the long scream. Not scream, but
Yeah, dude, Thief. Yeah, that's where I think it's kind of ridiculous. I think it's overboard, but I mean, we put it in there. Yeah, Thief.
That's the one. Okay.
Down, 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 down.
There's another song you got to check this out. I don't know if you know the band The Contortionist. It's definitely. I don't know if you've heard Geocentric Confusion, but it's definitely a Flat Earth song. I've been wanting to do a sort of like a picture video to it. You know, hang on. I'll post the one with the lyrics.
I think I've heard of that band before. You thief, you have taken everything that I've held dear.
Yeah, it's totally a Flat Earth song. Check it out.
I'm gonna go smoke. Oh, you guys do the blinkety blank Flat Earth. Got your mama thing, and then flip it back around to the smoking the hole where where you do the all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? All that. Blinkety blank, blankety blank. We have Geocentric Confusion lyric video.
Hey, let me know what you think of the lyrics.
What is this? Your cover?
It's not my band. No. This is their song, their version of their song. But the lyrics are.
Oh, it's the original band with a lyric video.
Yeah, it's just so you can understand it.
All right, cool.
Harsh vocals mostly.
Just want to make sure.
If I wrote this song, I'd a lot more money.
You wrote this.
If I wrote this song, I'd probably be better off.
I mean, you heard that Lolly Gadget shit. If people really
That's facts.
Dude, man, we were fine. Dude, I listen to that shit sometimes. It's like, why the fuck am I not a rock star?
Anyway. Yeah, I hear you. This song is their old singer anyway, so I mean,
it's all good. I'll listen to it. I'm gonna go smoke.
Yep.
See you.
Everybody else just put it on mute and watch the lyric video if you don't like the music. It's pretty much what we deal with in here. Senseless drones. Tending to be enlightened. Oh my gosh, Ildiko. Hi. I want to buy some tuning forks.
Hi there. It's crazy.
Yeah, I watch your YouTube channel. It's great.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Same to you.
Good morning.
Fresh ground, you're hot miking, please. Medium mic. Background noise.
So who said that they wanted tuning forks?
Anchor, right below here. I'm right here below you here. Anchor, right here.
No.
You can't hear me? Oh, geez.
Crazy. Well, anyway, if you want them, all you have to do is order them.
I will. Just letting you know.
Cool. Yeah. They're fabulous. The concept is rather radically new as far as healing, but I think that sound healing, vibrational healing is very legitimate.
Likewise, I didn't necessarily want to try and get that on. I wasn't trying to start a discussion over it, but yes, no. I agree.
Yeah. So yeah, I enjoyed being here, listening to the more in-depth discussions about why the globe Earth is not real. I find them interesting, and so I often lurk in the background just listening. I have been, I'm one of the few people who believe in the flat Earth, who have a model.
Sure.
And that's because when I was much younger, I adopted the worldview of the more Eastern concept of what the Earth is, and it resembles an egg, and it portrays the Earth as a flat area at the center of the egg, with dimensions of reality moving up and down from there. And I thought that though this model can't be verified, intuitively, it felt real. And I've had that belief since I was in my 20s. And I never really realized that flat Earth was a thing until, the birth of it in 2013, 14, whenever it happened. I didn't really hear about the movement until quite recently, maybe about a year and a half, 2 years ago. But it's really quite interesting. So that's all I have to say.
It is. Someone asked for a link. I'm going to post your link there for them. Oops.
Thank you.
Give me a second. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you for what you do.
Oh, well, I don't like to talk about it much here because it's
Sure.
a kind of philosophy that is antagonistic a little bit to the general ideological mindset.
Yeah. It can definitely.
It can trigger people.
It can trigger people for sure.
Yeah. So it's not important that they be on board with it at all. I don't.
No, it's been good to see you in here though. I feel the same way, and it's all good. We'll find a way to bridge the gap eventually.
Yes. Well, it's when a new concept is being formalized, it often has to anchor itself onto something more acceptable, and that's I think why it took place, why it became so aligned with the more Christian fundamentalist point of view.
Yeah, and it's also, I think, I don't know the statistics, but I would imagine that internationally, that's like the largest worldview that people hold. So
I don't know. Maybe
not
right.
the fundamentalist version of it, but to a degree, I think people loosely hold to that dogma the most readily, which is fine. But I think there's definitely
philosophy.
We can all lighten up in different ways.
Exactly. Accept each other's point of view about the nature of reality. We don't necessarily have to agree.
The rest is speculation. So if we agree that the rest is speculation, yeah.
The Earth is flat. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt. I was thinking today, just this morning, I thought, what would happen to the community of the world if it were announced, say by NASA, that the world is flat? That it was, just a joke, that it was a globe. What do you think would happen? Do you think that would just cause an entire breakdown of society?
Yeah, I think there'd be a population drop about overnight.
I wonder.
Yeah.
In the streets, maybe. Who knows?
I don't think people would even believe it. A lot of them. They'd probably just sit around waiting for them to say they were joking. I don't know.
But, at some point, I don't know if it's going to be gradual or sudden, that people will become universally aware of it. It has to be, because the truth always wins out. And we really haven't been under the illusion of spherosity for very long compared to how long we've been on the earth. So I think that, at some point,
our subconscious is going to pick up. Yeah.
Like the 100th monkey.
Sure.
Thing. Yeah. I don't know.
Even without the 100 monkey effect, it would be like at some point it's going to have to resonate if we see it enough times, right? Like, I don't know. I think that's why some of this stuff is put into, people freak out about like the pyramids and all sorts of symbolism and stuff. But I think a lot of the time the symbolism's used just because it resonates with the subconscious and it sells.
Well, yes, of course, symbolism is, mythology is really about the human consciousness and its evolution. And so how we adopt these mythological symbols is very telling as to where we are on the psychic evolutionary road, I guess, forward. So, yeah, absolutely. But I don't know, about 3 years ago, when the flat earth movement was really revving up, there were these tours that were going around Europe, and one was planned here in America, a serious one, That's the point at which I think everything socially became, it became critical for them to distract us totally from it. I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems like retrospectively that's what happened. What do you think?
I don't know what you mean by the tours.
The flat earth dissemination of information tours.
Oh, okay. I think that it was like Martin Liedtke and them doing that one, and I think a few years ago.
The one that went all over Europe.
Okay. Yeah, I took a break from like 2017 to 2019.
Mm-hmm. during that time?
It was probably around then. I don't know. I stepped away though for a couple of years.
Being seriously broadcast, you know.
Right.
So
I remember.
Mhm.
It is interesting. Yeah, I remember there was a hedgerow that someone carved into a hillside, and it was on the news.
Yeah, and there were billboards being bought.
Billboards.
You know, the earth is flat, and there. I mean, even though the you know, it was on the media being scoffed at, but it was still on the media.
Yeah.
The major media. Not anymore. There's not a breath of mention of it anymore anywhere. So they killed it.
Yeah, that's probably when they pulled the plug too.
Yeah. There's also, you know, a huge economic reset going on at the same time. They want to introduce the centralized cryptocurrencies to wage total control over everyone, sort of the communistic model of control.
I saw something new on that yesterday, so they're definitely trying.
Oh yeah, it's going to be about 2 or 3 years, but it's all in the works. The World Economic Forum talked about it. It was one of their central agendas, you know.
Seems like they kind of crashed crypto too.
Yeah, they did. They did, because Bitcoin, apart from the other thousands of useless coins, is a true threat to their authority and control.
Centralization.
Centralization, yeah. I think it's a battle between centralization and decentralization, and Bitcoin represents the mechanism by which you can change from one system to the other. And so it's a huge threat.
Actually, one of the conspiracy theories that I think most people should be aware of now, or at least look into now. That's pretty important, really. I don't know if there's anything that can be done to prevent them from setting up a central bank, though.
Well, it's interesting because the the centralized cryptocurrency that they're proposing actually would put the banking system out of business.
Right.
And so they've created in the banking system a huge enemy. And so the only hope we have is that the infighting might delay the eventuality of that cryptocurrency becoming universal. That's I hope anyway. Bitcoin is a very difficult subject here too, because it took me over 1.5 years to really understand what the heck it was. You know, it's a very layered concept, and so it's no wonder that people are you know, people distrust and are afraid of what they don't understand, and so that's why its adoption is difficult, because it takes there's a learning curve involved in it, and people don't have the time or the interest to look into it deeply.
Yeah, once it affects their wallet, they might.
Yeah, maybe once the cryptocurrency of the governments or the government becomes every day, I think that's when people will realize that they need something else that's not under their control.
I don't think most people really are aware of the Federal Reserve, even.
No, they're not. Or the whole, you know, how it came to be, and the illegality of income tax and
fractional reserve banking.
Yes. All of the ways the Ponzi scheme actually takes place. uh, I find it fascinating myself, and so
It really is if you look at it as far as like just a blip on the radar of human history. It's these are a very fascinating time to be alive.
it is because we're moving into a very transitional phase of culture and therefore of consciousness as well.
I think that 100th monkey effect is actually it's happening more than we realize, and I think it's a matter of time until it sort of just bubbles up in the media.
Yeah. And I think flat Earth would be a real wedge in the lie. The entire lie, it would unravel it all. And flat Earth is something that most individuals, educated or not, can understand because they experience it. And so it wouldn't be as difficult as to educate them on, the nature of money. So flat Earth is, I think, very central in undoing the hypnosis almost that people are under.
Well, it really is a hypnosis. I mean, like I think I've heard someone else say that the Jesuits used to go through the third world countries, walking down the street, spinning their globe, saying, "This is where you live," and that's kind of how the globe is. It's very hypnotic.
It is. It's because the sphere is one of the most beautiful objects.
Sure.
In life, it's compelling, and that's why people are so unable to relinquish it. It's because you want it to be true.
Yeah, it's so perfect, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect. And when you look up and you see all these perfect circles in the sky, and you assume spherosity there, you just naturally assume that all of it is made the same way.
Sure.
But again, it's interesting how the idea took a long time to evolve. I mean, Pythagoras was the very first one to even propose it as a possibility. And that was how many centuries ago? So to undo it from the human psyche is it's quite a task. But again, I think it's inevitable. Time is illusory anyway, how much time it takes. It takes as much time as it takes. Anyway, I've got to go because I have a class to teach in about an hour and a half, and I've got to get there to prepare. But it was very nice to speak with you. Who are you anyway?
Likewise, same to you, anchor. I'm looking for an anchor of curvature. Yes, just one anchor will do. Any curve. Yes.
It's been a delight. Thank you. I'll speak with you again soon.
Great. Looking forward to it. Take care. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. You too.
Sure. Drive safe.
Definitely. This says it's one of the most underrated albums ever, Helios. I'm going to definitely add that to my playlist and listen to it. Helio, I can see why you recommended that Montric album. Because it sounds a lot like, it sounds similar to that Geocentric Confusion, the mid section of the song. There's a part that sounds a lot like this.
the edge?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the Earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat Earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the Earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round Earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable Earth that has its foundations on which it is laid and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the Earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the Earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the Earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the Earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the Earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 Epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert Simon gave us a glimpse of how they do it when he shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just take Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth and motion has never been experienced or proven, it would seem more logical for one to assume that we are on a flat, motionless plane and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication, internet, phones, etc.? And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer-generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe, so everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. When pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat Earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the Earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the Earth that's fixed in place. The Book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed Earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary Earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe Earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat Earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat Earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the flat Earth?
No, The Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit, gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the Flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. The Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to the gravitational acceleration in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. If that isn't the biggest turnoff, I don't know what is. The Flat Earth argument has never died. It only died down. Real Flat Earthers have always been among us, but it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubé started making a lot of noise about the Flat Earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great Flat Earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it, and also pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts. Yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. You can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X-Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well, then who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the U.S. Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite.
Why the lie?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me.
Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than ancient aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth. It's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica, with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plain around a ball and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special and with purpose. A purpose being hidden from you on purpose. We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, and it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming and mental conditioning. We were never meant to live like this, and knowledge of our flat Earth is a step in the right direction. It's something that can't be taken from us. It's the fuel that we need to let these bastards know that we won't go down in ignorance. We will not willingly accept their one world authority that wants to rule over all mind and all matter. Embrace this flat world of ours and free your mind from the globalist mind control. It's time that we stand up for ourselves and our beautiful Earth. All I want to know is, who's coming with me?
Boom.
All right, cool. Wait. Before somebody's starting something else.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that.
I was just a pause. Old dude, can someone get a word in edgewise? I mean, is there such a thing for us? I see you in the bot, which is cool, man. I'm glad you're filling up dead air. And more than likely, people will be like, "Shut up, Ilya. You shouldn't be here." I guess it's kind of. I thought. You know what? On second thought, old dude. Shit. Hey, I want to give a shout out to everyone that knows what's going on. There's a lot of craziness happening.
Did you call me, Helio?
Oh, really? Props.
What's up, buddy?
I didn't summon you. I mean, is this what
I
we're
thought I heard my name. My bad. Sorry, I'm just chilling, listening to obviously the YouTube here. I keep it constantly on in the background.
Might as well be you. I mean, so you are curious about Flat Earth because it's a curious topic.
The truth sets you free, I guess. Do you know what I mean? It's just not a bad thing, is it? And there's more evidence against the Earth being flat than round, so with common sense applied.
We're talking about physical evidence. I mean,
yeah. Well, you watch Boxer. What is it? Box Ops 2.0. You watch his videos, and you can see clearly it's flat. You know, doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. To be honest,
this fucking guy. No, so I don't watch his video. I don't even know who you're talking about. I've been doing this for freaking 6 years. I don't know who you're talking. Who's this guy you're talking about?
I'll put it in quickly. Give me a second, bro. Let me just have a look here. 1 sec. Bear with me. He's amazing.
All right, so you got this weird accent. I've got like he did. Is it some weird British like? I think is it Cockney? Is it?
Yeah, it would be. I think it would be classified as that. I'm in London City, so yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Okay. Cool. Go. Hey, I'm working on that. I'm trying to figure out the Londonese.
I don't talk much because I don't want to confuse people, and plus my knowledge base ain't as great as you guys, so I tend to listen.
Your accent is less confusing than what you're saying. So your accent we can deal with, but the information you're bringing, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't bring much information. I just try to bring more.
Well, how did you find your way to this server? And what do you think about Flat Earth? I mean, just tell us. Just give us your story.
Well, finding this server really was part of my spiritual journey. To be honest with you, I think spirituality leads you to this point. I believe I can only speak for myself, but
sure.
One of the guys from the spiritual community gave me the link here, the invitation, and I joined, quite a while back now. I couldn't tell you the time, but yeah.
So you found your way here from like another server, or you were looking at a YouTube channel and just
correct.
like, hey, I want to go talk to these flat earthers. And so I see with your roles here, but your roles aren't necessarily everything. You said globe skeptic. I see you have that role. So you've been talking to us for a while.
Yeah, for a while, yeah.
So, do you want to? You said it's like I don't want to talk, but then you talked. So I mean, you have to talk when you start talking.
I talk when only necessary.
I don't want to talk either, but this is amazing.
I don't like to be the student that teaches the teacher. I like to listen.
Student that teach. So you feeling you came in here on the flat earth side because you want to help us understand why we're wrong about flat earth?
I want to get some answers. I want to. Me personally, I'm to be honest with you, dude. If you want the honest truth, I feel like I'm at war with the rich. To be honest with you, whether it be the Rothschilds, the people that are suppressing us from.
No, I get that. I get that. So is everyone else in here in this server. But as far as the flat earth, this is the discussion here in this room. We don't get into the politics and minutia. We do sometimes get when we get emotional and be like that motherfucker, about all that kind of stuff. But as far as as far as earth shape, I know you don't want to dedicate it one side or another, and you don't have to. But have you heard the arguments on our side?
That's the video I was referring to. If you want to give that a quick look, sir.
Sure. Which one did you put in the live stream voice?
I'll put it in the live stream voice text. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that's why I tend to not say much, dude. To be honest with you, because
no, I get why you don't want to talk about it. Sorry about the audio there. But yeah, I get why you don't want to talk about it. But I mean, that's the only thing we talk about here in this room. We talk about flat Earth all day and all night. So if you want to be here, we're going to be talking about flat Earth. So if you want to speak up, we're going to be talking about flat Earth. So you sent me a 7.32 miles South Padre Island to Laguna Vista. 13 is Ooh, oh, that's interesting. Well, shit. No, I was gonna.
You know, I've heard the stories about Admiral Byrd, and I believe my knowledge base is up there. It's just I don't.
No. We rarely bring Admiral Byrd into the conversation. If you share a link and you have something to say about it, we'll take a look at your link and talk about it. I just happened to we're gonna accidentally click on something else. I'm gonna look at the video, but we're not gonna play the audio. Yeah, I'm looking at the video now, and everybody has an option to go ahead and click the link, and you can watch it too. So tell me about this video. What is that?
It's a guy from this community. He done actual in real life observations, and from what I gathered from watching the video, to be able to see that far, to see what he can see, there should be Earth curvature. When we can clearly see there's not, and it's
let me ask you this: should be Earth curvature or should not be? Now, this is. Yeah, but who told you the Earth was curved? Everybody in your entire life.
Everybody that wasn't willing to.
Dude, I like that video. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's a good one. I thought you'd like that. It's
I do like it. Good.
Should be brought to people's attention a bit more. Like the Suarez Canal, I think it's something like that. Again, that's so flat, you shouldn't be able to see us.
Yeah, it's like, where the fuck is the curve, bro?
Yeah, and this is it.
Sorry for my vulgarity, but I'm sorry, not sorry. It's just I'm gonna say the F word every once in a while. So whatever. But dude, I'm checking this video out. It looks pretty cool. I'm digging it.
Good.
Well, it's not 13-inch, but it wasn't. At the at the end of the day, I mean, you're gonna find stuff. Like if you zoom in on something that you didn't see before, did it go over the curve, or did you just find it with your high zoom camera? Because it's already there. It doesn't matter what distance. It's like, are we still doing this?
I know. I know. I know.
No, but I love the video. It's good stuff. I mean, I guess we have to continue to this because a lot of people are just like, "Hey, tell me about this flat Earth. What do you think?" And I'm always like, "Hey, do you understand both sides of the argument?" The answer is no, because we had several people here last night that were just like arguing for a globe, but they didn't even know the radius, circumference, and all that kind of stuff. Like, what should you not be able to see when you zoom in? We had a guy in there. Well, actually, that dude was actually flat Earth. But anyway, it's like, what should you see or not see based on the radius of Earth? And they just.
Are we allowed to talk about the sun not setting? I believe the sun does not set. The sun only goes out of. The sun looks like it's setting simply because it goes out of line of sight or horizon as such.
Sure, it stays in, like right now it's summertime in Arkansas, and it's like hot as hell, and the sun stays out too long for my liking.
Yeah.
It's hot as shit here.
Yeah, it's been all right over here. We had a great day Saturday, but then we had a great day Friday. Hit peak records over here, 34 degrees Celsius.
Really?
So that was beaming.
What is that in Fahrenheit? That's
I couldn't tell
like,
you.
it's probably like near 90.
Yeah, 90. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was been hot in England, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's hot here too. It's hot here too. And you're probably about as far as parallel. You're about 60 degree, no, 45, probably 45, between 30 and 45 degrees parallel, less than we are from the distance of the sun, because England, I mean, it must be cooler there, but
Yeah.
with the dry conditions, dude, I imagine you guys are sweating, aren't you?
I tend to manage it quite well, but yeah, there's a lot of people that are suffering. Like my dad, he sits there sweating sweating pretty bad. So
Is it dry conditions? You guys getting rain right now?
yeah, we got a lot of rain last night as I was listening to the show. It was heaps of rain, but at the same time very humid. So
Yeah, we got a
it's
shitload of
an
rain
odd
a few
one
days
what's
ago,
happening
but it's been
over here.
dry as hell. Which I expect that. I love that's kind of the way Earth works, right? Rain, dry,
Yeah, it's very
rain,
odd. It
dry.
is very odd. Very odd, honestly. 1 minute it's beaming, the next minute it's raining. I wouldn't be surprised if it's snowing later. You know, that's how
You know,
versatile it is.
you know what the Farmer's Almanac is? You know, it's a book.
No, I
I mean,
don't.
it's content. Dude, look it up. Just type in on your browser Farmer's Almanac.
Roger
It's
that.
there are a lot of people. There's like a team of people use the Farmer's Almanac. They of course pay attention to weather patterns and everything, but they make predictions about weather patterns from several years ahead. And if you watch the news, you're fucked because they're gonna be like global warming. Oh my god, it's hot!
Yeah, I know.
It's
I
hot
don't watch
where it's
the
supposed to
news.
be hot. Oh my god, we're just. It's like motherfucker. It's been hot this time of the day. I live in Arkansas. And it's been hot. It's in June the whole time I've lived here. Actually, at 90 degrees at this time of year, holy shit! I'm glad it's not even hotter. But anyway.
Yeah, we don't watch news in this household.
Yeah, we
But
don't either. And
it's
well,
all
I don't watch news, but
really, so it's all
I just
scripted.
well, I mean, it's just like these little, just like it's like I'm gonna watch the news and see how hot it's gonna get today. Motherfucker, you live in Arkansas and it's summertime. Doesn't matter if it goes to 90 to 105. It's gonna be hot.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Yeah, to be honest with you, I am on your side. I don't even believe I'm on the fence at this point. I'm a flat earther and I'll be that way until proven, which I'm not going to be because it's all lies. I don't even think the
Well,
IS.
how did you come across the flat Earth topic? I mean, you're here now. You're talking to flat earthers.
Well,
I
it
mean,
was
tell us your story.
mainly off of doing my own research, diving in the rabbit hole as such, and getting stuck in it. And I come across certain documentary. I think it's like Uranen or something like that. He's an English fella, and he put together a great documentary called oh God, what was it called? It's about 5 hours long, mind you, but you watch it and you just see how he exposes everything
Talking
for
about
what
Eric
it is.
DeBay. I mean, not Eric DeBay, but somebody else. Is it Mark Knight? Well, he's Australian, but I mean, yeah,
No,
there's
this is
plenty.
an English fella actually. He's really good. But his channels get deleted a lot, you see, so you got to use BitChute and things like that to be able to get his information.
I mean, there's plenty. Yeah, man, I love a lot. I follow a lot of English fellas that have their YouTube channels deleted.
It's like
Um,
What on Earth
is it
Happened, I believe it was called.
Dave? Is it Dave? He was on the
That video isn't available
he was
anymore.
in Macedonia. Did you see that video where he's in Macedonia?
That's it. This fella's found it, but it's hard to get hold of. Old dude's on the money right here. If you watch this guy, it's simply amazing. He exposes NASA. You see them on their strings, bouncing around, acting like wallies. using 3D technology. It's embarrassing.
It is.
know, and you know what? The
The most
just don't
embarrassing
care.
when you call them Wallies, that actually makes me laugh because Americans don't use that word, and that's really funny. It's like acting like Wallies.
Oh, you honestly couldn't make it up. You really couldn't make. And they give us some rusty ass photos of the moon. It's like, and we've been to the moon, and then all of a sudden we've lost the information. And then you got people like Elon Musk trying to get to Mars, and it's like his technology is obviously so much more advanced than Apollo 19.
It is so propagandized with
it's
Elon
just
Musk. It's so
what
stupid.
we got here. Hopefully, here we go. This guy's on the money as per usual. The trouble is, okay, what have we got here? They seem very short. But what on earth happened? And there was another one. Let me try and get a link. I've got a proper link somewhere. But yeah, this guy. Usually you get it off of Norb's World. He's pretty good. He tends to bring light to the people. But
Oh, Northrop. Yeah, I've seen that dude before.
yeah,
They
he's
want to
pretty
release
good.
information about
Mr.
Fox
MB,
Business.
Mr. MB 333. There's
Wait,
so
do
much
you have
insight.
hold on, props? Do you have perms to post? I can give you perms. Hold on.
I'm not sure, to be
Yeah, I don't
honest.
think you do. Hold on. Let me give you perms to post.
It gets me excited. I just feel like the public already know. They just choose to just ignore it because we want in society. You know, I could fly into the Amazon jungle right now to a tribe that's never been outside of the forest. If I was to fly in with a helicopter and told them I know everything, I know the keys to the universe, they're more likely to believe me. You know, because they're like, what the hell has this dude got? You know, and I give them a mobile phone. And I fly away, and eventually they may get bored of the mobile phone, so I'll fly back, give them a laptop. So as slowly as I'm feeding them.
Props. I just gave you what's called Lincoln bedroll. I mean, just check your roles here. You know how to use Discord. You know.
Yeah, I know how to use.
You're here, I mean, but you might be new. When you're in the room here, you're talking. When you're talking to us, follow the live stream voice text in this room.
Roger that.
Yeah, and so what I just gave you a role where you can post links and images.
Awesome. All right, cool. I won't go too over the top with it. I just feel
I mean, just if you have to post something pertinent to what you're talking about, go ahead and post it in the live stream voice text because we're all listening to what you're saying. You just post something, something while you're talking.
He's a good dude. He's following the good guy's word, the man up top's word. He's doing good work. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. I hope you guys believe that. I'm not here to waste no one's time. I'm trying to fight the good fight. And I think this is more powerful than what I think you realise what you're doing, you know. It's about time people start waking up. And I shouldn't say wake up. I can't judge them. Who am I to judge them? You know, I don't know their story, but you know, you can't argue with.
Props, you sound passionate, bro. I mean,
yeah, I'm passionate. I'm very passionate. I'm not gonna lie, I am.
So, if you want to share links, do you know how to use Discord? Are you following the live stream voice text? I mean,
Yeah. I'm constant. I'm here 24/7. To be honest with you, dude, I've always got it in the background.
Now you're here, and you can post in the live stream. You know, if you have links that you want to take, someone to take a look at, and while you're having your talk, you can actually explain.
I think what I'll do is
you don't have to just talk out of your ass. I do sometimes, talk about it out of my ass, but I also sometimes I'll have a point and I'll bring up an article or something I want to say. Now I'm being a dick.
Nice, cool. It's all good.
You're being a wally, eh?
I'm being a wally. What is a wally? That was really kind of threw me for a loop there. A wally. What is a wally?
It's just a stupid that's silly. You're just being pathetic now. You're acting like a wally, you know.
Like I'm gonna
You can't
use that
fool
one.
me.
Well, you know, if I came in and I was talking to a British guy and I'd be like, "I'm sorry, I'm being a wally," they would know exactly what I'm saying right up front. Like, they'd be like, "No, you're not being a wally." I fucking love you guys, all of you, everyone from the top to the bottom,
And we love you, my guy.
I guess you probably shouldn't, but maybe you do.
Okay, I found a brilliant link I'd love to post. I found the full.
Well, that's
Oh,
why
I
I
love.
gave you that's why I gave you perms to post. I knew you would come up with something, you know, because
There we go.
you're not a wally.
No, I can be, but at the same time, I choose not to be.
I love that video is awesome. Did you watch the whole thing?
What video were you referring to
The
here?
one you just posted.
Oh yeah, I've watched that one from start to finish. You start
Yeah, I
watching
love it.
it, and
I
it's
love it. Yeah. So you're not
complete.
a wally. You're not a wally.
No, and there's another one as well we done. It's not called The Lost History of Flat Earth. It's What on Earth Happened. That there is also brilliant. That's where he exposes NASA to the from the.
Have you watched some Wakey Wakey Biz too?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So yeah, dude, we might as well give you the flat Earth role, man. We know you're a flat Earth. This is.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not on the fence at this point. You know, this is not a trend to me. I've been doing this for years. Dude. To be honest.
I'm gonna give
But I've been doing it in my own way. I do it within my household. I try to wake my family up, but sometimes even trying to wake them up some myth because all they do is sit around watching news and TV, and they tend to put more weight on just negative. You know, they're always like, "Oh, did you hear about this? Did you hear about that?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's all distractions because what I don't know don't hurt."
Yeah, dude. But I mean, it's lost on your family. I mean, you'll meet people here. I mean, I won't say it's lost on your family, but it's not wasted time. But you know, at least they know that you're serious about it, but they
Yeah.
don't want to talk about it. You know what I mean? So they're gonna do their thing.
Yeah, because what's the word they say? Ignorance is bliss, right? And I say, well, if ignorance is bliss, I don't think that's fair. It's like you're just gonna literally sit around and take part. You know, I need them to, not just them. I need them and everybody to say, look, we ain't taking part in this no more. We can have everything if we want it. Of course, we've got to take part in. We could be so far ahead of what we are. I mean, look, there's, for instance, like people like Elon Musk, for etc. No, forget him. Actually, he's a sausage as well at sometimes.
A
But
sausage. I love it.
there's a lot of small private companies that could be a lot more ahead of what they are, but they're suppressed due to the companies, the big brand names. They make Earth's resources so expensive that you can't outdo them. If that makes any sense, do you get what I'm getting at here? There's smart people that ain't got the opportunity to shine, basically, unless they collaborate with.
Well, collaborate with who? I mean, who's going to?
Well, this is it. We'll never
you
know.
globe
You know,
or
it's
flat,
just
you know?
we'll never find out who are pulling the strings. You know, like the government and all of that. They're just puppets. They're nothing. You know, all of these presidents, prime ministers, they're all sausages. They're all of them. You know, because who are the ones that give me a national insurance number when I'm brought into this world? You know, who are they? Who, you know, is it the CIA? Is it people above them?
Well,
It can't be the Illuminati. You know, it's
when
not them.
you're raised by your mother and father, or maybe one or the other, and they said, "Hey, this is the way life is, and this is that." But we've
Yeah, but
maybe
then it makes
it's
me I'm
sort of
trapped
the
in
same
the
thing,
system.
you know.
Then
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
sorry for cutting in. That just makes me feel like I'm trapped in the system. Then I'm trying to free myself from the
Sure, but actually,
ancient
you know,
matrix.
you might feel bad or good for your mother or father. They might have built a really a good foundation for your family. So, but for the most part, most people are poor.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know. So,
understand that. I do
I'm in that
understand.
situation. I'm poor.
Yeah, I'm pretty poor myself, but
I mean,
I'm still
I just
happy.
like I'm paycheck to paycheck. I don't have any wealth.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that.
I have a fucking
But
vast.
if you was
I
given
have vast
opportunity,
intellectual wealth, but that is not doing anything for me currently.
but if you was given opportunity to do something you loved, you would do it, right? It's like everybody. If they want that new
Uh,
PlayStation 5,
dude, if people wanted to pay for my talent, they would actually friggin' pay for it. But anyway,
well, you should already have that wealth because I know
I'm
you're a
actually
guy that
just
would
some
give back.
shithead talking on the internet right now, and I make cabinets for other people.
Yeah,
That's my job.
which is pretty cool, to be honest. You
Yeah,
could be doing nothing.
I'm good at it, but I never get to see the total product. As a matter of fact,
You guys know Jesus was a carpenter, right?
dude, I
Yeah, I'm a
actually
fisherman.
wonder. I
Jesus
wonder.
was.
I mean, some of
This
the
is why Jesus.
cabinets,
This is why Jesus.
I've been.
Hold on. Just real quick, I want to say this is why Jesus was so amazing because he worked with
Yeah.
numbers and wood and all these things, right? Which had
Mhm.
nothing to do with the science aspect. So don't belittle what you do, my friend. Creations with your hands are amazing work.
Yes,
Actually,
sir. Correct. Yeah.
sure, but at the same time, I feel like I put out inferior products based on what I'm given with my hands, but I do the best with what I have to work with. Bro, I used to freaking build cabinets for corporate
But that
aircraft,
might not be your
and
only specialization. You, with your hands and with your talent, with your skills that you've got, it doesn't have to necessarily be in the field of work that you do. If you was tasked to do something else using the tools that you've already been given, I know for a fact you're the man for the job. You understand that? So you got to know your worth a little bit. Obviously, I'm not trying to belittle you or anything.
I don't need anybody to build me up because I know I'm a fucking
Yeah.
good cabinet builder. I don't need that. I just don't ever see the result of the product I'm building because I don't have the right resources to actually make it the best. If I'm building cabinets for a
Look into
house,
glass blowing. I
I
reckon you'd be
never
good at
get to
glass
see the
blowing.
finished product. I just be like, "Hey, do this the best you can," and they have this freaking ground crew that goes out there, destroys the fucking shit that I have, and just throws it in there. Like, I'll do the best I can with it. Bitch, I fucking worked on that shit all day. You better make it look good, or I'm gonna fucking kick your ass. Because I'm stuck in the shop, and I'm a cabinet guy. And I'm like, hey, be careful with that shit, because I built that motherfucker. It took me all day.
Yeah, you're not just a cabinet guy.
No,
You're not.
no, I'm not. I know I'm not.
You're partly a leader of a community that is like any other community, like a traveling community, a spiritual community, a Jewish community. Why are we not a community? Why don't we have
Did
our own
you
plot of
say a
land?
Jewish community?
Do you know what I mean, though? Like,
That's a
because
great point, and I mean, lightly I refer to the guys since I found them. I've been here for less than a week. I refer to you guys as the 24/7 Legion of Angels because you're
The
always
Legion
watching,
of
right?
Angels. Yeah, that's not a
Legion of
bad
Angels, man.
idea.
We need watchers, right? That's what we're doing. We're watching what's happening.
Actually, the reason this place exists, in my mind, and other moderators or admins might disagree, but I don't think they will. The only reason this place exists is to not recruit, but to drive traffic of
We're like
people that
soldiers
have.
of the Most High, basically.
Hold on. I'm almost. It will only take me 15 seconds to finish the statement. To actually bring people here that have questions for genuine flat earthers. Now, and it happens every day. Sometimes you can get discouraged, but you see it happen. Every single one of you see it happen all the time. New people join this server, and and then you just ask them, "How did you find the server? What do you think? What do you think?" Just ask them those simple questions. Get them to talk more than you do. Boom, solid flat Earth, man. That's what we're about. Getting new people in here. We're not here to friggin' destroy the globe. We're actually here to meet new people. That's why we're here.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand it. It's nice that I get that, but there's more. There should be more to it. We got everybody in here, but now what do we do with that? We hold the keys. Are we going to
Wait.
open the
If you
doors,
think
or are we
I'm
just going to
telling
sit
you what,
around on the sideline?
this server is for that. Just what I explained. If you
So
want
what's the
something more,
next step then?
if you want something more, you collaborate with others that you meet here and go do it.
Right.
All right.
That's exactly such a valid point. And here's the thing, right? When, again, what we're attempting to do is pull people's attention to what we observe on the daily, and we observe no motion, right? And from that point, and realizing that once you allow your mind to quiet and you allow your mind to sit still and you can observe his creation, that actually brings you closer to him. That is the process. That's all we're doing. We're opening minds and just allowing
And
people.
this is a hub. This is a hub for
Network.
people to
Yes.
find a conversation about flat Earth. If you want to do something else, don't tell us to do it. We're already here.
No, sorry,
We're
I don't
doing
mean that. Sorry, I didn't mean you to do it.
I've been doing it for
I
5 years. I mean, what are you asking me to do more than
No,
I'm
I'm not
already
asking
doing?
you to do nothing. No, sorry, sir. I'm not asking you to do nothing. You're doing
Don't
enough
call me sir.
already. So we don't need to keep you. I'm not here to make you do anything. You do what you got to do. I'm here because I've been brought here for a reason, and I'll fulfill that. Because, like Kiwi said, this is
Awesome.
just to lead me to the Most High, and whatever that is, whether it be physical,
Sure,
whatever.
Yeah.
No, I understand. I'm not here to argue with you. You do what you got to do. You do that.
We use this place just as it was stated by Helio. We use this place to network. And when you network, it allows you to open your mind and reach out. As an example, I did an interview with Clay Underseal here on the server. I did an interview with him, a one-on-one yesterday. And we just sat and talked about Jesus and his journey, how he came to learn about all that. And I took that, uploaded it on YouTube, and now it's, we're spreading that word that way. So anything that you can take, contacts, anything, and then use that to create, you may see memes that speak to you. They're like, hey, I can use this. Any information that we share here is all for your betterment to help develop your, as I call it, your evidence board.
And that's a good point, Kiwi. Anyone that wants to make content, not necessarily in this room, if you're going to a live stream from this room and make it, do an interview and you're welcome to record and on your platform or whatever. But if you want to contact others through this platform, you're welcome to do that. Nobody here is trying to stop anyone. We actually want everyone to come here. So that's why we made this place. So it's not. We're not trying to deter anyone. except for the stupid trolls on YouTube that they're anti-flat earthers, because they make asses of themselves. We already know who those are. They'll just waste our time, and we're not going to waste time arguing with those dipshits. But every single day we get dozens of new people that join the server. And if you're honest and open and you're like, hey, this is pretty cool, we can go to different rooms. We have voice rooms where you don't have to be on live stream. Go into other voice rooms like, hey, baby, let's hang out. You can talk together, and then you can actually record your conversation, put it up on your YouTube channel. Nobody here is pissed off about that. That's why we're here. We're a hub for this.
Yep, I hear you loud and clear, and I agree. That's cool. That's good enough for me. I like to chill out here, listen to you guys. I don't say much because I don't want to upset people, because I feel like I'm on a warpath at the moment. I'm a soldier of the Most High, and that's how I feel. So yeah, I think I've got a purpose in life, and that's to help other people.
You're not on a warpath, my friend. I'll tell you why you're not on a warpath. Because you are allowing yourself to ask questions, and that is your innate. You're innate. That is the balance of your heart and your brain working together to try to further develop your understanding of his creation. And there's not a warpath at all. That's a path of enlightenment. We appreciate and applaud that.
Yeah, what's the deal, man? You keep trying to leave, but you can't leave. I mean, come on, bro. We're cool, man. No big deal. Dude, I mean, it just, with your, I won't say your attitude. Hey, it's not your attitude, and I don't want to, say that on the live stream. I want you to be honest. I think you're cool, bro. I don't know why you're.
Thank you.
Trying to find your way out. I want you trying to find your way out. Actually, I gave you the flat earth role. I know you're a flat earther. Just like every time you talk, you're just like, all right, I'm trying to find your way out, bro. You're already here. Don't worry about it, man. Just talk. And I'll tell you what. Problems.
Yeah.
What you have you explored the server yet?
Yeah. Yeah, I've filtered through everything, sir. Yeah.
All right, cool. So if you don't want to be on live stream, you don't have to. And as a matter of fact, we have 25,000 people that are members of this server, and you can message any single one of them. Say, hey, let's go to a voice channel that's not live streaming. Can we talk? It's really simple. I mean, it's not even that hard.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand that. I think I'm already on. I've made a few friends already. Kiwi, etc. Old dude, we've added each other. So yeah, I'll definitely do that. I'm just here to listen, dude, and I'll take part and I'll try and make people feel a bit more happier. And that's really all I'm here to do, is just keep gaining this knowledge and let you guys, you know more than me, so you may as well speak on it rather than me.
I don't want to. That's what I'm saying. If you want to talk to somebody, I don't know. You just said like an hour ago, I'm trying to leave, but I can't because this is fun, but I don't know why. It's like, you don't have to be. And I don't either. You know what I can do is hit mute on my microphone. Lou is making fun of me in the chat, and I don't give a shit.
What's the time for you right now?
It's like 50,000 now. The 20,000 figures of the date.
20,000 what, Crit?
You said that the server has about 20,000 members? It's like 50,000 now.
No, it's not 50. Yeah, it's getting close to 28. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're one on one. We're talking. I'm talking to you, Crit. I'm talking to this dude. Like, hey, Crit, do you want to take this guy in the biblical room and talk about the Bible?
Not really.
No, I don't either. So that's why I'm here. But he's really cool. And I gave him Flat Earth role because this dude's definitely a flat earther.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about the Bible. I mean, I don't even believe in the Bible, sir. So yeah, I think, yeah, I think maybe I'm coming across here as I don't know really how. Yeah, I'm just not going to say nothing and let you carry on. And I've
You
took your.
don't have to.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not here to spread the Bible. For God's sake.
No, I'm just, as far as talking, it's like everybody has an opinion.
I'm not religious.
And you might, well, if we start getting into religious talk, everybody has an opinion about that, but we shouldn't. And that talk is for another room. This room is live streaming on YouTube. We're not going to argue about. We're not going to argue about religion in this room. If it starts happening, it's going to be shut down pretty quick.
Yeah, no, it's simply because we're live streaming. I don't want to say much. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a live stream on YouTube.
But
Really
it's not on you. Dude, I promise it's not on you. Everybody, we have many members here that get, including me, by the way.
Nice to have a talk with you, though. Obviously, it's probably the first time I've had a proper chat with you. So, yeah, appreciate your time. And I thank you for your work. And we shall continue. Who am I? Oh, does somebody cut the shit? Why does... I feel like I know this guy. Where do I know you from?
Dude, Cut the Shit's been around for a while.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time. I do recall maybe 2 years ago we had a chat. I think I believe I made him laugh at one point where I was probably drunk.
You made him laugh one time? Dude, he makes me laugh every fucking day. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Dude,
yeah, no, I get
it is hardcore, bro. He makes me laugh every
about
day.
the drink. That's it.
I'll shut up. Cut the Shit is really he's a joker, he's a smoker, and he's a midnight toker. Come on, man.
That's a good tune.
All right, did you and I waste an hour by me giving you the flat Earth roll? Come on, man. What do you know about flat? How did you find your way here?
I've just given you a 5-hour documentary on it that I can't.
I don't want your fucking documentary. I wanted your intellectual honesty.
I've just given you it. Surely I can't. What more would you expect me to?
I mean, that's from the
I've
movie.
given you observations. I've given you. I'm in agreement with you. There's not much more I can give you, dude.
I know. Hey man, I'm being an asshole. This is fun for me, but it's not actually. Dude, I'm just telling you, some other people.
I feel like it's like I can't feed it any more than what I'm doing. I'm the wrong guy for that. There could be some wallies out there or some sausages you could pull that with, but I just can't do it. Not on a live stream. I'm not no idiot. And I'm not saying you're targeting me, trolling me, but yeah, like I said, lovely to meet you. Thanks for the role. I shall take part in everything, and I shall be here for the foreseeable future. But you know,
This awesome. Don't you like this guy, man? I love you, brother, man. I love you. You're very honest. I mean, everything that you've said tonight, as far as I'm concerned, just listening to you, you've been very honest. I mean, unless somebody backs me up, I already gave him flat Earth role. I mean, was I wrong?
I
For doing that?
appreciate that. I don't think you was wrong. I'm not going to do anything to harm anybody with that role. I probably won't do much at all with it. I just feel honoured that you've
You
given
can't
me.
do anything with it. It's just a description of how we perceive you. Yeah. I think he's a flat earther. Right? I'm being a dick right now. I'll shut up. For the 53rd time, I said I'll shut up. I'll shut up this time.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you, Julius. Appreciate it, buddy.
One man at a time, we will get every single one of you. All you round folk believers.
Where can I get a bag of weed here? I want me some chips and a bag of weed, please, cut.
See, now he's getting excited. Now you know he's found his family. He's getting excited, folks.
I have to mute out. I make myself laugh. That's how you know I've got a problem.
Brother, I make myself laugh all the time, and I created a YouTube channel. What do you think that looks like? Welcome to the family, my friend. This is what it looks like when you truly find the people, when you think the same, you end up just becoming yourself.
Yeah, thank you, dude. Yeah, exactly. It's more that it's a feeling you get from within. It's like, yes, like fuck, I finally found like-minded people. I can sit down and have a half intellectual conversation without feeling brain dead. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm just feel like I'm surrounded by bots, and it's annoying. Do you know what I mean? Or maybe not, but it's definitely a feeling you know when you know. It is a journey, you know, life's an experience, and I love everything about life. And I just can't wait for, 5 years from now where we could be with this chat. Eventually it's going to be so big. I mean, it is big, not to say it's not, but
Don't and hold on a second. Just think about yourself in this though, right? Just remember what you just went through, you've discovered a lot in terms of your knowledge, right? This family is just a supplement to your journey. This chat is not the focus of your journey. Your journey is your focus, right? And these are the things where just remember to maintain self through your journey and not get lost. Okay, that's all.
Yeah,
I like
there's
to
a
hear you talk
narrow.
like this, especially on Father's Day, man. Just to hear you speak like this, that's amazing. Beautiful thing.
Yeah, I've got 4 kids as well,
How old are
unfortunately,
they? Tell me.
So my oldest is 7 in September, and my youngest boys, 2 twins, Nathan and Noah, are 3 in November, and then my littlest girl Willow, she's now turned 4, and I bring them up on my own. So I'm a solo dad of 4 because unfortunately my lady passed away in 2020.
I am so very sorry to hear this, my friend.
That's fine. Life goes on. I think I've shared this story before, but as I've only just met you, I may as well just quickly get it off my chest.
Please.
Yeah, so I've had a rude awakening in life, dude.
Hello?
And
Hello.
hi.
Good.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Welcome to the chat.
Thank you.
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah, happy Father's Day.
And who are we chatting with? Sorry, I don't have my voices active.
What's good? Little Sean is my Discord.
It's my boyfriend who has a big day.
Love it. Welcome to the chat. So sorry, you were saying during my friend.
I've lost my train of thought. You talking to me, Kiwi?
Yeah. I was just asking you were sharing earlier about you've gone through your own discovery and journey on your path.
Sorry. Yeah, so I went through what I would call the rude awakening. It was either give up or fight, and I feel like it was easy to fight, easy to give up rather, and it's hard to, everybody can fall off, but it's the people that can pick themselves back up, and that is empowerment. Maybe I'm getting lost here. I've lost my train of thought, dude. Sorry.
No stress. So empowerment. It's a good quality. That's amazing to have. So, and we had someone else join in, and I'm less than a week old in this chat, so I have no idea. I heard a female voice for the first time, because I've heard other female voices, but I haven't detected this female voice before. So who is this female voice?
There's Friday night ladies' night. Like the women of the server completely take over all operations of the server.
Yep. Yeah, No, I was there for that. What I'm saying is this lady, I didn't hear her voice on ladies' night.
Okay, I thought you said that you didn't hear any women speak on the server before. I'm like,
No.
what?
I apologize. Sorry, and I can see how I apologize. That was my mistake. It was a poor statement. This female's voice I haven't heard before. Are you a rounder or flat Earth person?
Yeah, cool. Must be in between. Looks like a donut. I'm round and flat at the same time. It's got smooth edges, me, baby. Hoorah! The curvatures.
Don't go like that.
Don't go like what?
Good day, get. How are you, my friend?
Hello.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for popping in. I appreciate you.
Nice to
How's
see
your
you
day
guys.
been? Happy Father's Day to you, my guy.
Not bad. I was just having some fun in the chat.
Sorry to interrupt. Don't go like what? Sorry, I heard somebody say. I'm confused.
Yeah. You said flat and round, and I say that doesn't go like that. Like,
why does it
can't be
not go
flat
like
and
that, mate?
curved
Why
in the
is
same
that?
time.
Did I upset you? Did I?
No. I was just
No.
messing.
What is this ego? Is this ego then, or something? What am I missing?
Oh,
Something
ego.
here?
So you're trying to say that you can have a
No.
flat
I'm not
surface
trying to
that
say
can be
nothing.
curved?
You did, sir. Sorry. Hold on. No, I'm not trying to say nothing. You jumped into the chat and said, "Don't go like that." Why? Have I upset you by being a little bit funny, having a laugh? You don't like
No.
that? Did I hurt your ego there?
I wasn't upset, mate.
Right then. So why are we actually? Why is your opinions of? Oh,
Yeah, I said it doesn't go like that. That
No,
thing,
it does
like
with me. It does
flat
with me. It
surface.
may not with you. If I've hurt your ego, don't
Oh
tell
my
me.
god.
No, not. Oh my god.
Are you gonna let me finish a sentence?
No, hold on. Yeah, you are going to finish, but he's going to get muted for a second while you do. I'm going to say something first also. Look, props. He wasn't trying to offend you in any way. I think he's pointing out a false dichotomy, or we like to be extra specific. Like round is like an overall shape. A flat is a description of the surface. Go ahead, Get.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you. So, no offense meant.
Happy Father's Day, Lou.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate
Hey,
it.
happy Father's Day. Yeah, you got that magic cup. Best dad ever.
That's every time, whatever, every Father's Day or Christmas or whatever, she's been getting me a mug, and every single time it's bigger than the last one. This thing is huge. It's like probably that's like a 24-ounce mug. I swear.
Oh. Yeah.
Happy Father's Day, though, to all the other fathers in here also.
Hey, happy Father's Day. Let's go. Congratulations. Got another Father's Day in the books.
Flat fathers.
So that dude, he got muted for like 10 seconds and then got butthurt and left.
Snowflake.
He just received his flat earth roll today, like a couple hours ago or something, and then that's happening, like it's being hostile. That's really weird. Really weird. I'm not gonna lie.
He's gonna get used. It takes time.
I mean, you were pointing
Well,
out something. You could have asked, like, okay, what do you mean by that? And then, back and forth, open communication.
No, bro,
And then you
I
just said
talked to him for like 3 hours and I gave him a flat earth roll. Come on, man. Act like that.
I heard that.
fucking happened. No, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's what I said, I guess.
That's not what you said, but okay.
I said that he received his flat earth roll like a couple hours ago or something. And then, I don't know if you were here, he was being very hostile against Get Beget for pointing out about the earth, the flat earth. There was no reason for that.
Actually, the false dichotomy he made, like a round shape and
he could have just, calm talk,
flat at the same time.
You know what's funny about that? The comment and everything. He was trying to leave like for 2 hours, and I was just like, "Hey, man, stick around," And then I was just like, "But so it was my fault for keeping him around." If you were listening, that's what I kind of was doing.
Yeah, maybe he was on the go. But
but I mean, he's definitely a flat earther. So anyway,
yeah.
What's interesting with him is I jumped in probably about 3 hours ago, and I think initially he's been here for a while, from my understanding, but he wasn't totally sold on the idea that the Earth was in fact a flat plateau, stable plateau. But within 3 hours, just with the genuine chat that took place, especially with what Helio was chatting with him, and Helio, again, you were being very genuine with him. We really started to tickle his innate and just started to open his mind a little bit. And I think there was a piece that was on, somebody had an audio piece running, which the audio piece is between like 6 a.m. Eastern or whatever it is, and in the morning anyways, that highlight what's going on really works well because people can just jump in and listen without having to engage in the chat. That's a sidebar I wanted to mention. But with respects to props, he just genuinely engaged, and I think it was more of enthusiasm may have caught him in the headlights a bit by the time Get Beget engaged. And I mean, Get Beget's a G around here, right? We all know that. So let's
so are you implying that I gave him the flat earth roll because he was enthusiastic?
No. What I'm saying, no. We don't give anybody a roll here until
we don't do that. We don't do that.
They share.
Don't worry, Helio. We're not questioning your judgment.
No, Helio, 100%. No. He shared that that long distance visual shot, right? The camera shot with the pink had like a pink hue to it. No, Helio saw it. He shared that off of YouTube, and he basically was sharing these things, and he's like, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And by the end of it, again, he was at a point of understanding and believed, and that's where he got his role.
That's where the conversation started, and I think that's a good place for all the conversations to start about flat earth.
Yeah, by the time he comes back, we'll forget about this.
No, I won't forget about it. He's really cool. I won't forget about it. He's really cool. I gave him, dude. I don't fucking willy nilly flat Earth rolls. You know. No,
I know.
but you know, is there anyone else here? I mean, it seems like we have a room full of people. You guys want to talk to some new people?
Yeah, I heard the lady in
I
here.
think the lady or the female was a girlfriend to the real owner because he came in with a comment. There was 2 on that channel or on that account.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the female who said hi and all that, and in the end there was like this dude who said, "It's my boyfriend's account and he got a big dick" or something like that. That's what I heard.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was a trolling moment.
They like to show off.
Yeah, I think it was something trolly. Look at these dumb flat earthers.
So she was like, yeah, never mind. I don't like dirty jokes. You can tell it's curved because it looks so flat.
Y'all inhibited my smoking break. I thought you guys were going to keep talking. Do you want me to play something with the Flat Earth bot? Is it already happening, or is somebody about to do it?
Nah, go for it, man.
No, I see the bot in here, but I don't see it playing. Actually, I want some recommendation. What's some latest Flat Earth news that you guys want to hear? Besides your own self-talking.
Yeah, the bot is in here, Helio, because you paused it earlier.
Oh, I paused. Oh, that was on the Dave thing, wasn't it?
We can hear that video Drace just posted. That looks interesting.
Yeah, Drace, do you have something that you want to go ahead and?
Oh, he just posted a video in the VC chat.
I can play it. It's a really interesting video on Lawrence Krauss is talking about a conference he put together with a bunch of people from different fields.
Ooh, that sounds interesting, bro.
Yeah, and
Sounds really good.
it's about confronting gravity, and in it, he admits our stance is the correct stance because they don't know what gravity is, and to show anti-gravity, they use a submarine and the buoyant force.
Hey, before you post it in the bottom, you probably know. Just hit M stop and then play it. Every time I want to play something, I always do M stop and then play.
You gotta clear the queue and run it
Yeah,
fresh.
you clear the queue.
Hey, I just returned from the Virgin Islands from a delightful event that I organized with 21 physicists. It was I like small events, and I got to handpick the people. And the topic of the meeting I made called confronting gravity, and the reason was I wanted to have a meeting where people would look forward to the key issues facing fundamental physics and cosmology. And if you think about it, they all revolve in one way or another around gravity. I remember when we did it, someone said, well, don't we understand gravity? Things fall for someone from the outside. But really, many of the key ideas that right now are at the forefront of particle physics, cosmology, relate to our lack of understanding of how to accommodate gravity and quantum mechanics. So I invited a group of cosmologists, experimentalists, theorists, and particle physicists and cosmologists. Stephen Hawking. We had 3 Nobel laureates: David Gross, Frank Wilczek, Gerard 't Hooft. Well-known cosmologists like Jim Peebles in Princeton. Experimentalists: Barry Barish, the head of LIGO, the gravitational wave observatory. We had observational cosmologists, people looking at the cosmic wave background, and we had Maria Sporopoulou from CERN, who's working on the Large Hadron Collider, which a decade ago people wouldn't have thought it was a probe of gravity, but now due to recent work in the possibility of extra dimensions, it might be. And I wanted to have a series of sessions where we would, each of us, because there was only 21 people, we could each speak, try and speak somewhat provocatively about what each person is thinking about, what the key issues are, and then have a lot of open time for discussion. And so the meeting was devoted with a lot of open time for discussion, a lot of individual time for discussion, as well as some fun things like going down in a submarine, which we did. We commandeered a submarine, and that was a delightful event where we defied gravity by having buoyancy, I guess. But and there were a number of issues we talked about. Of course, the classical gravity, even in classical gravity's got key questions. The search for gravitational waves. Gravitational waves are likely to be. I came away from this meeting, I guess, realizing that they may be easily the next frontier. For a long time, I sort of poo-pooed it in my mind because it was clear it was going to be a long time before we could ever detect them if they were there, and it wasn't clear to me what we'd learn except that they exist. But one of the key worries that I have as a cosmologist right now, as someone who's been involved in the last decade in a lot of the exciting times, I'm very proud to have proposed dark energy before it was discovered, although I must admit I never believed it when I proposed it. But I'm worried that cosmology could become like particle physics was in the 1970s and 80s and 90s. Namely, we have this model, we have these ideas and these parameters, and every experiment is consistent with this picture. And nothing tells us anything more. Nothing points to the fundamental physics beneath it. There's no direction. And it's been very frustrating for particle physics, and some people might say it's led to sensory deprivation, and which has resulted in hallucination, otherwise known as string theory. But and that could be true. But in cosmology, what we're having now is this cockamamie universe. We've discovered a tremendous amount. We discovered, okay, the universe is flat, which most of us theorists thought we knew in advance because it was the only beautiful universe. But why is it flat? It's full not of just dark matter, but this crazy stuff called dark energy that no one understands. And it was an amazing discovery in 1998 or so, experimental discovery. As I say, in 95, we already had good indirect evidence, in my opinion, that led us to think that there was dark energy. But nothing, what's happened since then is every single experiment agrees with this picture of it's consistent with these ideas from inflation. We also had a session on inflation with Alan Guth there at this meeting, talking about falsifiable. What does it predict in the context of multiverses, which is an event they're going to be talking about tonight here in New York City. And everything is consistent with the simplest predictions of that, but not in a way that you can necessarily falsify it. Everything is consistent with this dark energy that looks like a cosmological constant, which tells us nothing. It's a little subtle, but I'll try and explain it, and maybe it won't be explainable and you'll cut it out. We got this weird anti-gravity in the universe that is making the expansion of the universe accelerate. Now, if you plug in the equations of general relativity, the only thing the simplest thing that anti-gravitates is the energy of nothing. You put energy in nothing, and it's gravitationally repulsive. It's just the equations of general relativity tell you that. The symmetries of the theory require that. Now, that implies this has been a problem in physics since I've been a graduate student. It was such a severe problem we never talked about it. It's called the cosmological constant problem. When you apply quantum mechanics and special relativity, empty space inevitably has energy. The problem is it has way too much energy. It has 120 orders of magnitude more energy than is contained in everything we see. Now that is the worst prediction in all of physics. Now you might say, if that's such a bad prediction, then how do we know empty space has energy? The answer is, we know it has energy. We know at least empty space isn't empty because it's full of these virtual particles that pop in and out of existence. And we know that because if you try and calculate the energy levels in a hydrogen atom, and you don't include those virtual particles, you get the wrong answer. If you calculate, as Schrodinger did, the energy in a hydrogen atom, you get the wrong answer. And it was one of the greatest developments in physics in the 20th century to realize that when you incorporate special relativity and quantum mechanics, you have virtual particles that can pop in and out of existence, and they change the nature of a hydrogen atom, because a hydrogen atom isn't just a proton and electron. That's the wrong picture, because every now and then you got a virtual electron-positron pair that pops into existence, and the electron is going to want to hang around near the proton because it's oppositely charged. The positron is going to be pushed out to the outskirts of the atom, and while they're there, they change the charge distribution in the atom in a very small but calculable way. And it's what Feynman and Schwinger and the others did. They calculated that effect. And the effect allows us to get agreement between theory and observation at the level of 9 decimal places. It's the best prediction in all of science. There's no other place in science where, from fundamental principles, you can calculate a number and compare it to an experiment at 9 decimal places like that. So we know we have to include those things. But then when we say, if they're there, how much should they contribute to the energy of the universe? We come up not with the best prediction in all of science, but the worst prediction. Suddenly it says that empty space should have so much energy we shouldn't be here. And physicists like me, theoretical physicists, knew they had the answer. They didn't know how to get there. It's sort of like that Sidney Harris cartoon where you've got this big equation and then the answer, and the middle step says, and then a miracle occurs. And one scientist said to another, I think you have to be a little more specific at this step right here. But we knew the answer. The answer had to be 0. The energy of empty space had to be precisely 0. Why? Because you've got these virtual particles apparently contributing huge amounts of energy. And you can imagine in physics symmetries that produce exact cancellations. That happens all the time. Symmetries that produce two numbers that are exactly equal and opposite because somehow there's an underlying mathematical symmetry of the equations. So that you can understand. But what you couldn't understand was how to cancel a number to 120 decimal places and leave something finite left over. You can't take two numbers that are very large and expect them to almost exactly cancel, leaving something that's 120 orders of magnitude smaller left over. And that's what would be required to have an energy that was compatible with the upper limits on the energy of empty space. So we knew the answer was there was a symmetry and the number was exactly 0. Well, what have we discovered? Well, there appears to be this energy of empty space that isn't 0. Now, it flies in the face of all conventional wisdom in theoretical particle physics. I mean, it is the most profound shift in thinking, perhaps the most profound puzzle in the latter half of the 20th century. And it may be the first half of the 21st century, or maybe go all the way to the 22nd century. Because unfortunately, I happen to think that to resolve this problem, we won't be able to rely on experiment. Because when we look out at the universe, some people said is maybe this is something that isn't quite an energy of empty space. It's just something that's pretending to be that, that's mimicking it, but it's not quite that. And if it isn't quite that, we can measure that it's changing over time, and we can see what it is, and then we'll know the actual energy of empty space is really zero, but this is some cockamamie thing that's pretending to be an energy of empty space. And the reason people hope they'd see that is because then you could hope you'd have a handle on it. You wouldn't need quantum gravity, which is a theory we don't yet have, to understand it. One of the biggest failures of string theory's many failures, one of the biggest, I think, is that it never addressed this cosmological constant problem. You'd think if you had a theory of quantum gravity, it would explain precisely what the energy of empty space should be. And for me, it was always one of the biggest failings of the theory that it never really addressed that problem at all. And we don't have anything that addresses that problem. But if this thing really isn't vacuum energy, then it's something else, then you might be able to find out what it is and learn and do physics without having to understand quantum gravity. The problem is when we actually look out, what is out there, and every measurement we've made right now is completely consistent with a constant energy in the universe over cosmological time. And that's consistent with a cosmological constant with vacuum energy. So if you make the measurement that it's consistent with that, you learn nothing. Because it doesn't tell you that it is vacuum energy, because there could be other things that mimic it. The only observation that would give you positive information is if you could measure it was changing over time. Then you'd know it wasn't. Now, and I firmly believe it, all the evidence suggests to me that we are going to go on and keep measuring this quantity better and better and better, and we're going to find out it looks more and more like a vacuum energy, and we're going to learn nothing. And the only way to resolve this problem will be to have a theory. And theories are a lot harder to come by than experiments. Good ideas are few and far between. And what we're really going to need is a good idea, and it may require an understanding of quantum gravity, or it may require that you throw up your hands, which is what we were learning a lot of people are willing to do. In the Virgin Islands, we had a session on the anthropic principle. And what is surprising is how many physicists have really said, 20 years ago, if you'd asked physicists, do you hope that one day we'll have a theory that tells us why the universe is the way it is? They would say yes. They would say that's why I got into physics. They might paraphrase Einstein, who said, while referring to God but not really meaning God, when he said, the question that really interests me is, did God have any choice in the creation of the universe? And what he really meant by that was, is there only one consistent set of laws that works? If you twiddled one aspect of physical reality, would it all fall apart? Or are there lots of possible viable...
Yeah, and in the end, he just tries to advocate for his atheism, which is a completely illogical argument, and there's no reason to run that. I have two little clips, tiny clips. This is Why Would They Lie? Answered by Tim Pool and what's the other guy called? I forget. You'll know it when you hear it.
A long time ago, I was talking with some friends about physics and unified theories, the universe, all that really crazy, trippy stuff people like to talk about on a, maybe it's a Friday night and everyone's chilling inside, just relaxing, we're teenagers. And I was told that what we know about M theory and string theory may all be wrong. It could all be wrong. And this was from a friend whose dad was actually a physicist. And he was like, basically what his dad told him is what you got to be careful for when it comes to all this stuff are people who have dedicated themselves, their lives to some idea. Because when it turns out that idea is wrong, they cannot give it up. If you dedicate 10 years of your life to the pursuit of some idea that later turns out to be wrong, you wasted those 10 years. People can't let that happen. Their whole life would crumble all around them. So naturally, they get defensive. They get angry. And I think we're starting to see that now. In this
What happened? He got angry?
That was all. That was just his.
Oh.
That was how I would describe why they would lie from the words of, or from the mouth of Tim Pool. Here's another one on why they would lie, except it's from Tucker Carlson. Oh, it doesn't want to load.
So that little clip, that was they would lie because they devoted their life on it, or what? I was doing a little bit on the side. Sorry.
Yeah, his argument is once people are have invested enough into an idea and that they believe in, like you believe in the globe, and you go to school and you study things that are related to that, and you go work in that for a few years, and you spend all your time and energy trying to further yourself in that field, and then it's going to be really hard for that person to actually accept that everything they spent their time up to this point has been wasted. So
yeah, I mean that's what I felt like when he was describing that. I felt like he was like, "Wow, I spent all this time trying to figure this out, and eventually, it adds up to nothing."
Yeah, but I mean, also a real physicist, at least, they would also admit to themselves how many issues there is.
Hold on, real. What do you mean by real physicist?
Okay. A guy who has devoted his entire life in the field in some sort of way.
Sure, and you just heard a direct testimony from a guy that has done that.
Oh yeah, but I kind of didn't finish, but because back in like 2003 or something like that, I was in school, and my physics teacher, I was starting to after the class was done, I was like proposing some ideas around what I have heard about 9/11 with all kind of things, and he was so interested. He wanted to listen to it all, so that gave me the idea that he didn't buy the official story either. In some ways, they can be honest to themselves in some regard. That was my point.
Of course, everybody's an individual. Just because you're a physics teacher or you have dedicated your life to something doesn't mean that you cannot have critical thinking or be able to be rational about this. It's just far more common that the biases or that we are all subject to grab us.
And also, if you're an expert in physics, doesn't mean that the Earth has a shape.
Oh no, definitely not. I was merely pointing out what Dre said, that they do have critical thinking, but that from saying they have critical thinking to the point of them dismissing the bottom line worldview, like that's also a big gap,
Yeah. It's you can have a little bit of critical thinking all the way up to you can be super rigid in not lying at all and being super hardcore in that. So there's a big spectrum there of what you can be.
Yeah,
I'm a super student. I want to be connected with my professor. He said this, and you don't want to be the other guy, right? Now, I understand what you're saying, but I just, but I mean, you wouldn't do that in college. You're just going to pass the class, right? Even if you know, even if you can disprove it, but you're going to pass the class to get your fucking degree,
Yeah.
There's also the Dunning-Kruger effect, because Dunning-Kruger does not just affect people who are dumb, who think they're smarter than they are. It also affects people who are smart, who convince themselves they must be dumber than they are, because, like, this guy, Einstein, is so smart. He must be right, so I must be wrong, and I should ignore the errors I found within his shit.
Yeah, that's pretty heavy right there, bro. Especially over 100 years ago, this guy Einstein figured it out, and now we're in physics class talking about this guy Einstein, and they're intimidated by his ideas. Who the fuck is Einstein anyway?
So how I understand the Dunning-Kruger effect is like pretty much just having a great ego when they think they know better than others or something like that, right?
No, it's nothing to do with the ego. It's a bias. Dumb people
It's
generally,
more of a bias as a reaction to anything.
people generally have a tendency to believe that they're right and that believe that they're intelligent. Intelligent people have a tendency to believe that they're wrong and believe that other people are more intelligent.
I see. Okay.
It can be an effect. Dunning Kruger can be an effect of, what the guy was talking about and what Drace is talking about. I understand physics. I mean, so all these guys that are, giving us contradictions in the model that I have in my mind, that's Dunning Kruger, because the model is the only thing in your mind that can exist.
Yeah, it's Dunning Kruger when they appeal to the greater authority of science. Like they're like, oh, my model is upheld by these great minds. So they're appealing to the greater minds than them. They're saying, oh, these minds are greater than me, so I can't argue against them, and you shouldn't be able to either.
Well,
yeah, if you want to experience this, go ahead and watch Professor Day's videos.
I mean, we actually experienced this in here quite a bit when people come in here with the arguments and you guys are shooting them down and they're like, but, because they won't accept what what you guys are, for example, if you falsify the radios, they would not accept it. They will find all kind of excuses why that would be wrong,
Oh yeah, I have a great few seconds on this too, if it will play for me.
You need to value certain things in order to get any facts in hand in the first place. I mean, any statement about facts relies on having first valued things like evidence and logical coherence, right? If you don't value logic, there's no logical argument you can give someone to say that they should value it. If someone doesn't value evidence, there's no evidence you could give them to say that they should value it. Epistemology sort of bites its own tail, or picks itself up from its bootstraps.
Right. No,
that's absolutely correct. A lot of people come in here with the globe thing, and they'll say, "Hey, you flat earthers believe that." They always put up the straw man first, but at the same time, they don't even know their globe. Anyway, go ahead. I know that's not what the argument was initially, but somebody wanted to say something besides me or Drace. But yeah, Drace does a really good friggin' audio. Man, I love that. It's good stuff. So if I'll talk if nobody else is going to talk. So if you're a flat earther and you don't know that this friggin' argument, this weird argument about any form of cognizance or anything about that is hanging above your head. It's like you just know that the Earth is a globe, and you just come in and say, "Hey, you flat earthers are this." What was Drace? I'm sorry, brother. What was that one that you just brought up? To me, it looked like a shield for them. It was like a white shield in my mind. But it dissipates after this. I mean, show us the globe. I mean, how hard is that? If the Earth is a globe, it would be obvious to everyone. You can say, well, that's easy for you to say. Okay. Well, I don't know why it's so hard for you to say. Anyway, they're going to pigeonhole you on some strawman, and all of their arguments are fallacies. Like, bro, if the Earth was a globe, I wouldn't fucking be here, you know. And they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's an argument for individuality or whatever." Bro, you can say whatever you want to about me. Show me the globe, and I'll fucking shut my channel down.
Yeah, it's the burden of proof. They have the burden of proof, and they didn't want to prove it. So we went out and we tested it, and we came back with a black swan, and we showed them, "You're wrong. There's no geometric horizon." And then they went, all the light is bending, making it appear flat. That's another claim. Burden of proof still rests on them. They didn't want to prove it, so we went out and tested it. We used different wavelengths of light and tested the ground and to see if there was any magical refraction making curved balls look flat, but there was none, and so the black swan was actually accurate. We were just seeing the oil rigs right there. There wasn't any holographic images flying in the air and making things appear different. It was just what it was.
God forbid. God forbid, right?
Yes, and so essentially, they had the burden of proof, and we wanted to believe in the globe, so we tried to prove the globe true. And every time we tried, the globe just proved to be false.
Yeah.
This Earth always has been, always will be. It's the realm we stand on. It doesn't have a shape. It's the place we live on. Globies, flatties, all of us live here. You can argue about shape. The argument about shape of Earth is kind of redundant unless you're just like, I'm stuck on this globe idea. I want it to be the third rock from the sun, and I'm Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. My very educated mother just served us 9 pizzas. All that shit, right? And as a matter of fact, this weekend I think that we're gonna have the planetary alignment, which is really freaking cool in my mind, but it has nothing to do with Earth being the third one, because you can see the other 5 right above the horizon at certain places on Earth. You can see Mercury, Venus. You can't see Earth because you know why you can't see Earth? Because you're on Earth. I mean, this is difficult for a lot of people. All right, so you see Mercury, Venus. Oh, and here's a weird thing. You can see the moon. Then you can see Mars, right? Then you see Saturn. So that's the planetary alignment. Now, the moon is not part of Mercury or Venus, right? But you would see them all lined up this weekend. I haven't seen it. I don't think I can because I'm not in a position to actually view it. But dude, it's happening this weekend. All of the inner planets. Well, I would say Saturn would be an outer planet, but yeah, you can see every single one lined up. But they're calling moon one of them. But who would have guessed, right? It's wax. It's winning. It's waxing toward a new moon. But anyway.
Yeah, I wanted to continue with what I was talking about because it's not like it was even flat earthers who they can't even say flat earthers did this test and they must have done something wrong, because the truth was right in front of our face the whole time. The longest distance photograph, the Canigou picture, was taken with an infrared camera and a visible light camera right next to each other on the same spot. So visible light and infrared don't refract at the same rate, so they're fucked.
Yeah, they certainly don't. But when he was taking that image, there were other people on different parts of the lake as well. They were taking other images, correct?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah. Yeah,
The point is, Helio, that these pictures were taken at the same time in different wavelengths of the electromagnetic spectrum. The electromagnetic spectrum refracts at different rates. They claim that there's refraction in these images. We would be able to see that for a fact because of the different rates of refraction. We don't see that for a fact, so they are lying and don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Well, they just want to believe. They're under Stockholm syndrome at this point. I love my masters. I don't want to believe my own eyes. I want to make up every single kind of weirdness, bullshit, that might make the Earth be a globe, even though it's not. Very strange. Especially, if it comes down to it, it's like, well, no, I'm not going to get into it. Doomsday shit. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. Seems like it's coming, but I'm anticipating that gas prices will go down. Should it be getting back to normal before we have to worry about that shit. It seems pretty bad right now, but have faith. We're going to get back down to normal gas prices, whatever the fuck that is. But everybody might be getting excited. Don't get excited. Just, hey, if it costs you friggin' $20 more to go to work, buy that gas, go to work. My recommendation, I'm saying, what's your other option? I don't want to buy this gas, and I'm going to take out my AR-15 and we're going to shoot out. That's not an option. So, you can pay the money for your gas. Stop fucking bitching about it. It will come back down. I promise.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, freaking hang me up as a witch, in Salem, and freaking draw and quarter me. I don't fucking care. But yeah, it's all this hype about the gas prices. Yes, it's getting higher, but you still have to buy it. You still have to use it. So fucking just buy it and wait till it comes back down, and then you'll be like, why was I getting so upset? Well, if you got so upset, you might have been watching mainstream news, which that is a prescription. As a doctor of truth, don't watch anything on the mainstream news. Fox News, CNN. You might catch some clips on YouTube and shit, sometimes, but don't watch the mainstream news and don't believe a goddamn word they say. That's my doctor of truth prescription. It's worked for me so far, and I'm alive.
I mean, eliminating mainstream news definitely removes a lot of fear and stress, 100%.
And even if you see it, if you believe it, that's where you're.
Oh, yeah.
But I can't. I get physically ill when I watch it.
That's because you know that so much bullshit going around.
I know it distresses me so hard. It's like I really feel like I'm going to throw up when I watch the mainstream news.
But I mean, we can't ignore that things are happening. But there is also a lot of signs that indicate that it's kind of artificial by design.
If I have to go in public, which I'm not afraid to go in public. I mean, I go to work, come back, and I have a store that I frequent. Pretty cool store. You know, they're not like, mask, bitch. No, none of the employers are wearing masks. It's a cool little convenience store. So I buy cigarettes, and dude, if I get to work and people are just like, somebody had the thing, and they're like, which I don't work for a large company, a small company. Matter of fact, I'm not gonna get into it. It's, one of my close coworkers is like, my wife had tested positive, and I'm like, does she have symptoms? He's like, no, but she has to quarantine, and we have to be separated for a month. It's like, dude, she doesn't have she doesn't have symptoms, but she got the swizob.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah, it's fucked up. He couldn't spend time with his wife for over a week. And it's just like, is she displaying symptoms? I mean, how the fuck do you think you're going to catch it? And do you think that test even is real? But anyway, we're not supposed to talk about this.
Yeah, to be honest, like, I don't really care about the essence of those 2 years. I'm more about the behind the scenes things, like what we are experiencing now with all the inflation and what comes after.
Yeah, that's all kind of generic based on these shit that's going on in Washington D.C., but has nothing to do with oil embargo, with Russia or anything. Just whatever they say on the news, believe the complete opposite. They're telling you the truth by telling you the bullshit on the news. There is no oil embargo with Russia because people here are supporting, what is the other country? That's how much nobody gives a shit. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's a show for the masses, but we are still having an inflation like 1 year.
Oh, it's a blue and yellow. It's a blue and yellow flag. All they need is a few more colors, and it'd be rainbow support, fucking blood and carnage.
Yeah. When I talk to my friends, I always give them this picture or metaphor or something like that. Like, everything that happens in mainstream is the right hand, and this is to distract you, while the left hand is ramming you up behind, from behind. And no one notices what the left hand is doing, kind of.
So you've done magic tricks, or is it just you were just explaining how magic tricks work to you?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to paint this picture in their head so they can understand how I'm viewing it. And if the right hand is always distracting you and no one notices what the left hand is doing, for example, that the WHO is getting the control over every health department in the world and can determine whatever they want, pretty much. No one noticed that, but they notice everything in the right hand.
Only going to happen in Europe, and I feel bad about that. It's not going to happen in the USA. Because
you are both right, though. That is a principle within magic or sleight of hand where you draw their attention with one hand while you do the sneaky bit with the other one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Americans can be that safe because a lot of shit is going on over there.
No, we're not safe. I'm just saying they're not going to be able to do that, what you described in the U.S.
But let's say that they actually, because there was like this 2 day.
If they try,
But there was this, for example, there was this 2 day power out in some area in the States, and people were having to throw out food and stuff like that with this food supply by design is getting lower and lower and lower and more expensive and stuff like that. At some point, people will go from the house and will not be able to feed themselves. And when they come with the problems reaction solution thing, like, I mean, sure, you can fight it out, but you will still not be able to feed your family, you know?
We're already under that problem reaction solution. We're already under that.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, we are in the reaction part right now. They have made the problem. Gas prices rise, food prices rise, food supply goes lowers, and now we are in the reaction phase, kind of like, yeah.
Were you aware of this prior to, when you're to wherever you are now? Were you aware of that this might happen?
I mean, I've been into this kind of worldview of everything is fucked up for like almost 20 years. Like,
I ain't gonna lie, I don't have a lot of preparations for me. If shit gets really bad.
Yeah, I mean, I live in Denmark. I don't think shit's gonna hit the fan as hard here because it's such a small, close-knit country. But I am prepped up. I have food for months.
Those fucking people from the city are gonna freaking come onto your house and be like, "You got any food?" And like, no, man, I got a shotgun. Fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, I have 3 places. I have dug down food for like 2 months of each place, and I also have a bunch at home. And over the last 18 years, I have taught myself the skills of living in nature, by nature.
Awesome, man. That's cool.
And this is just because I'm a weirdo, prepper,
Hey,
whatever.
People are strange when you're a stranger.
Yeah, that resonates so much in me.
Ugly when you're alone.
Weirdness is very subjective. I, for instance, don't find you weird. I find the people who don't prep at all and walk blind into a horrible situation more
Those are the strangers, right, Dre's? Those are the strangers.
I mean, we're all different. Like, prime time for me is going off grid, leave my phone at home, build a top shelter somewhere, fire, open sky, maybe a joint, maybe some whiskey, and just enjoy a weekend by myself alone with no one in society, you know?
Yeah,
That's prime time for me.
I always wonder if there'll be enough alcohol. That's all I mean, it's not the only thing I worry about. Of course, food.
I mean, you can be God in your near area if you just buy over tons of cigarettes and tons of alcohol. If shit really hits the fan, you know.
No, I mean, sure, I know how to barter, but anyway, I was just making a joke.
Yeah. I'm just saying that in theory.
You are very right that that's gonna be very valuable currency for all of the people who are so hooked on it and cannot get it anymore. Or
maybe just teach yourself the skills of what is called moonshining, or make it or distill your own alcohol.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
If you have the right stuff, it's not even that hard to actually do it.
No, I mean, you need the setup, and who knows if that setup is gonna be at the place where you have it right now. If shit goes down, you know.
Sure, I mean, you're gonna have to have a supply of corn to actually do it, but for the most part, it's pretty easy to distill it.
But there is a few things like that. Like, sure, it costs money right now, but if shit goes down, like, it is a valuable trade currency. Like having cigarettes, for example, many people would not be able to live without that. Alcohol, maybe not so much, but then again, also pretty much, you know.
I listen to Doomsday audiobooks.
The alcohol is always going to sell, and it doesn't drop as much in value as some other things.
Yeah, and it can last pretty much forever.
It increases. You can sell like a fifth of moonshine. I can buy at the liquor store right now for $25. If I made that shit and nobody can get it at the liquor store, sell it for $60, $70. I promise. I can, but I've never made moonshine. But if I had the equipment, matter of fact, I should buy it still.
Yeah. I mean, biggest issue would be would be what's it called, storing or transporting it. If you had to move place to place.
But for the most part, I mean, if you're going to be cooking some corn whiskey, you want it to be. You don't want to move it anywhere. You don't want.
No, I'm just saying that if you were on the road and people had to live like nomads or something like that, it would be hard to get that. Would you really, waste the space for that or
Dude,
more
it's
important
hard
stuff?
everywhere. It's hard everywhere. It's hard everywhere for everyone. I think,
Yeah.
if it comes down to it, which I don't think it will. By the way, reinforcement, this is just a phase. We've been through this shit before with the high gas prices and shit. Gonna come back down. Nobody freak out.
Yeah, but I mean, if you know the money creation system, like it is bound to burst at some point, and they have
I know
introduced it.
that, and they know that, but they know if it was to completely turn into a shit show, then they would know what we would do. Even though we're chilling right now,
Yeah.
we should. But watch, I guarantee you, by the end of the year, the gas prices will be back down to about $3 a gallon. Everybody chill.
I don't know how quickly it would rebound, but just look at the communists and the people who starved in Russia. Like, people starve and things get pretty bad, but it still bounces back.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing is this Ukraine bullshit. But anyway,
If it were to go truly Mad Max everywhere, they would have no control, and that's not what they want.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. The gas prices will be back down within a few months. Just everybody chill for a minute, buy your fucking gas, go to work, and it's gonna come back down. Don't worry about it.
I 100% get what you both are saying, and I do really hope that nothing in that kind of sort happens. But if you look at the last 20 years, especially after 9/11, they have done so many riot drills, so many, so they can handle masses.
That's why they're being very careful right now, and that's why I know that what they do is push these gas prices up and get everybody talking about it, and then it'd be like, what? Fuck! Before the gas prices went up, it was under $2, but you'll never see it under $3 anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I know you're right, but also every time stuff like this happens, they are making laws and laws and laws that is not going away, even if it's just momentarily laws or temporarily laws. And at some point, there is so much implemented that the full control, full surveillance, all this kind of stuff is implemented, and it's not going away.
Yeah, the problem always walks you 3 steps backwards, and we react, and then they give you a solution that is 1 step forward, but those 2 steps are written in law now backwards.
Yes.
Dre says it works similar in Iceland. I know you guys have everybody in government's like a shithead, but
yeah.
Is it kind of similar, with the gas
Yeah, it's
prices?
horrible here.
Oh yeah.
We got the
about to
12
say,
families that we got descendants of the 12 families from Denmark who came here when Denmark took over our country.
So they pretty much
And
own.
they came as merchants, and they established themselves here, and their families still mostly control our country.
Iceland, it's kind of like go between. Like, the only reason anyone would go to Iceland is because they're going to Iceland.
I mean, at some point, Iceland was a pretty good place to be. Low gas,
Dude,
heat prices and stuff
I
like
actually
that.
watched a YouTube video of like downtown. What's the main city in Iceland?
Reykjavik.
Yeah.
I watched a YouTube video. I was like, man, that freaking looks badass, man. I thought it looked pretty cool. Like
Back in the 1980s and early 90s, we were in a pretty good space where we had like nationalized resources that were really cheap for the public, and then very corrupt government officials got into power, and they sold all of the natural resources or power or aluminum.
Well, land, they have to sell land. Every natural resource is under the land that they sold.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
you
also,
don't sell by depth.
no, dude. They actually, we had companies that were run by the government, paid for by taxes, so that we would have really cheap phone, internet, and
so there's a
electricity, and
negotiation,
really cheap
right?
heating.
Yeah.
And so they sold that for a bunch of money, which they then used to build themselves a big conference house near the water with windows. It's so dumb. They spent all of the money on our infrastructure and sold it to their friends, who then jacked up the prices.
Surprise.
We have a similar recent story here in Denmark, 2-3 years ago or something like that. The Danish government decided to sell their shares in Dong Energy, which is like one of the main energy infrastructures we have in Denmark, to Goldman Sachs for, let's say, XX dollars. Then 1 year later, Goldman Sachs sold that thing for like 10 times the value because the Danish government sold it for so little. It was like a favor for friends, you know?
Yeah, that's what happened for us as well. It was priced so low, but they used all the money as well for just completely retarded stuff. It wasn't like it was anything useful for the people they took it from.
Well, let me ask you this: the people, what's the name of the town again? The city,
Reykjavik.
Reykjavik.
Reykjavik. I can't even pronounce it. Anyway, so they were all like, "Wow, we have this contract with the United States. This is amazing. We're going to get some awesome infrastructure." And this is what they thought. And they didn't protest it, as the fucking U.S. said, "Hey, thanks so much." And your government itself said, fuck this, fuck infrastructure. We're going to build a big ass pretty building and put businesses up in it.
Well, the infrastructure was built by the Icelandic people, for the Icelandic people.
But that was before, right?
The Americans came here saying, "We'll defend you from the Nazis. Just give us some land." And we gave them some land, and they built a military base here. That base has gone now.
Sure. Anyway, we're not gonna talk about that. But yeah, Iceland is what's the population, like overall population approximately of Iceland? 200,000 maybe.
Generally around 300 to 350,000, I think.
It's actually that little?
Yeah, it's very tiny. It's
why are you laughing? I was about right.
I'm bad.
200, 300,000.
I mean, I knew that they were less than the Danish population of 5.7 million, but I didn't think it was under 1 million. But I guess I was just wrong.
Tim, imagine our country is still bigger than yours.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, is it really? Because Denmark is also Greenland. Denmark is also the Faroe Islands.
That makes Iceland
You're stealing all
badass.
the other islands.
Huh?
Yeah, you're right. You're stealing all the other islands. You used to be part of their islands.
Denmark is one of the largest countries in the world.
Greenland's pretty decent.
Yeah.
I wish we had a Finlander in here.
Finland is a nice nation.
Well, I've seen some beautiful footage from Finland. Dude, it looks badass. You guys been to Finland? Holy fucking shit, it looks badass.
No, I haven't been there personally, but
we've had somebody from Finland here before. But hey, if we say Finland 3 or 4 times, maybe a Finlander will show up in here, man. Who knows?
I like Finland's people. They are calm and collected. They are reasonable.
Yeah,
we've had, of course, Danish people all the time, but yeah, Finland. We've had a couple of Norwegians, which I love Norway too. We have Swedish people. We have people from all over Northern Europe all the time in here. Good stuff.
Yeah, me and Karma are technically 1/4 Norwegian.
Dude, I fucking love Norway. I want to go there. I don't know if I went there, I'd probably never leave. I ain't gonna lie.
Are there any Canadians in the chat besides me?
Out for a whip, are you, bud?
Sorry, say again?
No, it was just out for a whip, are you, bud? That song. There is this Canadian song one of my friends always play in another Discord. And it's
I thought Canadians actually spoke English.
I played some games with the Canadian ones, Indian Canadian, something like that, and he said out in off grid, like in the rural areas, they were like, if they had to say "don't worry about it," it was more like "do it."
It's boot.
We're not,
They say a boot instead of about, right?
Yeah.
I say about just fine, gentlemen. I think.
Yeah. I mean, I would not have guessed that you were Canadian at all.
I'm in Ontario, Canada, which is a bit of an Americanized place. Toronto, which is outskirts of Toronto.
But now that you say it, I can see it.
How about you Canadian handle this guy? Get about it. Get about it. Do it.
And I'm to hear you speak this way, it befuddles me.
I'm exaggerating, of course, for comedic value. But anyway, so who's the new guy? Asking about Canadians. Not a new guy.
No, that's Kiwi. He's been here.
Oh shit! God dang it! Well, hey, how about we just take this Sunday morning to take the piss out of each other and make fun of each other?
Oh, so good. This morning's very amazing.
Let's make fun of our white cultures, so our black friends will be like, "Yeah, they hate each other too." You know? But I love the black culture too. It's like, don't feel bad. We can make fun of each other. You know, from Canada, from Norway to North.
I'll freak you out a little bit more.
Danish, fucking German. We can make fun of the dude. Don't get me started on the French. You know, come on, man.
I grew up in Trinidad, in the islands, in the Caribbean, and I moved back up to Ontario when I was in grade 3. So I've been at the equator and then came back up to the northern hemisphere.
So, how long did you live in Trinidad?
I was born in Toronto, and then I was about 8 months old, back on the plane back to Trinidad, where I grew up with my grandparents and my mother.
Military?
No, we just traveled a lot. We had
in Trinidad? Holy shit!
Well, Trinidad's part of the British Commonwealth, right? So just like Canada is part of the British Commonwealth, it's all the same thing. So you have the guy, like my grandfather served in World War II, so he would sail through, I guess it would be the Atlantic Ocean, right? Between Canada and
of course.
Yeah, he would sail down through there, and he met my grandmother in Venezuela. They settled in Trinidad, and then eventually we had more relatives here in Toronto, and so from about a year old until grade 3, so that'd be about 9 years, I think, something like that.
Damn, you were in Trinidad for 9 years?
Yeah, well, I went from Trinidad and then over to Barbados as well. It's still in the Caribbean.
Oh, in Barbados. Oh,
yeah. But it's all flat.
That's some flat shit.
Flat
Atlantic.
It's the flat Atlantic.
The flat.
Water seeks its rest, just like and I learned from you guys.
It's pretty isolated. I mean, it's a popular island, but dude, Trinidad's pretty isolated.
Trinidad's ultimate undoing is they attempted to become, they embraced the commercialization with fuels. I believe they got into oils or something, but there was they contaminated. I think it was the north exposure of the island with fuels and stuff because there was heavy mining and stuff going on that side. So the south side, I believe, it was the south side that
Well,
stayed
it's
good.
like I'm looking at the map now. So it's northeast of Venezuela, right off the coast of Venezuela.
Yeah, and then you have the sister island, which is Tobago, which is a small island, and basically you fly from Tobago to Trinidad in about 20 minutes. The plane goes up and then it goes straight back down.
See that now? Tobago, it might as well not be an island.
Heavy it's really, it has a lot of it's an island, right? And it has the commercial, you have the
Well,
importing
I'm
that
looking
happens
at
in
Google
Trinidad.
Maps and it just says Trinidad and Tobago. So it's like they don't even consider Tobago not part of Trinidad. So
Yeah, like they bring all the commercial in through Trinidad and then
Trinidad
send it over
is
to
not.
Tobago.
It's not. Trinidad is not Venezuela, right? So
No,
all right,
completely.
but it's right next to it.
Yes, sir.
And so it's
Elijah, what's going on, dude?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How
What's
are
up,
you?
Elijah, brother? How you doing, brother?
Pretty good, man. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers in here.
Father's Day, indeed. Blessings,
So,
my friend.
I was
Like,
over
hey,
at
Elijah, are you a father?
yeah.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
Shout out to
I
my son, who's probably not going to call me today.
oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
No, it's not. I don't
Call him.
care, dude.
Call him.
I don't. I call him when I want to. I don't really. Anyway, I shouldn't have said that, but anyway, doesn't matter.
Well, I just came over from Jim Panda's. Just wanted to
Really?
have some. Yeah, just wanted to have some cool vibes, some chill conversation. You know what I mean? And
wipe that toxicity off you.
well, it wasn't all bad, man. There is a guy in there that was pretty cool, you know. And yeah, sure, the usual suspects. I mean, they're jaded, you know, and they do have an experience in this idea and feeling about us in general. And I refuse to allow them to think that of me. You know, that they can't logically come to the conclusion that I'm the way that they claim I am. Well, not on video anyway.
They should
And
know you by now, Eli, bro. They should know you by now over there.
you know, so we were talking about a little bit of the Black Swan, a little bit of how it started was I was telling Chemo that it's interesting that there's this video of a TikToker who is ridiculing or criticizing this flat earther, and what he's doing is he's using the proper rhetoric of the globe. He's telling her, "You see that horizon right there? If you're 5 foot standing right there, then the horizon would be this distance away from you. And we know that because yada yada, all the reasons that you and I actually know that, because that's what the geometry tells us. Like, okay, if the sphere is this size, then the horizon is this far, depending on how high you are above this surface. That's all it is." And I said, so obviously there's some nuance now. Now, whether that nuance is justified or not is the argument, you know, that we have with each other. But I'm not trying to have that argument. I'm trying to point out that you guys have this nuance where, no, there's more to it than, you know, the simplified, oh, this is the geometric horizon and this is where it appears to be. And so the not the normal person, but the casual observer, and sometimes the snooty ones that know the rhetoric of the globe but didn't particularly go through this discussion, they spew the correct rhetoric and they don't they don't really know that their anti-flat earthers have thrown them under the bus. And that's all I was pointing out. And it was like they were trying to have an argument with me, and I was like, bro, I'm only stating what is. I don't know how you could try to turn that into an argument, but I'm not.
Dude, at this point, I think they can make up their own flat Earth arguments against each other. You know, because dude, from what it sounds like, you know, you were talking about Black Swan. Somebody asked a question, and then everybody jumped in, and they were like, "Hey, well,
that didn't happen. It tried to happen, but I didn't let it happen because
no, I'm just saying they can make up their own flat Earth arguments against themselves. But you know, at this point,
yeah, that's what they do. Yeah,
they're just waiting for you to come in or somebody new. Like, ooh, it's like hooked one, real. And we don't have to freaking hook them. Hey, when you come in to this Discord, I can speak your mind. We don't like you. Um, you're not going to be immediately ejected. If you have respect, you're welcome here as long as you are, as long as you can be here. But just be respectful of the room, dude. I don't know how you can go over there, Eli, bro. I just don't see the point.
Well, it was a good conversation, and if I can get a clip of that conversation, that would be the point for me.
Well, hey, man, Jim, if he was recording it, I'm sure he'll let you clip it out and put it on your channel. Just message him. Jim's pretty cool, man.
When did the conversation occur?
About 15, about 20 minutes ago or so.
I can check on his channel. I can check on his channel and see if he was recording it, and I'll clip it out.
You guys, we're live on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
So
but I don't have the capability of clipping it. I would have to literally.
I can't. If he was live streaming from his channel, I can clip it out.
I'll go clip it for you right now.
I'll let him know.
I'm running OBS. I can go clip it for you right now, my guy, and send it to you. That's no stress.
Thank you so much. It's about an hour long, I think, and it begins with me trying to get Chemo's attention.
Okay, hold up.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Kiwi, how are you gonna do that?
I'm running. I have on my setup because I do this stuff on my channel, on my YouTube channel.
You're gonna go to Gem Panda's channel and clip out when he was talking to them.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on our YouTube channel, right? And I'm running OBS, so I'll record it.
Wait. You're gonna go to Gem Panda's Humans of Earth channel and capture when Elijah was talking to them. Yes or no?
Was this okay? I apologize. Was Elijah having this conversation on our Discord? Okay, which YouTube
it's in Gems. Don't pay attention to Helio right now. Helio, chill.
All right. Well, you ain't gonna get the clip. I'm gonna look it up. I'm just gonna ignore you, motherfuckers.
Getting the clip.
He's not gonna get it. He doesn't even know what to look for.
He's going to Gems to go get it right now.
Really? No, he's not. He doesn't even know what we're talking. He doesn't even know what Humans of Earth is.
Chill out, Helio. God damn it.
Wait. Okay. The guy that I'm speaking to, you know Gem Pandas, right?
Okay, Elijah. Apologies. Was this a conversation that took place on this channel?
Oh, no.
Okay.
It's a conversation that took place on Gem Panda's channel.
Okay, and this is on Discord, though?
On YouTube. But yes, through... I had it on Discord, yeah.
Shut up, Helio.
If it's broadcasting on YouTube, like it's live, I can pull it if he's live.
Right. That's so what I gotta find his channel. Give me a second.
Let me know what the name of the channel is, and I can see if I can pull it up for you. Because if you're speaking truth on it, dude, I'm all about it all day. And I know you speak truth.
I'm trying to get it from Chemo now.
Humans of Earth. I just found it. It's all good. All
Is
right.
that what it's called?
All right, I got it.
Oh, that's the YouTube. Oh, Humans of Earth is the live. Sorry, Helio. So I guess Helio was on point. I didn't. Thank you, Helio. Sorry.
Okay, so the time's running 16:22 currently now, and you said that this took place about an hour ago?
Yeah. So if you have the patience, and I appreciate you doing this, man, because I wasn't going to do it. I don't have a computer or nothing like that.
Yeah, I have it. Chemo's speaking right now. Chemo's speaking right now. Hold up.
Yeah, and the moment I start to interrupt that to tell Chemo that I have this video, that's where it begins.
Yeah, I'm pulling up. Send me yeah, I'll hit you back in a minute.
All right.
Going to capture the audio from the Humans of Earth, and you were on there, Elijah.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Because it did.
Kiwi. Elijah's called Triple OG Swan over on there. I think. Is that right?
Right. The Triple OG Swan. I forgot that that's my name. That time that we all changed our names to like Swan something. Remember my name was OJ Swanson?
Hey, don't tell anybody, but I think I see Issa in the room.
Hey, brother. So I've taken approaches from both sides. The our side that has the truth in it, and then some of the philosopher side, and figured out a way to communicate with these people, and am capable of stopping them from having a miscommunication. Now, if they want to force a miscommunication, then all I have to do is disengage, which is ultimately not what they want. So they kind of get dragged down this logical path of, damn, this dude is cool, and I kind of can't paint him as not cool, and he's saying things that are true. You know,
I'm missing out.
I'm sure they won't see it that way, but
yeah, sure. Am I missing out? I mean, are the same people over there or are new people over there? Because it's been a while since I've even attempted to go to Jim's room. And
I don't know about missing out, but I mean, I go over there, and whoever's willing to have a conversation, I'm willing to have it if they'll allow me to have it. I left because somebody by the name of Shill. I'm gonna assume it was paid NASA Shill, but I'm not sure. But his icon said Shill, and so when he came in, I tried to reason with him, but in the end, I just said, "All right, guys, gotta go." Because I told him, I was like, yo, fam, like, if you want to have a conversation, then we can have it. And so he's asking me, where's your scientific evidence for the black swan since that's your holy grail? And I'm like, well, you wouldn't run black swan through the scientific method. He's like, well, why? He says, well, why not? And so instead of fighting, he said, you don't know what it is. So instead of fighting with him and getting prideful about it, I said, well, you know what? Let's just go through let's go through this epistemologically. And you tell me what the method is I should employ, and then I'll apply it to the argument, and we'll see what the conclusion is. But he wasn't able to do that. All he did was
literally just got it. I'm getting it right now. You just said it, and I'm getting it now. So good. Keep going. Sorry.
Did you find it on Humans of Earth?
Literally, you started talking about it, and I found the exact spot and hit record, and you started talking about it. It was the craziest thing. Sorry, I just had to tell you. I found it. I'm recording it. It's all good. Keep.
But yeah, man, it was a pretty interesting you know what? Hopefully, we can play it over here. Because we gotta stop arguing with them.
I'll host
that's
it.
my thing.
Yeah, I'll host it as soon as I finish with it. I'll host it, and then I'll share the link, and then we can whatever. I don't know, but I'm excited. I'm on it, boys.
Thank you, brother. What's your name again?
It's Kiwi.
All right, man.
Yeah, it's Kiwi. Yeah, he's fairly new. You've been here a couple weeks, right, Kiwi? Maybe a little bit longer. That's all.
Nice to meet you.
Kiwi's pretty cool.
You said to him, "What was your transgression?"
I want to stop arguing. Like, that's literally all I want. I came into this whole arena. I just had a question.
Right.
And since there is no answer, why are we arguing? Like, they're saying there is an answer, and all I have to do is say, okay, I know that there's an answer on paper. You have an answer. Whether it's justified or not, there's a debate to be had, which I'm not having today. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm not willing to have the debate, but like I told the guy in one point in our conversation was, I'm willing to have it with you or anyone on one-on-one. But like you just saw right now, every time I say something that someone else is emotionally attached to, they attribute things to me that have nothing to do with me.
You
or
offend
my
their
outlook
ego.
on anything. Well, and it's like, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not telling you what you're saying is wrong. But what I'm saying, instead of arguing with me and saying, yeah, you're wrong. Yeah, you're right. Oh, you're really, blah, blah, blah. Instead of doing all of that, let's act, because what they do is argue about the conversation instead of having it. I'm tired of doing that. Let's have the conversation.
The very first statement.
You know? And if we can't have the conversation, I'll move on to someone who can have the conversation. The problem is, there's never going to be anyone who can finish and conclude that the conversation at the end of it'll never be concluded that it is a globe. And that's the problem. And that's why the conversation persists, because they just refuse to accept the truth.
The best part of what happened on Jim's server earlier, the homeboy is going to record. There's no reason to record it because you don't want it to be recorded. Which part? Is it like the first 15 minutes?
The whole thing. So from the time I started talking to the time I stopped talking.
How long was it? How long did you go for? Sorry, an hour?
Maybe about an hour.
No, that's no
maybe
worries.
a
I have
little
a
less.
timer right now, or I'm looking at their clock. It says 15:18, and I know it was like 22 after. So yeah, it's no stress. Cool.
Yeah,
as soon as
so
I'm done, I'll let you know.
basically, the conversation, I enter the conversation to basically, so Chemo is trying to tell, he's arguing with someone apparently before I got there. But then these two women show up and he's like, oh, how you doing with my two favorite ladies or whatever. And that's how the conversation starts. And I interrupt to say, hey, Chemo, and whatever. After all the pleasantries, then I say, hey, Chemo, I want you to see this video. That's how all of the conversation starts.
Well, I'm looking at that video. The gang's all there, right? Jazza. Holy shit.
Mini Minuteman.
You know, cool. I want to try to capture it. If you're going to record it, I'm going to try to see you in Elijah. 1420.
So Elijah, how much of the clip do you want?
The whole thing.
Pardon me?
The whole.
I'm on it. Okay. No stress.
Sorry, I just got a call. But yeah, the whole 50 minutes. Oh wait, hold on.
I'll just leave it later on and.
Oh, hello?
Yep.
Something was wrong with my mic. Yeah, I said the whole 50 minutes.
You said 50, right?
However long, from the time I started talking to Chemo to the time I told that last guy with the icon by the name, the icon said chill. The last thing I said, all right, well, I'm gonna bounce. And so from the beginning to that one.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the time you were talking for was approximately an hour, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Ooh, let me make a
Oh,
call
you
and I
own
will
this
be.
Jin guy bad. He's got you. He's calling you an asshole and stuff. This is juicy, man.
And I wasn't even like. That's why I want this clip because you know what? If you could get some of that too, or what they said after I left, that would be good because that would demonstrate to people like anyone who's listening to that will react to that the way they reacted to Professor Dave talking to Dave White. Or to be fair, in the same way, some normies look at Nathan Oakley and they're like, "Well, why did you respond to him like that?" Anyone who sees who's new to the conversation, which is who we're trying to reach, right, and sees this like vitriol and contempt for the other person when the other person seemingly not that I'm doing anything under the scenes, but seemingly isn't, doing anything wrong, trying to have a decent conversation. Well, that's what I want people to make up their minds about what's going on here between what we actually say versus what they say about us and how they feel and how they treat us. Not to say we don't treat them the same, but I'm trying to be different. That's all I'm saying.
Be the bigger man.
I'm gonna stop listening because yeah. I'm just set a timer running for I'll check back every 10 minutes and see where it's at. Epic.
Is it pretty good?
Dude, I'm catching little small bits just because I just run the audio and let it clip. Everything will be there, including their screen share and everything. So I'll share that on my channel, and then obviously we can share it here. With relation to the audio though, it's amazing. Like you have this guy pinned in a corner. The fact that he's already calling you names, it's beautiful.
Wait, do you plan playing it up from your own mic? Because
we could play it on the bot when we get the full clip.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It has to be a part of the YouTube then.
You guys, Lou and Jace, he who clips first wins. I think somebody is jealous. Streaming wars. I'm sorry to anyone out there who's heard the other Gemini side of me and is like, this motherfucker is being fake as hell. Hey, okay, if I'm guilty, I'm guilty. Today's Father's Day. I'm just trying to be chill today. That's all. Happy Father's Day, Lou.
Are you recording, Luke?
Yeah, thanks, man.
Are you
You
recording?
too, right? Yeah, you've got kids, children.
Yeah, I have a daughter.
Yeah, happy Father's Day to you too, man.
Thanks.
You doing anything? You doing anything with her today?
She's down in Georgia. She's down there with my mom though. So
Oh.
you know, load of video calling, but that's about it. I'm going to actually see my pops. Haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, I'm
In a
about
long
to.
while, actually.
My daughter loves to sleep in now that it's summer, and she's still in bed. But this afternoon we're gonna go to my dad's and go swimming over there.
Nice, nice. Yeah. See, the quickest way to get me defensive is to tell me that I'm trying to be condescending and to tell me that I'm trying to act all how I'm acting. Because I'm like, I'm not acting, man. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to not misconstrue your message. I'm trying to fully understand you, and then I'm trying to give you a quality and sound rebuttal if there is one. And if not, then there is not. Like that's all I'm concerned with.
Happy Father's Day to all the Papa Bears out there.
Thank you, thank you. Same to you,
Thank you.
and all the fathers.
Same to you guys. Happy Father's Day, dads.
My stepdad built a huge, like pseudo life size train set that you can ride for my little my nephews, and I got some pictures of that. That was really neat to see. So that's dad stuff, hard at work. It's like it fills the whole basement too. It's a huge thing, so it's really neat to see.
That train set thing would have been awesome, man, as a kid, having that done for you.
Yeah, Jace, that's so true. It's like listening to them gets them triggered. Yeah, and when they say no, you're wrong. What if this? Like, because that was a part of the conversation. But that guy was actually really cool. And I said, well, wait a minute. Didn't I preface it with that? He's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, I had said, aside from the casual observer or the casual inquirer, you know, there are people who are more concerned and perhaps even specialists in trying to describe certain aspects of reality as best they can. And so we're talking about those people. And I'm like, so we're actually in agreement and we're not arguing. And they keep saying, yeah, so what's your point? I was like, well, you guys keep making points to me. I'm just talking to y'all. Like, I'm not trying to make a point. I'm not trying to gotcha. Like, you already know I know the earth is flat. Like, so I'm not trying to gotcha you. You know that already. I'm not here to talk about that. You know what I know. I know what you know. Like, so I'm just here having a conversation to the people who haven't had a conversation with me before. They're making points, and I'm addressing them. And then Jim Panda comes in and says, "No, how dare you characterize normies as lesser whatever he said." I don't even want to straw man him because that'll be a whole thing. But you'll hear it in the clip, and I'm like, bro, I'm not even. Sam, you got it. If I said something to offend the normies, I apologize, bro. Whatever. It's like I'm not interested in arguing for 5 minutes about nothing. I only came here to have a good conversation, and if there's a conversation to be had where new discovery can happen, I'm all for it. If not, then I'm probably there to bullshit and laugh and kiki, but I'm definitely not there to argue. But definitely not. Because I'm not about to argue with 5 dudes who are gonna basically mischaracterize everything that I would think or say while being muted because I'm upset that I'm being gaslit, which is what happens. So if I know that happens, why would I keep letting that happen? I got to take a different approach. And so every time I walk in there and say what I say, there's a lot of resistance from them, a lot of comments from me, so we get to a point of, well, damn, the room's quiet now. Yeah, I like that shit. Relax yourselves. Have some tea. They hate that shit, but I love it.
Elijah, do you have like a channel, or are you public figure or anything, or are you just a dude?
I'm just a dude, man.
That's awesome. I love it. So if I
Thank you.
write like featuring Elijah, you're good with that?
Yep, sure. My rap name is Anomalous.
Anomalous?
Yep, and my
Can you
name is.
Do you have like a link, or can you send me a?
No. I'm sorry. Like,
Okay.
my actual artist name, and I'm not famous or anything. I don't have any. See, the thing is, I don't have. I apparently, I don't like. I'm more of a person people know of.
Right.
But I'm not really well documented. And for whatever reason that is what it is. I do have a channel. My name is Young LEF. But
Yep, LEF.
when I say my name is Anomalous, that's because when I did when I started doing the songs in here, I like the name Anomalous because of its definition. And so that
Right.
I only told you that because just for no reason other than, you know, no real
Well, I
reason.
asked, which I appreciate. Thank you for the
Yeah.
explanation, my friend.
No doubt, no doubt. I may start a channel. I don't know. I mean, to have a whole bunch of trolls come at me is like, that's not really, I don't see that as effective. And other people are already doing that. And I'm already supporting their cause. So I'm just trying to find a way that I can be effective. I just don't know what that is.
It's funny because with the attraction of trolls, you still attract attention, and I implore the trolls. I love the trolls. I love the positive, negative. To me, it's all, as long as you're pointing at the same thing. It's up to the person seeing it. They can objectify, see it however they want. At the end of the day, they can't hold you responsible for what you show them, or they can hold you responsible for what you show them. Actually, just let them be able to see it. That's what we're trying to do. Just stop for a minute and look beyond what you're being told.
I'm going to switch mics, so if it sounds bad, let me know.
Can you name one?
Mic check.
Sound good.
Okay, good. Thank you. And I also like to thank Gregory every chance I get, because he's definitely been pivotal in my progression towards communicating with people. And the reason I bring him up is because I guess for some, they don't see him that way. And I just want you guys to know that if you do appreciate a change in me, well, he's the result of that, even though you may not see that with him. So.
Yo, sound guys, what's going on? What is it? So I came in here before. I was sort of promised, because I'm pretty neutral about it. I don't believe that the Earth's necessarily flat all round, but I don't believe the moon landing videos, especially the original ones. I'm sat here with my girlfriend, and maybe I'm going to mute myself, but can you guys lay out some good reasons to believe in the flat Earth theory, if you don't mind?
Damn, the strawman.
Ooh, I'm trying to do. Dang, I could do that. It'd probably take about 10, 15 minutes.
Dude, we're all ears. I mean,
I'm trying to move out of my apartment right now. I'm moving somewhere else. But you sat there with your girlfriend. I'll tell you what, if you can get her to say hello, and you guys let me know that you're both there, being attentive.
This
Hello.
is my girlfriend talking now.
Hello.
Okay, awesome. Hi. Okay,
it's real life. This is a real life question, Salman.
Cool. Well, good to have you guys. I'm gonna attempt to lay something very basic down.
Okay, we're ready.
And so after that, it's up to you to answer any subsequent questions that you have. Honestly, there aren't many questions we can answer and prove is empirically true. Let's just be honest there, right? So that being said, I always start people off with a video so that we have the same so that we begin with the same level of understanding and we end with the same level of understanding. That's kind of what epistemology is. It's an approach to knowledge. So first we have to agree on that, then we can move together.
I thought you'd know me. Obviously, this FE Mr. Batman just made me think that you guys clearly know my friends as well. But what is it? I've got my phone here, and I've got another phone here as well. So we can watch the video while we're listening to you as well, if you like. If you just tell me what it is, and we'll get it up, bro.
Okay. I'm gonna find the video right now. Let's cut to the chase, because I am long-winded. I apologize.
Dude, no worries. You're cool. You're cool. Most interesting guy here by the sounds of things. What's going on, everybody else? Are you well?
Yeah, it's a little quiet in here right now, but it'll be bustling. It's 11:52 a.m. on a Father's Day Sunday, so you know how it is.
That is true. Yeah. Should be out visiting our dad about.
I don't know him. I'm joking.
No, I don't. I don't see my dad. I try to avoid seeing him as much as possible. So
Yeah, so basically, I'm going to show you two videos and a Google search. That's basically what all of this will be.
all we need.
So the first video is brain stuff, how this works. So watch that video. It's 1 minute 38 seconds, and then you tell me if you agree with the man or disagree with the man and why.
Okay.
Brain stuff, how this works.
Yeah.
Okay, let's search that.
No, it's in the voice text live stream. Can you see it there?
Oh yeah, but I'm on a different phone, so.
Oh yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, you guys can do your thing.
Thanks.
Sorry,
No worries.
we'll get back to you. Watch that. I'll mute myself for a minute and then we'll come back.
Yep. So the interesting thing about my approach is none of the claims are mine. So we're doing sort of, and I don't know if I could use this term for this, but I've heard Gregory say it a lot, and I know what he means when he says it. But an internal critique on their methodology itself, right? And that's what we're doing, because none of the claims will be from me. So you do step one, you show them, okay, this is the claim, this is the fundamental foundation of everything else that we know.
I'm actually quite well versed in this because, I don't know if you know who Darth is, but you definitely probably know Mr. Batman. And I don't understand how you wouldn't know me if you know Tom Locke, Mr. Batman, Darth, and everybody else. But I know how
well, not
you, bro. Trust me.
Are you saying Dearth, like the deep inside the rabbit hole? That guy?
Like that is necessary and ultimate that dictates the truth value of claims in your worldview guy. You know that guy.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. But definitely link me up.
That guy. You're like, are you a Christian or what? I mean, it's just your name that's making me think.
Sure.
That, yeah,
sure.
I'll introduce you to some people. Like we've won the debate against the atheists like 1,000,000 times over. What?
Well, so have you heard of Dr. Greg Bahnsen?
Yeah, we use the Greg Bahnsen arguments and all sorts. Bahnsen, Van Til, Saiten Bruggencate, they've all made steps towards Darth, who basically brought it all together in this fantastic right. We killed everybody.
Oh,
killed even the Catholics, destroyed. It's crazy.
Well, even then, they're the genesis of the problem.
Honestly. What's the link in? Where's that? Where is it?
Okay, so you see the voice chat we're talking in? Well, right above that it'll say live stream voice text.
I've got it now. Really sorry about that, man.
No doubt.
Not a theory. Okay, I'm there. How stuffs work. How does the horizon? Okay. Sorry, man. I'm just spraying some shit on the sofa. Cool. How stuff works, how the horizon works. Okay, so we're looking for the horizon. Yeah, I don't know if you know that, but like, yeah, Darth, Mr. Batman. This guy knows Mr. Batman. Like, you guys must have had Mr. Batman in here for sure, right?
Perhaps.
It's like you don't know. That's insane, man. It's these guys.
I
They
don't. I'm just
destroy.
a guy. I'm just a
You know,
guy.
you know the atheist experience, Matt Dillahunty. You know that guy.
I'm not good with names. If I was
Right.
talking to my ex, she'd be like, "Dude, you don't know the guy's name of the Batman movie we just saw?" And I'm like,
I'm
Heath."
with you there. I remember the names.
You know,
Not
it's like
I. No, we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch this video now. Anyway, my missus is complaining. So I'll mute
no
myself.
worries, no worries. So yeah, it's an internal critique. It's like, okay, this is the fundamental claim. Okay, they claim this is a claim to reality. Okay, we check for the coherency. Okay. Okay. Wow, what we see is the claim doesn't support, well, reality doesn't support the claim. So what is the conclusion then? Well, the conclusion is, well, is there an edge? Where's the edge? Yeah, you should be asking those questions because you know the earth's flat now. The problem is those are the questions I don't have answers to. You know, unfortunately, but that's the question. These are the questions we all have. And if more of us genuinely ask that question, guess what? We might get rid of the 60th parallel problem. Maybe. Who knows?
Obviously, she's not going to know about the 8 feet 8 inches per 100 meters or whatever it is per mile. I don't know what it is, but I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
she
that's
might have
different.
seen Cliff
That's
Ed
a
Bravo
separate
saying that one time. Like, that's literally the extent we've got here. So you're going to have to like really convince, from base level. You know what I mean? I'm
yeah,
sure. Have you watched?
there's no 8 inches per mile squared. That's a different math. Not concerned with that at all.
Okay, look,
Just
we've got to really focus on the Horizon video for a second, but I swear we're going to watch this 90 seconds and then I swear I'll be back, bro. I've got to really just focus.
am I interrupting? I'll be like, because me talking
I'm sorry.
probably is keeping you in the game. I'll be quiet.
Sorry, bro. I'll be back.
No problem. No problem. I think I'll have some jerk chicken today, because why not?
I really like the approach, though.
Thanks, man. I've been doing it for a while too. This is typically the first thing I do, because what they like to argue when we just present the Black Swan is, well, who claims that? And it's like, fam, so let's just start with the fundamentals. And do you agree or disagree? I disagree. Oh, okay. Well, then therefore we're in agreement, because there's no method to establish curvature directly, because this is the only method that would be, it's literally the only method to test the claim of direct curvature.
Yeah, I think it's about defining it so we can all learn from it. Since it's really hard to grasp it when we don't break it down, and people just sound awesome or cool, and you're just like, I can't put my finger on it, but this guy, he just sounds so good.
Hey Clay, is that you?
Yeah. What's up?
What's up, brother?
I just checked. We have this very weird Sahara scent according to the European, or like according to the news, and I looked up the percentage of nitrogen dioxide in the air above Europe, especially here in Germany, where we have this weird white sky. Just look at the picture I posted. That's supposed to be where the nitrogen dioxide is the most strongest. Isn't it weird that it has lines like airplanes would make lines? it's disgusting, really. It's actually very unhealthy to breathe that stuff. It's poisonous.
And where's this pollution coming from?
Airplanes, my dude,
Oh,
all from the
airplanes?
ground. Yeah. Whatever, all from the ground. I don't know. I mean, you can see the picture that doesn't look natural, right? Having lines going crisscross from one continent to the other. And especially here we have the heat wave here in Germany. And Germany is supposed to have a lot of Sahara sand, but I know that's something else. That's why I was not outside for the last 2 days, or at least try to not go as much outside. That stuff is not normal. We have it should be blue sky, but it's white. So, nitrogen dioxide causes a range of harmful effects on the lungs, including increased inflammation of the airways, worsened cough and wheezing, reduced lung function, increased asthma attacks, and greater likelihood of emergency department hospital admissions. Interesting.
So it's been about a minute 38, right? Are our friends still there?
Yeah. So it says here, what are the sources of nitrogen dioxide emissions?
Hold on, Clay. We were actually in the middle of a conversation when you came, just to let you know.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. But I'm just asking if they're there. If they're not, then, well, I'm not going to hold you up.
It's all good. Lol.
Hey, who were those uppity Brits that you were talking to just a second ago?
I wouldn't say that, but yeah, that's who I'm asking about. They just seem like some random people that wanted to know why we think they're at this flat.
Got it. Was he talking about FE Batman or just a different Batman guy?
I have no idea. That's why I was lost.
Yeah, FE Batman is in here. I don't think he was talking about him, and he's still in here. He's called Not Fox.
Got it. Okay. No, I'm the bulldog. You know me, Elijah. You're spot on about how to treat people. Definitely.
Well, because when you both argue and nothing happens, and you just go to the extent of your energy orb until you have to do something else, it's like that's pointless. But if I say something and then you go quiet, that's a different thing that happened. Why is that happening? Why are you quiet? Could it be because there is no rebuttal to what I'm saying? Not that there isn't a rebuttal to what you're saying, but I'm not saying what you're saying.
I call that actively onboarding. The person is actively taking the information on, boarding it, seeing if it makes sense.
Yep. It's a valuable moment too, for sure.
Yep. Dang, man. So they dipped?
No, they're still in here. Not Fox is one of them. Oh yeah, those are the two of them. So they're still in here. They're just not responding.
Oh, I thought that was a recording. Crazy.
Maybe because I told them they watch the video and then tell me if you agree or disagree. So maybe they're kind of going back and forth on that.
Yeah, maybe they're disagreeing.
Yeah.
Oh, I found Globemaster's YouTube channel. You guys remember him?
Yeah.
A couple days ago, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he was renamed Time Waste or something.
Oh
Yeah,
that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I accidentally saw. Yeah, I found his YouTube for some reason. I found a comment section in the video Elijah posted of that YouTube link. He was commenting something else, and I saw his profile picture, and it's the same one in Discord. And I checked his channel, and he has Arvin, who was recently a subject of the Flat Earth. He has some video about Arvin here, apparently.
Say
Flat
that
Earth
again.
stuff as well. I don't know if you know about a certain guy named Globemaster. He's been here before a couple of days ago. He's known to some people here. I just happened to find his comments in the comment section. His comment profile picture, and it matches the one I was talking about in this Discord as well. He has his own YouTube channel with videos as well.
So it looks like I can actually share my screen record because I've been wanting to share that. So I might maybe not replace, but I might also include this screen record that I got simply because, and this is why I was in Jim Panda's earlier. This is specifically why. I said normally, and I'm talking about if I were to go to NYU tomorrow and I would have asked to, and if a professor had time for some reason, and I asked him to explain the distance to the horizon, he's going to give me the proper rhetoric. He's going to say, well, it has to do with let's see, has to do with the Pythagorean theorem, right? It has to do with basically the geometry of the earth that we all know it is. It's obviously a globe, it's this and this. So you basically use this method to determine the distance to the horizon. That's the answer he would give me, not the answer that the anti-flat earthers will give me. So I know that that's the answer. And this is what everyone is learning, and this is what everyone understands. How do I know that? Well, the clip that I just posted in the live stream shows exactly that. So there's this girl talking about, us seeing too far or something. I forget what she said. And then he immediately, starts berating her. Well, whatever. Watch the clip. He immediately starts going in, condescending her and basically explaining exactly what I just said. That we know that distance. He basically said that your horizon is like 3 miles away from you. We know this, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, exactly. That is the claim that you anti-flat earthers keep coming in here telling me is not the claim. No, I understand it as a flat earther, and this guy understands it as a globe earther. So at best, you have a nuanced approach to this issue. Since you have a nuanced approach to this issue that you call refraction, this is not something that you can just lay down as something to be accepted. It's a new premise that is now introduced that has to be fleshed out. So a guy said, yeah, you could do that. You could take measurements and you can take temperatures and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, no, give me your methodology. He's like, yeah, you take measurements. You say, I'm like, no. If someone is saying, okay, how are we going to build this building? You're not going to say, yeah, we're going to take measurements and it's like, no, fam. I mean, what's the design? How are we going to approach actually building this? So since your argument is that it's some type of light phenomena, what is your epistemological approach to that? Help me understand your reasoning, because just saying measurements is not the answer, obviously. So if you're going to make a claim, go ahead and tell me what the methodology is, which doesn't seem like that far-fetched a question.
No, it's a good question.
Yeah.
Especially because you can actually rack them even further, because we had all the evidence, we just didn't realize. The Canigou, for instance, if their claims are true, they first have to start looking at what they're claiming. They're claiming light is refracting, so how does refraction work? Like, do all the wavelengths of light refract at the same rate? And they can't fuck that up because they don't. We have experimental results proving that they don't all refract at the same rate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have prisms. We wouldn't have infrared photography. Infrared photography is based on us changing or refracting it down. So the Canigou picture helps us a lot because it was taken in infrared and visible light at the same time. One infrared, one not. And so the infrared would show what they claim, like it would show definitely, if what they claim is true, that the horizon would just stop right there. But it doesn't. We see even further in the infrared. So that's the opposite of what the globe requires to be true. Their claims are completely debunked.
Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o.
Radiant light versus direct light. Is that what we're at? So you're saying the sun sets and the light is still present in a way, is it not? Or am I wrong on that?
Yeah, you're right.
So that means we were discussing this yesterday. We'll call it the element of gas within the capsule, if we will, the lid being the firmament. But with respects to the media, gas, whatever we want to call it, the characteristics of light is just not active because the luminary is not present.
Well, I would look at it differently. I look at it like light has only a certain distance it can propagate through air, and as it's propagating through the air, the wavelength of the light slowly but surely scatters down. So the sun appears white when you look at it when it's above you, but as it travels away from you, it gets more and more yellow, then orange, and then eventually red. And the color that comes after red isn't a color. It's not visible. It's infrared light. And so when you look at the sky with an infrared camera right after sunset, and you look with your eyes, it's all black, but you look in the infrared camera, the sky is all lit up.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Unfortunate that we can't continue that earlier conversation for whatever reason. It was just 1 minute and 38 seconds.
Not Fox, are you here? Yeah. They something must have happened. The neighbor must have called. Yeah. They all ran outside.
Or something, you know. This typically happens. It happens when the person realizes it's happening. You know, I'm not saying they're. I'm not saying. I'm saying when this happens, typically, someone saying, "I gotta go," because we can talk. We can go into philosophy and all this other stuff. and talk about space and all of this for hours, but you start getting into the horizon. It's like everyone's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna head on out. You guys be cool." you know, like that's the whole point of the whole discussion.
Flat Earth calling, not Fox. Flat Earth calling, not Fox. Please come in.
I'm not a fox.
Yeah, but I think there's some way to present in a way that Elijah is doing it, where instead of you showing them all of the references and the experiments and how it's done and how they're wrong, because they just don't want to listen and don't want to see that. If you, like Elijah does, where you just get them to look for themselves, that's where you get them. I think if we can get them to look at actually how refraction works instead of this trying to find some excuse within refraction to excuse what they believe, if we can just get them to admit that how different wavelengths refract and then look at the Canigou, I think a lot of globers would just stand there just with not being able to say anything.
Yeah, you got a point, 100%.
Yep.
I mean, we can talk for hours, but that's the same when we suggest them to, for example, go to the sea and make some observations yourself. It's kind of like the same thing, you know? Like, look at what the evidence other people have gathered first before we actually take this conversation.
That's why I like the Canigou picture so much, because it wasn't taken by any flat earthers. It's verified, the world record long distance photograph. So it kind of checkmates them, because it's not like we made this up.
No. It was made by. Yeah. I get your point. There is no bias towards a flat plane at all.
Yeah.
In the making of that picture. Isn't that what your point is, kind of?
Yeah, and it was verified to be real. They because they got the world record for it, they had to have people there to verify it.
Yeah.
How's the heat over there in the United States?
So, what happened to Mr. Not Fox? 20 minutes later.
No, I think he probably has no arguments.
He was here to learn, but I guess he didn't want to learn.
They never want to learn.
I mean, he seemed like he was on defense of something. He was talking about, was it scriptures or something like that? I think, in the first place. He did mention something along those lines, I think. So he was on defense on something.
The Panda Discord really teach me that there are indeed people that do not want to learn anything, like willingly ignorant of their reality.
I get what you're saying, but
what?
I get what you're saying, but in this particular example, I think something else came up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then I'm sorry if I.
Well, I'm definitely just giving him the benefit of doubt. Let's say it like that.
left.
Yeah, sorry, we were a little while there. We were just talking about because that video does mention the 8 inches per, 100 miles or whatever it is, every mile, 8 inches per mile thing. So I was just explaining, how the curvature of the Earth would block your vision at certain distances and stuff like that. And we sort of just went over a few things like that quickly, and then spoke about. I mean, I was assuming because obviously I'm a Christian and I know about the firmament and stuff like that. That maybe I was trying to explain as best as I can a rough idea of what flat earthers believe, how the sun moves around. She's never heard any of it. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to give her some information. So
Right. Yeah, I suspected that. I was like, they saw the video, and the only thing that makes sense to me is that they're actually discussing the video together now, and so that's exactly. Yeah, as far as like what the sun is doing, what the sun is, and all that, that's not claims that I would make, even though I am, a Christian, even though I do have certain beliefs. But when it comes to this discussion, like specifically, is the Earth flat or is the Earth a sphere? That's basically the part that I stay focused on.
no worries, man. That's cool.
Yeah, because I've always been led to believe that the Earth is a sphere. So
it's round.
I've had no
Of course.
any other reason to think otherwise.
Of course. That's reasonable. Obviously, how could that not be? If that's your existence, and this is one of the first times you're speaking directly to someone who would claim that the Earth is not a sphere. It's like, well, all you're asking is, well, why are you saying that? And so that's what I'm here for, to tell you why we're saying that. So, okay, so the question is,
sorry, we saw the horizon thing. What's the next step in this indoctrination process? Obviously, I'm playing, so please don't kick me out.
So do you agree or disagree with the guy?
I so far disagree.
Why do you disagree with the guy?
I don't have any. This is hard for me because I've never done this before, but I, as in, even spoke online or anything. So bear with me. But I would have thought it's hard because I don't understand the maths of it, what we saw in the video. But from it's perspective to me. So like with art, so if you're, and also the fact that the only other thing I thought was that your eyes, it's your vision itself is it's mirrored. So if you press your eye in a certain way, that you can see that your own eye is a sphere, so that your vision is distorted. So I kind of thought that maybe looking in the distance, it's to do with the reflection of the earth and the sun, and also your own vision that comes into the fact that maybe it could look flat. I don't know.
Hmm. Well, all the points you made, specifically to how we would see, is actually absolutely correct. Um, Here's the thing: your disagreement with the claim is is more of an answer than you might realize, because that is the fundamental claim of a heliocentrist. Is that, well, we're a sphere, and based on that geometry, the horizon is locally here. So basically, what we can do, because the premise is that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, we can use the formula 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height to give us the locality of the horizon. That is their claim. So the guy in the video that you saw, he was aware of this. And this is why he's making the claims that he's making.
Right.
So
Just if I
that's
can just
the
say
claim.
that in the most simple way possible, just for myself, and hopefully,
I know, I understand.
yeah, you get, like, based on how tall you are and the place that you're looking at the horizon, that using this mathematical process, you can work out where exactly the horizon would be that you'd see, because of the depth that the Earth drops per 100 feet or whatever it is.
Pretty much.
Super duper.
So okay, and here's an example. Just envision holding up a basketball. Look at that top line. That top line represents the block off of the rest of that ball curving away from you. You can't see the rest of the ball. That line is what they're basically saying, we're on the ball, but because we're so small, we're seeing it as a flat horizon. But ultimately, that's what we're on. Right? So they're saying our horizon can be known by this formula because we know the size of the sphere that we live on. So that's his claim, and anyone who claims that the Earth is a globe. And that's why I asked, do you agree or disagree? Because when people understand and they say, okay, that's the claim, I agree, because why would I disagree? Then the question is, well, is that valid or not? So is the claim valid or not?
I mean, that claim isn't valid because I don't have any information to support my claims. It's just what I know so far, being 32. So what I've learned through my life. So I'm not disagreeing with that guy necessarily. Just that
You're saying what you know, yet 5 seconds ago you said you can't support it because you don't have evidence. That is cognitive dissonance. You're saying you know something and at the same time saying you don't have proof of that.
Please let me please let me just finish the conversation, brother, if you don't mind. No offense. No offense.
Obviously, that was a personal attack. What is it? She said that she's not sure. She didn't say she knows for sure. She said, based on what she knows, this is what she did. She didn't say she knows anything for sure.
Exactly.
Maybe he's got cognitive dissonance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is the kind of thing we try to avoid, because then it turns into a conversation not about information. You know.
He's my girlfriend.
It's fun anyway.
Let's go.
No, I get you. I get you. Um, and thank you, other guy, for even after we kept talking about you, just remaining quiet. I truly appreciate that. Okay, so the next step in this is for you to Google the distance to the horizon formula. So type in distance to horizon formula.
Okay. Shall I do it on my phone? Or?
I can do it on there.
Okay, she's going to do it on her phone. That's on Google.
Oh, Google. Sorry, I went on to
Yeah.
Google, Yahoo, whichever search engine, doesn't matter.
Distance to
Horizon.
there.
Yep.
4.8 kilometers for a person of average height standing at sea level looking out.
Maybe we should have showed you the diagram.
Look, forget the diagram, but
Really?
for now anyway. Because the point has to be made that if you believe in a sphere, then you have to believe this. You can't believe in a sphere and not believe this, because this is the only direct evidence claim that they have, quite literally.
Any evidence of a sphere? Okay.
It's literally the only direct evidence. Everything else is indirect.
So video footage, things like that can all be, not taken into account as proof.
No, they just believe it's flat.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah.
No, well, there's a methodology behind that. We don't just look at stuff and go, yeah, it's flat. Obviously, like we're saying that for a reason, and that might not have been alluded to. That like it's not. It might not have been shown to you. So I'm telling you the reason that they say that, because they might not have the proper argument as to why they're saying it, but they're just saying it and they can't explain it. And so when they can explain it, people who are asking them to explain it get frustrated, and then it turns into an argument. I'm telling you exactly why flat earthers are saying what they're saying.
I'm all ears, man. I'm not frustrated at all. And
Yeah.
we're cool. Yeah, okay, so
now
done.
So choose a source that you would find reputable. So for me, it's atc.edu. Whatever edu or whatever source from some kind of university or something. Just pick any one of those.
What for?
That you.
It's the Earth's round, because.
No, because there's obviously, okay, when people say flat earthers reject the sciences, it's because we're all under this curriculum. Curriculum number 1, this is the solar system. Curriculum number 2, everything we know about the elements and the origin of this solar system and the universe, the observable universe, comes from this kind of stuff, this atomistic worldview where you have these materials and this, blah, 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 right? So all of that stems from one particular thing. And that's what we're trying to get to. It's like, well, okay, if you're going to believe all of that, then you have to go to the fundamental part of that claim.
So you're basically saying that we go to the source, essentially, of the thing. But I mean, it's up to you. I mean, I'm quite happy to look at that Google thing and say, it seems that the main majority of scientists, based on like a colloquial understanding, would go with that particular formula, because otherwise Google wouldn't have had it at the top of the search. So we don't really need to go into like any primary sources here at the moment, because we're pretty cool. We're not going to go crazy skeptical on you. We're just chilling,
Excellent. Okay, so when she said, well, it's about perspective and this, that, and the third, well,
no.
this math or that formula is the reason that the guy in the video you just saw is saying what he's saying. So he believes in the premise that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and you could use Pythagorean theorem to figure out how far away you are from that visible blockage, which is the horizon. That's the claim. That's all it is.
Okay.
Okay. So that being said, the question is this claim the only claim to direct knowledge of Earth's curvature? Is that true? Can we validate it? Of course we can, by using their method. Didn't he just say that you look out and the horizon is this distance and yada, 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 yada? Therefore, we can simply test that. So people have, and I'm about to post you the video for that right now. And that will be the final video that I have for you. And then we can discuss whatever you like afterward.
Thank you.
All right then, man.
You're welcome.
just say on the perspective thing, I feel like, she's just asking, you know what I mean? She's just saying from her perspective, this is how it is, but she's not an expert.
No, of course. But the thing is, she
I
knows.
imagine that you get a
Here's
lot
here's the
more.
beautiful thing. We all know more. We all know more than they give us credit for. So everything that she said is actually what's true. And how do I know it's true? Is because it's what we actually experienced directly. How the hell can I argue with that, right? But then I'm saying, well, hey, there's this other claim over here. And that claim happens to be the linchpin for the entire heliocentric model. And it's like, well, that doesn't really correspond with what I believe. Exactly. That's why I'm here. Because things weren't matching up the way they should have. That's the only reason I'm here. That's the only reason a lot of us are here. But sometimes that gets lost in translation because then you have flat earthers that are talking about, ice walls and worlds beyond and all this other stuff, which may or may not be true. But we all got to be honest that that's total speculation because no one's been there. No one has any a priori knowledge.
Yeah, I appreciate that you're saying that that's speculation because, like, I definitely think that, nobody's really proven that either to me, for sure. I don't think my missus has ever heard of that, really.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, okay. So this next video, I guess we'll watch that. Is this a longer one or is it just a short video again? Or?
It's a short video. It's longer, but it's still short. It's I want you to watch about 4 minutes of it. So what you're gonna do is fast forward to, and you can watch the whole video later if you're maybe there's some context missing. Yeah, investigate, do all that you need to do. But I'm telling you that the part that really is relevant to what I've been saying is about at 4 minutes and 32 seconds because now they're gonna put this into practice, and we're gonna see if they can use the formula to determine where the horizon is. Because again, the horizon represents the distance to the visible blockage because of the consequence of the curving Earth. We're clear on that. All right.
I've heard this before now that I think about it. But yeah, I'm gonna do that.
It's interesting because we didn't catch it back in 2015 or 16. Oh, 2018. So 2 years before the Black Swan. We didn't catch this, but we caught it later. So yeah, just watch the video for 4 minutes and 32 seconds and then come back and I'll tell you why it's important.
Okay. What's the YouTube video called?
When skeptics meet deniers, CFI. As a matter of fact, if you're on YouTube and you type in CFI investigators, if you scroll about literally almost at the top is the video where you can see the guy with the blue shirt and the hat on and the glasses, and he's standing in front of this lake. And you can also get it from the live stream voice text as well.
CFI investigators. It's not even come up. They're suppressing the flat earthers right now.
No, these are globe earthers. The CFI investigators are Center for Inquiry, partnered up with National Geographic, and so, well, I'll lay out that part of the irony later. But so this is a group of people who said, okay, there are flat earthers out there who believe one thing, so let's just go out here and address the issue. So it's actually a globe Earth kind of.
I think I've got this. It's the When Skeptics Meet Deniers, CFI Investigators Group Test Flat Earth.
Yes,
claim.
That's it. Yeah, okay. That's it.
To go to 4 minutes 30, yeah?
Yeah, go to 4 minutes 32 seconds. Hey, Gregory.
Hey, brother. I will be back. We'll be back soon.
All righty. So I've had quite an exceptional morning communicating with people this morning, Gregory.
Yeah.
Yes, I was in Jim Panda's, and it was a decent conversation.
Oh.
Hmm. Well, of course, all of the triggers for one that could be triggered were there, but I didn't take the bait,
Mhm.
which is what makes it a very good conversation.
Mhm.
I was there for some parts.
Oh, maybe it was a shitty conversation. Weigh in and tell us your experience.
Oh, I came in when you was already like almost done. I think I listened to you for like 10 minutes. But they get triggered when I think after you somebody brought up the black swan. Oh my god, they start insulting people, like calling morons, refraction like 50 times in 2 minutes, and I don't know, it's mad annoying.
And it's just hilarious because these are the kind of people who are like the CFI and all these other self-professed so-called humanistic organizations that wish to guide the world order and make public policy. And when people disagree with them, especially giving at least valid arguments, let alone sound arguments, that's their response. And they're the ones that want to make public policy. I just wanted to mention that. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Gregory, if you type in my name in the search, there's a video I posted earlier. I can't find. Well, we could find a TikToker later because I don't do TikTok. You know why? But
Mhm.
You will start twerking if you do.
What?
Because you will start twerking if you do.
Well, when I first heard of TikTok, all there was twerking. The problem was all there was there's kids on it. So I said, "Oh, this is a teen app. I understand, but I'm out. I'm too old."
joking, bro.
It's okay. I don't mean to interrupt your conversation, guys, but I think, look, we're going to watch this video. Maybe we'll watch it again. Maybe we'll come back next time. You know, I think we're going to move on from this for a small while, and then we'll hit you up next time, guys. Thank you, Elijah. What is it? This guy just said, "Oh yeah, you were having like a shit conversation or something as well." I don't know who that guy was. I think that's the guy that
No,
literally had
there's-
dissonance again. He said to my girlfriend, right, that she had cognitive dissonance because she said she wasn't sure about something and she thinks maybe something's the case. And because he wasn't listening, because he's actually got cognitive dissonance, right, he got butthurt by the whole situation, and I called him out on it. And then later on starts bitching behind. I was well nice to you guys. We were well nice. What the fuck, man? Honestly.
I agree.
Yeah, talking
I
about something
agree.
different.
He had a genuine interest, and you're a dick. That guy, everyone else was lovely. Really, only Elijah spoke. I don't know who that guy is. Not a great guy.
I agree, but we're actually talking about me being treated like that this morning, right before I got here. That's what we were discussing. How globe earthers were treating me that way. That's also a recording. If you'd like to hear it, it's really good.
I mean, if
I do
you've
have
got a good recording of you, you know, just
doing my thing.
send me a message as a link, and I'll at least watch a tiny bit of it, and then leave it playing in the background if you like for a little while, just to support your cause on that.
So let me give you the point, just in case, you know, on your journey in life, you somehow don't find yourself back to this Discord, or something
I'll
happens
come
to
back,
me, or
bro. I'll be back
you know
in.
what.
We'll be back in a couple of weeks, probably.
It's not definite that I'll be
about
here.
a million times.
Yeah, it's not definite that I'll be here. So let me just give you the final point, since you already have the foundation. So you're gonna watch them ridicule the flat earthers. The flat earthers are gonna, you know, it's a back and forth kind of thing. But the bottom line is, after the result, they're gonna say something that's not. They're going to say something that is not reflective of what you see in the video. So they'll say, see, every time you prove flat earth is wrong, they don't accept evidence. What the evidence they're talking about is the horizon that's supposed to be 1.2 miles in that video is actually behind the boat that they're claiming it's blocking. That's the point. And I hope you have a good day. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Have a
You
good
have a
one,
good
brother.
day. Yo, when's Eddie Bravo coming in? What's his name?
Dude,
Yeah, Eddie
I
Bravo.
wish he did.
Bro, he totally comes in here. I thought it was you for a second, but then I could tell, yeah, you know, your voice is a little bit deeper than his. But you know, Eddie Bravo clearly comes here. He says he talks about it all the time. I love Eddie Bravo. You know what I mean? I'm a jiu-jitsu fan and that, and he's the man. He
Nice,
destroyed
nice.
Hoist. He destroyed
He's the
Hoist.
reason I'm a flat
Bad
earther.
boy.
He was my introduction into flat earth. What do I mean by that? When he said there are no pictures from space, and I Googled, okay, Earth, and then I said, okay, let me get a raw image, or well, no, a raw photo of Earth, not the don't give me the beautiful kind. I want the raw, dirty one. And I realized, this isn't edifying. It's not satisfying. Therefore, how can I go further into this inquiry? Got into, okay, the distance to the sun. How do we know that? Found out, okay, well, there's a presupposition in there, and it's the size of the Earth and the radius of the Earth. And I'm like, okay, how do they know that? And that's how I got into all this.
Boom. And they don't know that. That is true. I know they don't know that too. So, all right then. Anyway, it's been good. Have a great one, bro. You're a cool guy. Sound.
You too, man. Take care.
Did he think that you two were talking about them?
Possibly.
I don't know. Possibly.
No, I think he heard someone else's voice who he recognized being a dick to him, quote unquote, and he just was, you know, moved to say that, but still continued to acknowledge that Elijah was being a good conversation.
All right, brother. This will be my last time seeing you, fam.
I just I
moving
experienced
on
it
out.
like
But
you
it was
guys were
good knowing
talking
you
about
guys.
the
You guys have been really cool. Have a good one. Stay blessed.
Well done, Elijah.
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you, brother.
I thought they reacted to you guys talking about the experience from Jim Panda's conversation this morning.
Yeah, it seemed like that at first, but nah,
Yeah.
let's talk about something else.
I mean, I'm doing stuff on the side. Maybe I didn't pay 100% attention, but it felt like that.
Yeah, no, that was it. That was it.
Well, things like this should be noted in the calendar.
The Earth is flat. Elijah, the piece is just finishing uploading now, so feel free. They talked some junk after you left, and they actually included me in the conversation. They're like,
Nice. I love it. I love it.
We caught him on the hot mic. It's a pretty hot take, so we're just. I gave you the link by DM, so brother, the Earth is flat.
Thank you so much. Hey Matthew, I love you, man. Good to see
We
you.
love you.
I know I saw your inbox. I will. You know what? Let's have the conversation today, and if you don't mind, Gregory sitting in, that would be smooth.
not good.
But just us three.
I feel bad because I yelled at him the other day, but I posted an apology as well. So I think all is fair as in love and war.
Oh, Matthew's not here.
No, that was Clay playing a recording.
Dude, that's a sound clip we've been running for like 2 days now.
Sound effect.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
We
But Matthew met with the Flutter dude last night.
Oh man, did they record
Yeah,
anything?
they had a meeting. Yeah, I spoke with them and Helio in the morning. Morning my time, but it was nighttime for them.
All right.
They had like a party meeting, a couple of flat earthers, and Matthew was there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. It's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
They do.
They do.
Indubitably.
Where did you guys get that clip? Why is he? Where's the context for that?
It's in his video. It's like the 8-minute video one he made.
Because obviously he's being facetious.
No, his video,
his
he was playing
YouTube
two roles,
channel.
where he was talking with himself, playing Flat Earther and Global.
Yeah, that's right. With the hat.
Yeah, and it's quite funny because he kind of always makes the point that he cannot prove anything. Like literally, he keeps on repeating that directly or indirectly.
I feel like science is just creating a little sideshow for everybody to watch while their little stage falls apart bit by bit.
Did you say science is doing that?
There's a lot of actors within science as well.
That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of presumptions created. Like they'll set up an experiment, they'll assume something, and then they'll proceed with their experiment. And if you're proceeding under an assumption, that means that the entire experiment is based on an unstable foundation. Would it not be?
Mm-hmm.
Substitute science with academia.
Yeah.
That's actually, I wouldn't say yes to that, because any experiment has to begin with a presupposition. Like you have to presume things. I'm not saying
not
you're
not a presupposition, not a presupposition, a supposition.
Thank you very much.
Well, no, not the experiment, but you mean if it is what he means. Everyone has presupposition; it's unavoidable. So there's
Yeah,
that.
no, but
Right.
a supposition is different from a presupposition.
Right. I think
Suppositions
Andrew is talking about the fact that no one is without presupposition. So there's that fact.
That's my point, and the point of the entire thing is
that's mutually exclusive to a supposition in the so-called natural sciences, not in the pseudo-scientific sciences of everything that they do today, like astrophysics. I'm talking about what's defined as the scientific method and how you achieve an answer by observing a natural phenomena and then asking the question, well, what caused that? That is a supposition, not a presupposition.
Right. I know. Yeah. I think I'm saying that's what Andrew was saying. I'm saying Andrew was just acknowledging that no one is without presupposition.
And what I was
That's
trying
true.
to say
That's
is
true.
if we can,
No
if
one's
we
without
can, if we can take the establishment of the fact that something exists, and then from, I guess, a standpoint of a physicist, if you will, begin with the point that it exists and then come backwards asking questions, binary questions, yes or no. How did we get to that point? Is my point in the being able to observe without judgment, which would be a presupposition, right?
Are you talking about the fact that a lot of these academics, they begin their method of inquiry, right, with the conclusion instead of a hypothesis that they then test?
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like you go in with blinders on, right? And I feel like science, because yesterday I've listened to a few people make the statement that, like, Cavendish made an assumption and then he ventured forward. And like the pendulum, there's an assumption made and then they ventured forward with that. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, hold on. If we can get to a point where we're just observing, and what we're observing is there's nothing within our direct reach that we can ascertain that states that gives us movement. There's nothing. Beyond sky science, we can't say that we move. We get into a car and our awesome gyroscope of a brain head machine, right, greatest machine ever made, tells us that we're moving because we're in a car. When we get out of that car and we stop, the fibers in our ears, like, we're level, everything's cool, I can start moving again, i.e. walking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So basically, you're talking about epistemology, like, okay, what was your approach so that I can arrive where you arrive and see if it's truly justified.
And then
observe the observer. Exactly. Somebody set up, who was it that set up the Cavendish yesterday? And he's literally said, I'm attempting to see what he saw. And when I literally saw him say that, I said that was heavenly. Because at that point, and I say this respectfully, obviously you can never approach God because your hands are too, or your arms are too short to box with God. But if you can literally step back and observe what he created and then start to move forward, that's where I think we can really start to make movement.
But that's where the scientific method starts.
We can't be God, you know. So.
Yeah, but that's where the scientific method starts. It starts by observing a natural phenomenon and then making a hypothesis and then testing that hypothesis.
I was going to say, even then, when the person makes whatever assumption that may or may not be justified, may or may not be valid, the problem really comes down to when they devoutly defend it rather than scrutinize it. Because that's the whole point of the experiment. You think one something at first, and then you do the experiment, and then you change your mind, and you conform conclusion to the results of the experiment. But the majority of the time, they don't even do the experiment. When they do the experiment, they're devoted to the conclusion, never scrutinizing it, never considering the alternative.
They don't actually do an experiment because the experiment actually has a null result. So you get either way the answer. Is your question right or wrong? If it's a real experiment with a real independent variable and a dependent variable based on a natural observed phenomenon, if it's just a pseudo-scientific idea and you don't actually have any independent variables and you're just looking for something to confirm your bias, that's not an experiment.
What now, Elijah?
You guys want to play that clip that I had from Jim Pandas? We was waiting on that for a minute. That should be pretty good. But I'm about to get on the train too, which sucks.
Wait,
And
does
that's
that mean we have to hear
I'm
Jim
literally
Panda's voice?
moving. Huh?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Say
Go
that
ahead.
again.
No,
I said I'm literally moving right now, so I'm not gonna. It's not a quick train ride. It's a I'm moving train ride, so I'm going pretty far. Going all the way to Brooklyn, back home. But I think the clip is on YouTube, so we can all you guys can queue it up here, and on the train I can watch it on YouTube without interruptions because it kind of preloads the video. So when I lose connection through like in between tunnels, I'll still actually be listening because it'll be preloaded some of it until I get connection again. But in order to do that, I guess I have to share it with you. Hold on. Thank you for those who think that my style of debate is refreshing. You know, you say that now, but that will get boring. Trust me. Everything gets boring, and then we'll be wanting the bloodlust again. That was cool for a time. Remember that? We'll go back to that. Don't worry.
I mean, it's definitely a slow process, but I feel like it's the best approach to someone who only has a basic introduction for it.
It's best for all levels of understanding.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for the sure the meaning of the content for the live stream, like going one-on-ones like this would be great.
Yeah.
Elijah from the East, the cynic.
I'm surprised, like, because, and that's why I go on Jim Pandas. When there's a person there that I can talk to, I talk to them. And obviously, there are going to be other people that try to jump in and be unreasonable. But if I can gain the sympathy of others, and honestly, not deceptively, but honestly, then I can get that person to be quiet because it'll be too ridiculous. When both parties are being ridiculous, that kind of evens it out. And then they let that incoherence continue. But when one person is being unreasonable, one is not, oftentimes people will try to stop the unreasonable one. So all you got to do is hold out and not get triggered.
That entire server seems rather irrational to me because I'm thinking about those persons, especially the person that leads the server, and I cannot help but ask myself, why are they doing this? I can understand why this server is here, why the founder made this server, The founder made this server for the sake of ascertaining the truth for the ultimate well-being. But why did they make a server, Jim Panda and whoever else like them? Especially when they are so staunchly against the any and all arguments against their position. No matter what you say, it's some policy, some error, some lack of justification, and just coming down to hand waving any and all arguments, being staunchly in defense of their position, and most of the time also just ad homing the other position. Why? Why? Why did they make their server? You make this server as some kind of open forum, and when someone tries to engage you rationally in the debate in the open forum, you give nothing but fallacy, formal or informal, under the sun.
I'll tell you why. Because they were once new and they were slighted. The same way we were once new and we were slighted. We both ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's why. And they'll express that to you if you listen and if you stop arguing and let them tell you. They'll tell you why they despise flat earthers. They'll tell you they're biased, and then you go, okay, I understand, because that does happen. So you either they're trying to uphold that to prop up this place, or this place genuinely made its way because there were people that truly thought, oh, these are flat earthers with disinformation, therefore somebody should be combating it because nobody else is really talking about it. That could be the case. There are a lot of flat earthers that say a lot of wrong shit, so who am I to argue that?
And I was about to say, but why do they use so much fallacious reasoning if that really is their benevolent motive? But then I remembered, well, people can contradict themselves, Gregory. You know this already. Like, oh yeah, that's right, Gregory. I'm sorry.
What was crazy for me was after I was clipping the Elijah's work, and I went back into the office and I put on the headphones. He had left, and I was like eavesdropping basically the rest of the conversation, and these guys were engaged in some vitriol again, brought up my name, which I obviously didn't appreciate, but they then attacked one of their own followers. I guess I don't know how to call him now at this point, but it's the older guy, and the older guy seems to have this inner drive for not good stuff. You guys will take it all in the clip when it's. I'm sorry, it's taken a long time to upload. By the way, I apologize for that.
It's all right, man. It's there. I'm excited as hell. I'm good to wait, because I always ask people, "Yo, can you get this clip?" I even asked Chemo. I'm probably still gonna have to pay him $10 because I told him, "Yo," because I didn't think anybody would do it. Because I'm always asking people, "Yo, can you upload this video?" Like, I have conversations everywhere. Some people have conversations where they're at, but because I don't have a YouTube channel, I kind of just go talk to everybody. And those conversations, like, it's always a place where everyone's arguing and shit, and then I go there and shit is like different, and I'm like, I'm not trying to be prideful about myself, but I mean, I can see the difference. I'm not blind, and I'm like, I wish I had this on tape, but I never get it on tape. So, man, I appreciate you for doing that.
My pleasure.
I realize it's always
Anybody
already
can work.
recorded, but
Like a modern day scribe, you go around and you say what you say, and someone else records it.
or doesn't.
So catch this for a minute, if I may throw just some scripture in there for a second. But that is what Enoch did, right? Enoch was God's first scribe, and God chose him because he was a righteous man from his heart and understood good from bad.
You in Mexico town now?
Wow, that's super racist. And I'm only saying that because it's partially true. That's what makes it racist. I was like, how am I supposed to say yeah? Like after that, like, you in Mexico town? Yeah. Like, no, I'm in the Bronx. To be fair, there's more Africans over here though than there are Spanish people. Well,
West
it's a
African.
mix. It's a mix. It's a mix. I don't even know, Gregory. Come on.
I mean, I would assume so because they're right there across that humongous pond called the Atlantic.
Okay, well, who's an East African? And I'm going to say something stupid. The Ethiopians? Oh, I was right.
Yeah.
Well, because it starts with an E, so you got to go with the Ethiopians from the East. I don't know.
Egypt.
Oh shit! Wow. Go figure. Look at them making it easier. All right.
Look at
I'm
this.
Elijah from the East. What, Mom? Okay. I see what you did.
He's on the left side of the map. These things on the right side of the map. Look at that pointy thing in the corner of the map. Oh, east, west. Oh, God. It's all making sense now. Yeah. Just a weak inference of mine. Here in New York, there are Africans in New York, in the Bronx. And West Africa is closest to the east of the United States.
Now I am a bit I'm a bit full of myself. But bro, let's not. First of all, I'm an advocate of truth. We all gotta say what it is. I am definitely full of myself. I'm not full of myself. I'm aware of that. And so I'm curious to know if this recording is as good as I thought it is. That's all I want to know. Because I think it was awesome as fuck. But that's just me.
Huh? Yeah, just like singing and making music. Is it as good as I thought it was?
Yeah, but with music, I know I'm good. I'm sorry. I can't.
You had him calling. I don't know if he was calling you, but he was calling somebody an asshole within minutes of you getting in. So trust me, man, for the little pieces I took in, it's juicy. Ooh, it's juicy. Like Biggie, it's crazy juicy.
That's hella.
I know I'm going to get an interview with you, Elijah, at some point in time, my guy. I cannot wait for that.
Sure, why not? I'm a guy. I don't know much, but whatever.
Have you seen the Book of Eli?
I have. I love that movie.
So I
love that movie.
I base my channel's name is the Book of Killian. So same premise, right? It's just you venture through and you take your clips and you build everything. So that's all it, man. I love it.
Nice.
Looking forward to it, man.
With the mention of the Book of Eli, it makes me ask the question a lot. I don't know if you're noticing a pattern with me. I ask a lot of questions, but like with the Book of Eli, knowing the worldview which Hollywood predominantly holds, the cultic worldview, the Antichrist, anti-Christian, anti-Bible worldview, it really is interesting. Ask the question: why did they make this movie and movies like it?
Because Gregory, you just answered. Because humans can contradict themselves.
So let me ask this:
there you go again, using my words against me, Elijah.
What?
In defense of what I said.
But I was happy because I would not have had an answer before, but now it makes sense. Now I can stop looking them looking to them as other than and looking to them as, well, they're just like me. So what is the problem? Maybe I can help.
Okay, let me ask you this: with you having said that, how would you
Mhm.
explain a spinning globe to a blind man?
Mhm. You know what? I'm going to engage in a conversation with a blind
I
person.
love being the village idiot because
I'm gonna.
I get to ask stupid questions like this.
I'm definitely gonna.
It's
Yeah.
really funny because the question contains the description in which you would say to the blind man.
I'm literally slapping my knee in hilarity, absolute hilarity right now. That there, the key in that movie right there is how the hell do you describe a spinning globe to the man? Well, to Denzel Washington in the movie, you stop him halfway through his journey, be like, "Hey man, guess what? This entire time you've been on a spinning globe." Newsflash.
Newsflash. And he can't see, so he didn't see the flash. I'm joking.
He's got to take his lunch break. Get the concept that he's on a tilt of 23.4 degrees.
23.4. Mm-hmm. Supposedly.
Hey guys, so if you know me, who the OGs in here? Not Gregory. Sorry, you haven't known me long enough to
Yeah.
experience what I'm pulling up. Jimsy, you here?
No.
Damn. I guess if they heard me, they would have
I
spoke
think
up.
Flatty knows you, doesn't he? Flatty's here, isn't he?
How long have you? Yeah.
No,
Well,
I've only
anyway.
been 7 months.
Well, you can't. Then I have no evidence then. But you can take my word for it. So during my time here, I'm sure people have recognized that I have two different or multiple different modes, and that's probably why someone would dislike me, because they might perceive that as like, okay, this dude acts all righteous and holier than thou, and he was just cursing some dude out yesterday. Like, I get that. It's okay.
Being
I can't.
genuine.
I can't argue against that. I would have to do better, right? I can't change someone's perception of me if all they have is that information.
Right.
They didn't see everything else I did, so it's not their fault that they think what they think. Whatever, right? So I'm bringing that up to say there are a lot of people who hear me kind of get short tempered and then I get quick tongued, and then I start going, yo man, blah, blah, blah. You're not thinking about it right. I hear you from the beginning. Just chill, be quiet, shut up. Let me just lay out what I'm laying out. Like, there's that, and then there's the I listen to them and I'm like, I understand. No, I hear where you're coming. There's a different approach, and I'll have you know, because I just realized it. Every time I start doing that, yeah, my check.
There we go. Yeah. Try again.
We lost you for a second.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I got a
There we
call.
go.
So yeah, the reason that happens is the reason that I tell you all to ground yourselves, humble yourselves, because this is me humbling myself. It truly is. It might sound all, oh, this nigga's an uppity nigga. Yeah, I don't know what you got. I don't know. I'm just saying, if there's anybody out there, I'm gonna explain to you why this happens. This transition back and forth. The reason is because I talk to people personally, like in real life. When I am busy working and I'm not really talking to people in everyday life, and I'm only talking to you guys and the anti-flat earthers, my attitude begins to change little by little. And then I run into a friend who's finally ready to have the discussion about flat Earth with me. And I realized during the whole conversation, oh fuck, I have to slow down. Fuck, I'm being a dick. Fuck this. Fuck everything that I wouldn't consider for a stranger, which you should. This is the point. Everything I wouldn't consider for a stranger, I consider for my friend, even though they come to the same illogical conclusions that the others do, even though they attribute things to me that I don't believe or hold. They do the same thing that the anti-flat earthers do. They make the same points, and they don't even have this conversation. So I have to figure out. Sorry, a lot of calls going on. A lot of calls going on, my bad. So I have to figure out, okay, I need you to understand that I understand you, and here's my response to you. And that takes a lot of focus and energy. And so after I've done that 2 or 3, because once I tell somebody in my personal life, they go, oh shit, what? When I looked it up, it wasn't nothing like this. And then they tell their sister, they tell somebody, and then I have to then speak to that person, and there's probably 1 or 2 other people, and then it's like a little cluster of people who are like, yo, Earth might actually be flat. That's crazy, fam. And I'm like, yeah, I know. So every time I have those interactions, I then come here and I'm more sympathetic to the people here. And that's why the change happens.
Yeah.
Or empathetic, whichever, whatever.
There you go again with those words. In your effort to tell the truth to whomever will listen, you make adjustments to your pedagogy, your teaching method, your teaching approach.
Yes.
And keeping in mind that the people whom are the worst examples of just truth about the cosmos make the same errors of the best disbelievers of the truth about the cosmos. And whenever the error is made, you default towards a more patient, more compassionate, more gentle, more meek, etc. approach in your speech when trying to edify them, including refuting their errors for the sake of edification. Yeah.
I would just like to give him the credit, or give credit where credit is due, because not many people correct the errors or are even willing to face that they have errors. So
yeah,
it's very, very awesome.
Very good. Praise Yah.
Thank you, Jace. Yes, praise Yah, for sure. Even on Facebook, Gregory. There's this guy by the name of, there's this guy by the name of Richard. I'm not gonna say his whole name, but pretty cool guy, man. You never know who's who, and I always I'm attacked by everybody on there. Not everybody. The people who know better stopped attacking me, but then there's new people who attack me, and it's that happens. And then whatever, I hand them their ass. So this Richard Bruce guy, he's a globe earther, but every time I say something, he likes it, and sometimes he might have like a rebuttal, and it'll be something he thought I was saying, and even if he's a little snooty about it, and he really isn't, he maybe once or twice has been, but decided this guy's actually reasonable, so there's no need for that, and we've always had moving forward a good conversation. And we're now to the point where I'm explaining to him the horizon problem, just as I did earlier today. And he said, yeah, it's not a good method. I would do something else, because when I go on the cliffs of the mountain, I can predict where the horizon is every single time. And I said, yeah, man, all you need to do is give me that data. But what I'm showing you with CFI investigators is that even with all the competency that's supposed to be there with this billion-dollar company that's been around forever, teaching kids, I had their magazines. I'm sure they have tons of editors. they should have seen that what the guy was saying about the horizon wasn't true. Because clearly the math said that the horizon was 1.22 miles, specifically what he said, but it's obviously behind the boat, which the guy said was 3 miles, or at the very least 2 miles. So that being the case, he said, yeah, it's a poor method. I wouldn't do that. And I said, well, that's the only method for directly proving the curvature, because it's actually like a consequence of the fact that we live on a sphere of that specific particular size. So you're now agreeing with me because the reason he entered the conversation is there's this video that I posted that I told you to go look for, Gregory, of TikTok, and I guess we'll talk about that later too. And this is this is how the argument began on Gyms too, right? It's all connected. So it's kind of like a 4-for-1 special, I would say. And so there's this TikToker who's basically saying, silly girl, the horizon is 3 miles away from you. We know this, da 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 da. And I'm like, that's ironic. Isn't it funny that here's a globe earther, a purist, I would say, who hasn't been poisoned by the back and forth rhetoric that we have here. He's just some dude that's looking at the math, looking at the geometry and going, oh, right, this is the proper answer. And I'm like, it's funny because you guys, for respect to how you feel, have a nuanced approach to it, which means the claim is invalidatable. You can't say no because the moment you try to justify why it's invalidatable, I'm not trying to argue that. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. Obviously, there's an argument to be had. We had it a million times, but the point is, you're admitting that this method isn't useful for establishing the claim that it sets out to establish. No one can disagree with that.
And if you don't have a valid method, then you can't ascertain knowledge.
But Elijah, the crazy thing is we have people, or we had someone on here 2 days ago or something. He, wanted to explain how, for example, Neil deGrasse Grace, or how to say his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson is an idiot and has no knowledge of what he's talking about, and he wanted to explain to us by like a glober or globers that tell us that these people that might be on NASA TV or whatnot, if that's even a thing, doesn't really matter. But people that are publicly the heads of the heliocentric model, they want to explain to us why these people have no idea for what they're talking about in order to keep their beliefs. Like, it's so weird.
Yeah.
They're attacking their own priests.
Yeah,
He
at the
was
same
literally-
time, they espouse all this knowledge and how they supposedly have all these various methods that give them at least the most probable answer, if not the certain answer. They, at the same time, in the next breath, you belabor the point about how ignorant they are.
Exactly. And there are people that are just weird, hanging around here for years, but still gatekeeping.
The Earth is flat.
And stuff like that. It's pretty weird.
Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
Right, Matthew?
The Earth is flat.
That's funny.
I'm like, what the hell is that? I was like, oh, that's Clay.
I mean, Matthew must be a gatekeeper or something, or I don't know. I really don't understand at this point.
He told us already. He admitted he is a firm believer. And there's some justification there that he's not willing to let go. Now, is he justified in his justification? We would say no, but he thinks he is. But the point is, he already admitted it is a belief. So I don't really dog him for it because he's admitted that.
A faith commitment. And so we've established earlier concerning human nature, and particularly how we think, we're able to contradict ourselves and we're able to choose unjustified, immoral choices. Either immoral, unnecessary, unjustified, not worthwhile, that is to say vain, or detrimental choices. I've been thinking about that recently. I say those terms the way that I just listed them and I think I call it the hierarchy of value. Moral, highest, below that necessary, below that justified, below that worthwhile, below that beneficial. And I guess you could add below that pleasant. And then the antithesis of those terms. So humans are able to make those kinds of choices.
Mm-hmm.
And in the case of Matthew and folks like him, that's the sunken cost fallacy. Which is just so wicked how so many persons, men, women, and families, entire subsections of society are stuck in the sunken cost fallacy. Their entire livelihood is supported by a vocation which is supported by the supposed justification of this cosmic paradigm, either to some degree, either very closely relevant or somewhat distant relevant, but still relevant. And so if this cosmic paradigm is wrong, that like we've already established when we talk about the subject, if this cosmic paradigm is wrong, so many institutions, organizations, companies, corporations are indicted of a massive crime, of a massive wicked sin. Which many globalists, people who don't believe the truth about the cosmos, which is what many globalists understand and are so frightened and fear stricken by that implication, that ramification, if what the quote unquote flat earthers are saying is true.
Right.
Going underground now, guys. I'll be kind of spotty until maybe an hour or so.
Yo,
right.
it's it'll be finished uploading in 1 minute, less than a minute, man. It's
What?
just finished.
All right.
It
I'm
just
gonna play it at
finished.
the next station then.
All right,
I'm play it at the
it's
next station.
all right.
Well, you guys,
I'll
a DJ, cue it up.
word. So let me see here. Let's complete. Let's roll that link up.
How long will the train ride be, Elijah? Unless he's gone. I guess he did go under. Yeah. If you can hear me, perhaps you can text me.
What the heck? Still being processed. Bear with me always.
You know, by the way, the very reason why I actually left this Jim Panda server, because these people are so they're not capable of having an honest discussion. They're gonna disregard everything you show them, you know? Like they're gonna come up with some story. Like everything I hear from Jim Panda is coming up with some story to justify his beliefs. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, very often, I mean, unless you're in the kind of open forum, like on a Discord server, and there is an audience which potentially has at least one person who will be edified by the debate, unless there is unless there is someone in the conversation that is listening and considering and will receive the truth that you're at least trying to argue for, the supposed truth that you're trying to argue for. If no one is listening, if no one will consider, if no one will investigate and seek the truth, then it's not worthwhile speaking to them any longer after they demonstrate that that is their attitude, that is their state of mind. It's only worthwhile engaging someone in debate for the sake of ascertaining the truth if the other party which you're engaging is cooperating with you in that effort.
Exactly. But these people are unchangeable. You know, they have chosen their position, and they're gonna disregard everything. And probably would even disregard an astronaut coming out saying that the Earth is flat or that it measures flat. You know?
Yeah, only y'all can change their heart.
Yeah, exactly.
Clay, do you want to watch a video one-on-one, a chat one-on-one in the meantime?
Right
You
now,
don't want to watch the video?
Oh, are we about to begin?
Well, y'all got to facilitate it because I'm not here, but it's about an hour long, 59 minutes, 17 seconds. Let me see if it'll play. It's loading up, but I see it.
yeah,
Yes,
play the bot.
So if y'all can put it on the bot, and I'll listen from my end. Thank you so much, man, Kiwi. I really appreciate that, fam. Yo, I'm getting a lot of love this morning. Hey guys, I don't know if y'all are posting it in chat or wherever y'all are putting it, man. I truly appreciate that. Some have reached out through some people have reached out through Messenger. Either way, man, one
So
love.
is that a discussion between you and Jim Panda?
And that's a discussion between me and them in the room, and it just exposes.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You gotta watch it to be. You
Yeah,
gotta
play
check
it
it out.
in here. Play it in
He
here.
literally walked into their town square, right? And he's like, I want to talk to your king. And he
Right,
ended
I
up
did.
taking all their trees.
I did that too, and on the third day, the only thing he could do is mute me all the time. But I'll be honest, man, I also was a bit how should I say it, interrupting sometimes.
Like the Apostle Paul talking to the Areopagites at the Areopagus.
What?
I said with Elijah, with what he did with these persons in the server, kind of like the Apostle Paul talking to the Areopagites at the Areopagus.
For example, I don't know. I need to listen to it if the bot would play, but the bot is not answering or doing anything.
So what's wrong with my life, Kimo, since you seem to know so much about it?
I know.
Hello.
This is the video, right?
Go out and like you
Yeah,
used to say,
Elijah, Elijah.
yes. A girlfriend. I've done that now. What, Kimo? What do I need to
Well,
do
we've got
now?
Elijah here now. We don't need to hear about your home problems at the
Well,
moment.
you just fucking brought them up, dickhead.
Or we can get into them later. Yeah.
No, let's get into them now.
No. We've got Elijah.
Why not? You
here
just
now.
brought it up. You just
What's
brought it
happening,
up.
Elijah?
I don't care.
What's up? What's up?
So I don't know if you know.
Maybe you should fucking keep your fucking mouth, your cocksucking mouth shut, Kimo, before you bring shit up that you're not willing to then explore.
Because you bring your attitude, you bring your bad attitude from out there in here.
Willing. No, you give me the fucking bad attitude, Kimo. That's how it works. Not
Sam, this isn't therapy, Sam. Okay, seriously.
Lige, have you
No
heard
one
what
cares.
we're talking about? Is the observation of Mercury
Elijah,
being closest to the sun and I'm trying to get out from these ballers. Is it visible in the daytime or nighttime? And none of them know anything. They're
Yeah,
struggling.
Kimo posted a video of Mars being seen in nighttime. Now he's talking about Mercury for some reason.
No, Mercury I'm on about. I don't know
No,
if you know
but
the
the video
island.
from Mars.
Do you have Facebook, Chemo?
Hey?
Not about me.
Something wrong with
They
your
asked
mic,
if you
Mike.
had
It's a bit
Facebook.
muffled.
Do you have Facebook, Kimo? Do you have Facebook, Kimo?
Yeah,
No,
do
I
you have
don't.
Facebook? Okay, because I got this video. It's actually on TikTok, but I don't know how to find it on TikTok because I
What's
don't
the name
have
of it? I'll
TikTok.
find it.
On TikTok?
Yeah. What's it
Tickets
about?
Okay,
on
let
tickets.
me. Yo, fam, you please hold your transgressions. So it's funny because this video, I mean, everything that the Globers, deny and how they reposition is like, but then you have these people who aren't a part of this debate, this discussion, like you and I and everybody else in here and everywhere else. There are people who haven't engaged with us, and therefore they're the purists for the globe, right? So they just go off of the information that is available, like we do. They didn't morph it, they didn't change it. They said, look, this is what geometry is, this is what this states, so this is what this is. This is what this guy is saying, except it's almost like, it's not almost like, it's exactly as if he's never questioned whether or not the horizon is geometric.
What's the video?
Who would make
the
such a
the video is basically there's this girl on TikTok who's saying, well, she's a flat earther, and she's like, we see too far, blah 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 blah. Behind her is like a beach, a picture of a beach or whatever, and he's like, first of all, and he uses the formula for the distance to the horizon to tell her exactly how far the horizon is away from Earth, which is quite ironic because everyone in here, maybe not everyone, but I'm sure the majority would now today agree that you could never know exactly what distance the horizon is because
You should always see good refraction.
in appearance, it's variable, even though it's physically blocking a specific point based on the geometry.
It's refraction, obviously.
Well, I mean, we're not having an argument, and I'm also not wrong. Obviously, I said you guys' position was different, but you said refraction, and you're about to tell me some shit that I already know. I'm agreeing with you there. I understand that. What I'm saying is, in this video, the guy who's arguing against the flat earther would have beef with you because you guys have different viewpoints. Has nothing to do with me.
Right. But the thing is, we can tell you exactly where the horizon will be. We just need a whole bunch of meteorological data for it, and pressure. And,
That's cool.
And
I understand. I'm not trying to have a debate. You say that could be true. That I really don't care. I'm just trying to get this video to Chemo.
Yeah.
But I can't. Okay, so on TikTok, damn. Okay, it appears like her name is. No, I think this is his name. Mini Minute Man. Mini Minute Man.
Minute Man.
Yes.
Well, anyways, you're right. As far as some are unaware of the finer details of refraction, sure, yeah. Well, that why would you need to know that? Everybody who have normal sanity will know that ships go over the horizon, and everybody with that sanity will know that sometimes you get like mirroring effects and Flying Dutchman type thing with the top of ships flying up in the air and shit like that. What
You're talking shit, mate. That's rubbish. That's not true.
No, it's not. It's not rubbish. Everything he said is true, Jim.
Like,
Let's first recognize that boats do go over the horizon. Why? Because everything goes beyond the optics ability to realize what is there. We can't hold it. If you're speaking about the same things but using different words, once it's clear, guys, I'm talking to Jen and I'm talking to y'all. I can't talk to both of y'all. Trying to make something clear. Is that fair? Am I doing too much in here or what? Like, I don't, because that's not how I operate. Okay. So, Jen, the only reason I'm saying ships go over the horizon, I know that there's a connotation for people, for globe believers, that means it's literally riding over the big ass hill of the curved surface. Yes, but when I say over the horizon, I can say, yeah, it gives that appearance, whatever that appearance is, where you see things cut off and there's the water and then there's, like, you know, the top of things with some things appearing to be missing. Yeah, we all understand that that's true. There's no point in denying that or lying about that. The problem is, once you have demarcators for distance, you can determine that that effect that you're seeing has nothing to do with the so-called geometry of a globe.
That's correct.
Well, that's
because it's beyond the geometric horizon. Because it's well beyond your geometric horizon of a 24,901 mile circumference ball Earth with a radius of 3959. So yeah, at a given height.
That's a claim, Jim.
No,
that is a claim.
It's a fact. It's a fact. It's a fact.
Yeah, and you will now listen to why that is a claim. You see, we say there is a geometric. Shut up, Jim. We say there is a geometric. And then it gets shut up, Jim. We say there is a geometric refraction.
It's a fact.
Horizon and
It's a
it's
fact,
refracted.
you asshole. It's a fact.
Stop trying to
This is what I'm trying to avoid, though. And I'm not
Mute the
even.
Japanese cunt now, because he's just interrupting Serge for no reason.
Let them respond.
I can mute you if you do that again.
But this is what I'm trying to avoid. Elite Jim, you know it's 2022 at this point, right? We already understand what they're saying, and we already know what we're saying. Anytime somebody wants to obfuscate from what the point is, I'm disengaging that, because I'm not gonna let someone drag me into an argument I'm not trying to have. And if I can't unpack things, and if I can't let it be known what my position is or what the position is, I'm not having the conversation. I'm not shouting back, yes, no, you, him, fuck you, fuck him, fuck. That shit is a waste of time, Sam. I understand it's entertaining and it's gonna happen. But right now, I'm trying to get this video to my boy. That's all I'm saying. Can I do that? And then y'all can do whatever y'all want to do. It's Father's Day, Sam.
Thank
Happy Father's
you.
Day.
You could post it in the chat, no? Can you post it in the chat?
We're all men. We should all, like, today is a different kind of day for us. You know what I mean?
Can you post the video in the chat? Is that a possibility?
Nah, that's the problem. Because it's too long. Like, because I couldn't find the link. I couldn't. That's why I asked him if he had Facebook, because I couldn't save the link on Facebook and share it as a link to Facebook for some reason. So I've sent it to my inbox, so I can send anybody who's on Facebook as a friend, I can send it to their inbox. That's my only option. So the second thing I did was video record it, but the recording is too long and the file is too big for me to share it in the Discord. And I'm inept after that point. So if there's a way to, like, compress the file or something so I can share it, I wouldn't know how to do that. So the only alternative is for Chemo and you guys to find this guy's TikTok and watch the video, so you understand what I'm talking about.
Has he got long hair? Like,
yes, he does. That's him.
Yeah, I
long
mean,
golden hair.
He's got a bunch of videos. I don't know which one. Which one?
Okay, let me. So if you see a girl,
oh yeah, yeah.
And there should be two of them because I thought he uploaded two of them, and like one of them is talking about the horizon.
Yeah, I've got that. I'll post that.
See, I would get TikTok, but I mean,
so that's the video I think you're talking about. You don't have to get TikTok. You can use it on the internet, on the webpage. Is that the guy? I posted a picture of him. Let me post.
Let's see.
What's the point about the video? That there's a glober who doesn't take into account refraction when they talk about the horizon?
Oh, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Now it's interesting because you can say he doesn't take into account refraction, but here's the thing: the claim by itself and the geometry by itself, the claim of heliocentricity initially and always will only be that this is where obstruction happens. Now, what's my evidence for that? This guy, all other videos prior 2020. I could probably find some shit from in here that would also vindicate me in this regard. So all I'm saying is, let's not act like, yes, some globers in your rhetoric, I'll just say, haven't added the nuance of refraction. So that being said, I'm sure somewhere along the road we would have to talk about justifying that on top of the initial premise.
It's a justifiable.
Because the premise
Sometimes
comes
it's
first.
appropriate to do that.
Because
isn't
the
it?
premise comes because the premise comes first, and then that comes second.
Premise?
The premise
What
that
premise?
the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,900.
But if you need
So
a
that's
rule of thumb
that's the
calculation for the distance to the horizon, what was it? 8 inches per mile squared that he used?
Can I explain to you why we're having
Well, I
this
think you've done
conversation?
quite a lot of explaining, and I think that there's an easy answer to this. Sometimes you need to be really accurate. Sometimes you just need a good rule of thumb idea. There's no,
yeah, but I'm not making an argument.
Like you have been for the last few years.
I'm not making an argument. In fact, I told everyone this is not an argument and I'm not debating. I said, Happy Father's Day. And I said, now, as men, there should be, in my opinion, don't have to take my advice, there should be a different kind of tone and conversation where we all stop pretending that we don't understand what each other means so that we can progress a decent conversation. So the bottom line is, all I wanted to do was say, hey, Chemo, you know what's ironic? Here is a video of a guy saying something that most of the globe earthers in here would disagree with because it doesn't add the nuance of refraction. That's and everyone else. And I hate being interrupted, bro. I'm not gonna. Well, Chemo, it was good talking to you, bro.
Still don't see the point. Like there's flat earthers who have different
Well, we
views.
were trying to have a discussion, but obviously people want to drag it in other directions. So, not before long, I'll probably be out of here.
The last time, it was today when Kimmo posted a picture of a gridded Earth and said that that's the Earth, and then Multitumtum said that no, it isn't.
Well, I don't know. What the hell does that have to do with me?
Like your claim that there's a glober who says that there's no refraction, and then there's other globers who say that there is.
I didn't make that claim, did I?
You said that there's a glober who says that there's a geometric horizon that blocks buildings and boats, and then some people say that it
I didn't say that verbatim, but I understand that, yes, that is my sentiment, because that's what I say on the regular. That is not what the globe earther said, though. That's not what I said he said. At the very least, you can just watch the video. So the point that I made was, well, here's this glober without the nuance. Obviously, you guys wouldn't argue in this way because you have the nuance of refraction.
Nothing I said was
That's
inaccurate.
exactly what I
So
just said.
I know. So there's no point that we have no disagreement at this point. And I'm not debating about anything else. So all you should be saying, yeah, I agree with that. Well said.
Yeah, sure. And that happens on every side. Oh, Christians don't agree, Muslims don't agree, Globers don't agree, flat earthers don't agree.
Yeah, but we do agree right now. That's the point. So there's no point in arguing because we actually agree.
Sure, yeah.
Right.
Weird that the Father's Day over here
They
is
want to
in...
They want to argue about agreeing now. They want to argue that they agree now.
Oh no.
No, I just said that it's weird that the Father's Day over here is in November.
I guess it is arbitrary. And I haven't looked up why Father's Day is when it is.
Yeah, I don't know why it's over here. It's I think it's this year it's 30th of November.
Yeah, well, stealing your money, that's all. It's Father's Day every day.
Well, around here, the 5th of June was Father's Day. So I'm a week ahead. Anyways, I agree, yeah, ships go over the horizon. That's what we see. I guess you're right that the contention would be if it's visual limits or the actual edge of it. But definitely, yeah, they go over the horizon.
No, they don't go over the horizon. They go beyond your capability of seeing it. They're still on the bloody horizon. You can't see it. That's all. It's not going over anything. It's just going beyond your capability of seeing it. That's how I'm always going to be describing that.
Well,
the problem is you're saying the same thing. You know that, except you haven't agreed on what it is, but you're saying the same thing. So the problem is, in order to agree on what it is that you're both saying, you would have to unpack that. Is there a way to unpack that? Well, they would argue yes, we would argue no, but that would be a conversation. But how would we be able to have the conversation better if we understood, well, we're saying the same thing, so how do we get past the issue?
Well, like you said, if we had the humidity and the temperatures and all that, we could tell you exactly where it's going to disappear.
You know, it's interesting. I wonder if a fluctuation in humidity and temperature, like I wonder if we weren't talking about this, if I would have asked someone just randomly, then not just anyone, someone who isn't focused on debating flat earthers, but more so does understand how things work in reality and everything. And, you know, they're just trying to do their best to describe what's going on. I wonder if we were talking about, heat fluctuations and all of this, and I wonder if they would agree that that would allow you to see further.
Well, again,
well, go ahead.
I'm going to take this to an example. A whole bunch of people has license to drive a car, right? But if you ask some random car driver, gonna bundle all these car driver people into one. If you ask some random one of them how, turn the key makes the car go, well, most of them are gonna go engine something and not really give you an explanation because they don't fucking. So
Right? Did you hear the
calling
preface?
a Glober for believing the way that reality is presented to most of us, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it?
Did you hear the preface?
The what?
Yeah, I specifically, it was a large chunk of what I said. I specifically prefaced it with not someone who is
normal or average, but someone who is concerned and interested in how we perceive reality and describing it accurately. So I was talking about someone who is actually trying to do that. Maybe somebody like an Andrew Thomas Young. Maybe. I don't know what he does. I just know what he writes.
All of these.
I don't have any videos of him actually doing what he does, is what I mean. So what I'm saying is, when you say, yeah, but with the normie, I wouldn't. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I meant. Not with the normie, somebody who looks at weather fluctuations and.
Everybody's trying to understand reality accurately. To pretend it's just one group of people is idiotic.
Did I do that? I mean, whoa. Are you even listening to the conversation, or do you have a bias? And that's how
You said, I don't mean a normal person. I mean someone who's interested in finding out the accurate picture of reality, or something along those lines, was what you said. You made a specific distinction.
Yeah, I was specifically trying to clarify that I agree with what the guy was saying when I said, well, my preface was basically addressing what you're saying about the person who isn't really asking those kinds of questions. So if you just walked up to a random person and asked them, hey, such and such, they might bumble. I'm telling him that I agree.
Accurate picture of reality is how you describe them.
Like I was saying before you interrupted, and I don't want to be muted or anything, and I don't want you to continue talking through me.
Changing the words that you said, I objected to the words that you said, not some subsequent words that you're saying now.
Well, what you said is what I can say that what you said is what I said. Okay, we all know that what I said meant that I agreed with the other guy in the conversation. I wasn't having an argument of, well, only these group of people have an accurate and actual view of reality. I never said that, and that wasn't my sentiment at all. That's intellectually lazy on your part. And you have a shit mic just like me.
That is what you said. You said you made the distinction between normal people and people who are interested in an accurate picture of reality. So that absolutely is what you said. It's not laziness on my part. It's lying on your part.
Because he did. So we both understand that we're talking about the layman person who is not talking about the things that we're talking about. It would be not fair to run up on the layman person and ask him something that we know he hasn't thought about today. What's so unreasonable about that, Jim?
Because you described that as being not interested in an accurate picture of reality. And I get what you're saying, but I don't think that's a fair way to describe people if they just don't happen to be very interested in this subject. I've said this before. If people think something's nuts, they'll just dismiss it outright without even looking into it. And so they should.
But I'm not criticizing them. But I'm not criticizing them. You don't like the way I characterize them or the words I use to describe them. Fine. I apologize then. I definitely don't want to argue about it for another 2 minutes. I was wrong. Okay?
Well, I'll shut up now then.
Thank you.
No, I get what you're saying, and you seem mostly reasonable about it. Also, Jem, your mic is shit today for some reason.
I try, man. I do try.
Well, anyone who's been in the argument for any amount of time or wondered why they saw weird shit at the sea would have looked into it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I live in literally the country with most coastline per capita, so the tales of weird shit you see at sea is, well, abundant. So I guess, you know, I have sort of a bias that we all know you see weird shit when you're at sea level, right?
Sure, yeah. Because like you said, or somebody said, like the ghost kind of situation where you're like, what the fuck's going on? Looks like ships are floating, or all types of different things. Sure, of course.
Yeah, well, because it's more abundant, I guess, in countries with more coastline and more sailors, you know, there is a tendency that people know more about it. But I absolutely agree that if you don't see the ocean every day, well, it's fairly common that you don't, you know, haven't thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, having not thought about it and not being able to explain it is not the same, is it?
Right.
So when we say we can tell you exactly how we get to see a Flying Dutchman, that, well, you know, it's fairly rare to see an actual tall ship, but still, you know, a flying ship, right? That is, you know, if we know how that happens, then we would have some sort of idea, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So it's not an unreasonable premise that we have more or less cataloged the optical effects that we see at sea level.
Sure. Sure, they're well defined. You know, QE used to at one point run around asking people what are the 5 effects of refraction. That conversation isn't really had most often, but what you're detailing right now is well documented and well
Yeah.
defined.
Well, so is the one that lets us see too far. It's defined
documented,
relative.
sure.
It's defined relative to the globe, obviously, but it's not like it's magic, right?
Right. It also in its in the way it's defined, it also has parameters.
Yeah, like moisture and temperature and stuff like that, pressure.
No
Yeah.
parameters like the prediction of how off what we would expect would be. So it's not it's to a limit. Then there are others that claim, well, there are certain observations that you guys claim, obviously the black swan, let's keep it real. They're like, yeah, it explains that too. And I'm like, okay, show me the papers. But when they show me papers, the limitation and the parameters are too small for what we have seen. So then I go back to the person and I'm like, well, look at this page right here. This explains the parameters. And so this doesn't help your argument. And that's how the conversation has went. I mean, I've been in here once upon a time. I'm with Andrew Thomas Young's papers in tow, and that's pretty much how the conversation went. And like I said, there's a time to have that conversation. I'm rarely interested in trying to have it now because I've tried to have it a ton of times. But you sound reasonable, and anyone else who's listening that's as reasonable as you, I would definitely waste or spend time doing that all one-on-one. But in places like this, things can kind of get off the rails when someone hears something you've said and they're like, well, this is what you meant and you did this and my feelings are this. So to avoid all that, you know,
Right.
I avoid all that.
But the premise of the globe, what we say about refraction and stuff like that, the one thing that we would disagree about is really what's the 0 point. Our 0 point obviously is the geometric horizon and moving that, and yours would be a flat horizon and moving that. But essentially, we agree that there is an optical effect of the atmosphere, right?
Sure.
It's moving either your horizon or my horizon. It's definitely moving it.
Well, I mean, as far as like if we were out and we were, say, doing a time lapse, then we would see it move up and down. We wouldn't see it move backwards and forwards. Now, let's say you had a perfectly clear day, right? Let's say this. When you look at the oil rigs in the Black Swan and, they're all wavy, that, whatever that is, let's attribute that to what we can kind of see anywhere else. Things might be a little distorted or whatever, but otherwise it's a clear day. That being the case, the less clear the days become, the less you'll be able to see. But seeing further than the geometric limitation is like, to explain that's, for me, I don't see how you'd explain that. I see how you guys explain it, but you said, well, for a flat earther, the same thing would happen. It's like, well, we don't have, the horizon is not geometric. And so we're not concerned with how far or how close, or because we don't have a claim to the locality of it like the globe does.
Well, you see, when you say that the clearer the day, well, then let me pose the question of, let's see, we get two pictures of clear days, and one has a massive bulge of the Earth of obfuscating things fairly close to you, and one looks Black Swanish. Well, then that would have to be, the bulgy one would have to be that what you think is happening is bent down somehow. So it's literally doing the exact same, only with opposite denominator. That's not right. No, it's bending it down, right? In your case, it would have to be bending it down, and in our case, it would have to be bending it up. But it literally has to bend the same for those two pictures to be of reality, anyways.
Well, if you juxtapose the closer horizon and flat Earth with the further horizon and globe Earth, then that's a category. You can't do that.
Well, we have two pictures.
That sounds like what you're saying. Like,
yeah,
and if that's not what you're saying, then
no. Let me try again. We have two pictures of the same. One with a massive bulge up close. Relatively where we say geometric horizon is. We have loads of those, and one that looks Black Swanish, fairly flat. Well, if either one is true, then the other one would have to be caused by an optical effect. If the flat one is true, then the optical effect would have to bend it down for the close one, right? If the round one is true, then the optical effect would have to flatten it for the far side one. It can't literally change shape, right?
So you're saying you are saying what I thought you were saying, and I'm saying you can't do that because you're not applying the same standard to both things. You're applying one standard to one hypothetical situation to one geometry and one hypothetical situation to another geometry. You can't do that.
No. I'm applying the exact same. If one of those two are true, if the bendy bulge is true, then the other would have to be caused by optics. If
hold on,
one would be optics. Either way, it would have to be optics causing the difference.
Can I get something clear about what you said? You said the closer one with the bulge on a flat Earth, the effects would have to bend down.
Then you said on the farther one, on a globe Earth, the effects would have to bend it up. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Okay. So you have two different things going on, curved and flat, and you're applying two different effects for both things. Not the same standard for both things. And it's just a hypothetical.
Well, let's try this a little different. You take a foam block and you draw a straight line and a flat line on it, right? Now a straight line and a curved one, and then you bend the foam block until the curved line is straight. Then the flat one looks curved, right? And for the other way around, you would have to do it the other way around. It is literally the same effect, right?
I get what you're saying, but I don't think it's logically sound. Like, it's because it's not. I mean, I don't know how else to respond. Like, you said you were saying what I thought you were saying, and I said, why would you do that?
Well, if that one right there with the windmills. Let's say that Earth is actually flat. Well, if that's the case, then most definitely those windmills are being optically bent down behind, something that's optically lifted.
You said if it was flat, what?
Then those windmills would have to be bent optically down, right?
Bent. See, also, we don't agree on what refraction is either, fundamentally. I guess that's the problem. When you say bent, I know exactly what you mean, and I don't agree with that. And I know you think it's unreasonable for me to not agree with that. But again, you're applying us now with refraction. You're saying, okay, well, the light is bent. And I'm like, well, that's what it would have to be if it were a globe. But I don't accept that as what refraction is. That's not Snell's law. That's not light passing one barrier through another. But there are papers on atmospheric refraction, and so I get that. But that applies to the globe.
Yeah.
So what's causing the obstruction in the pictures where you don't have so much distortion?
I mean, I haven't looked too far into it. A lot of people explain it as a matter of fact, with the black swan and the photo that they put next to it where the water is in front of the oil rigs, and so the horizon is in front of the oil rigs.
Yeah, and in that picture, you don't see the proportions of the crane and things like that all distorted.
Yeah, so the point is, BMLSB explains it as magnification, and that's where you guys get, that particular, in the middle of me saying what I'm saying.
I have a
What does it
question.
have to do?
When I get a chance, I don't want to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Go on, John. I'll get my point.
Yeah, that the image where the water is in front of the platforms is from the day one zoom footage of the Black Swan video. Now you don't see that in the video now because BMLSB deleted that footage, took the video down, deleted it, and then re-uploaded it. Why did he do that?
Well, if it's deleted and re-uploaded, then it's essentially the same data. What difference would it make?
That's excluded that was excluded when he re-uploaded it. Why?
Okay, do you have the whole video? Because first of all,
somebody does. Somebody out there does. I'm
okay,
sure
somebody out there is going to have to produce it, and then we can go on, and then I will entertain you. But
because
I'm not
Anthony Riley made a whole video about that, where he played it in reverse. Remember that? He played it in reverse and said he didn't edit anything out. He just didn't make it to the day one zoom footage when it was brought to their point or brought
all
to the
I said
attention.
was I need
He
to see
deleted that
what
portion
you're
of the
talking
video.
about. All I said was I need to see what you're talking about and how it affects the methodology or the epistemological approach to the problem.
All right, and one more question. When has anyone in your group, Nathan Oakley's group, when has anyone measured to that horizon, because the Black Swan states that every measured horizon must be 1.22 meters times this whatever, right? When have you measured it? When was the Black Swan put through the scientific method? You can't destroy 2,500 years of science with logic, right?
Oh, okay. Well, science comes from logic, which comes
What? You can't destroy science with logic? What the fuck?
Hold on, don't argue, don't argue. Just listen. He was addressing me, and I'm very capable of not being upset at what he said. And I understand where he's coming from. Now, first of all, none of us have measured the distance to the horizon because none of us believe that there is a distance to the horizon because it's not actually a local thing. It's
okay, then the Black Swan debunks itself then.
Listen,
because you say you have
bro,
to
you
measure
can't,
to it, right?
bro.
For the Black Swan,
I'm not
every
gonna have this
horizon must be
conversation with you
measured.
if you're gonna. I'm gonna explain all that. You said a lot, and so I'm gonna need to say a lot.
Okay.
Is that unreasonable?
No, cool. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So number one, again, I'll repeat. No, we've never measured the distance to the horizon because we're claiming that you can't measure a distance to the horizon. So that's point number one. Point number two, the reason that we're even talking about a measurable distance to the horizon because that's a consequence of the dimensions of the globe they claim we live on.
Mm-hmm. And to address
So that's why we're concerned with the distance to the horizon. So the fact that it can't be measured to is the realization that the claim is invalid.
then your Black Swan debunks itself, because the Black Swan claim is every horizon must be measured. That's the claim.
No, it's the modus tollens.
Oh no, that's the claim. That's the modus tollens.
Okay, so the modus tollens is the modus tollens
That's the
is.
claim.
Are you gonna? I'm not.
And to address,
are we cool, brother?
What's point
You're
two?
interrupting me. You're interrupting me. Are we
What was
cool?
your point two again?
Can we help a little here? Because we do know the distance to those platforms, and it's most definitely more than it should be for the geometrical horizon.
Yeah, but we're not even arguing that. I'm not in the habit of. Listen, I already understand. Look, bro, don't interrupt me again. I understand that we've all had this conversation for more than 2 years, for at least 2 years, right? So we all know what each other's talking about. There's no need to assert what is. We all know what is. We all know the justification for what is as well. Is it justified? You and I would say no. We already know that. So why get into another argument about it if there will be no conclusion? Therefore, I'm taking a different approach because I want to have a different kind of conversation. Now, it's sounding like Shill is not going to let me have a different kind of conversation, in which I will end the conversation with him. But I'm trying very hard.
Are you done?
I mean, I think you think you are, but I'm not really sure what you feel the difference is between this conversation and previous conversations, and why you think people will proceed differently with it. It seems like you're saying, well, I just want to say stuff and not be challenged. But correct me if I'm wrong, Elijah.
No, because anything that I said can be challenged. What are you talking about?
Right. And so when was the Black Swan put through the scientific method?
But you keep saying you don't want an argument. But you keep saying you don't want an argument. So
I'm not gonna argue about parsed details. That's what I'm saying. Is I'm not gonna have the same conversation from yesterday. Or you get my sentiment.
Devil's in the details. You got to include the details.
No, because what I'm saying is, if I know my stance and I know your rebuttal, there's no need for me to go nah and you to go yaha. Like
that's fair enough. That's fair enough. So what point? Can you summarize very quickly what point it is you're trying to make then?
I'm not trying to make a point. I'm having a conversation, and Shill is trying to make a point. I'm just here talking to you guys.
Right. I'm asking you a question. When was
And
the
I'm trying to
black
answer it.
swan put through the scientific method? Because that's important, right? You guys say that's important. The scientific method is penultimate. It's first and foremost in science. So your claim is that the Earth is flat because of the black swan. When was the black swan put through the scientific method?
It's not natural science to be put through science.
You don't know what natural science is, number one. When was the black swan put through the scientific method?
It's not to be put through the scientific method.
Why?
How would you do so?
You would test it. You would measure it. You would do measurements. You would test it. You do
Yeah, but that's
experiments
not.
on it. The same way you would do put anything
No,
through the scientific
no,
method.
here,
Why is the
no.
black
Here,
swan any different?
okay, if I say, okay, how are we going to build a house? And someone answers, and give me room. Don't interrupt. And someone says, well, you got to take measurements, and you got to do this, and you got to take measurements, and you're going to say, okay, yeah, but what's the method? What exactly, specifically, are we going to do? So that's what I'm asking you. Obviously, measurements will be had.
A house doesn't answer a question, though. You got
There
to
are
be asking
methods
the
how to
question.
build a house. There's a method, a procedure you take to build a house. So why hasn't the black swan been put through the scientific method?
It's modus tollens.
That doesn't make it. That doesn't answer the question.
Well, because it's not. I did answer the question. You don't run it through the scientific method.
So
and then you said
so
yes,
your
you do.
entire
So I said,
basis-
okay, tell me how. And then all you said was you take measurements and you. Okay, so I'll give you the room.
You do the scientific method.
I'll give you the room to give me your epistemological approach, and then I will use your approach to come to a conclusion that is empirical, if that's what you're looking for. So go ahead and lay it out, and I'll utilize it.
You would experiment. You would test your hypothesis. You would create a hypothesis first, and you would test the hypothesis. Right? This is the scientific method. You guys should know this.
Yeah,
But
so
yet
how would I apply it to the
I'm
observation?
talking now, dude. Excuse me. You're interrupting me now.
I'm out, guys.
I'm not sure if he was interrupting you. Actually,
I'm out.
I was talking, and
he's gone anyway.
I think it's pretty easy to see. Pretty easy to see if the atmosphere affects what we see. That's just science. You can do it on the black screen.
Yeah, exactly.
It just seemed like he wanted to come in here, assert his usual bullshit, and just say, "But I'm not here for an argument. I'm just having a conversation." That's what I mean. I wasn't hearing all of it because I was making dinner, but I heard a fair bit of it, and that's the bits I heard. That's what seemed to be happening.
Yeah.
I was with him yesterday in Geos, and Gregory was there, and Gregory made a pre-sub argument for ether, that ether exists because it's omnipresent, and God exists, and he's omnipresent.
That's what they do, though, Jem. Like they come in here and go, "Oh, I am so reasonable. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to have a conversation. I'm utterly, completely reasonable. You calm, bro? I'm calm." And then just say bollocks that's completely lies. Number one, like
I wonder what would happen if I
pissing on you and then go, "No, it's actually raining."
Yeah, if I go to Nathan's and say, "I'm not making any claims. The Earth isn't flat."
Oh, Jem, by the way, Multi-Tom-Tom's here saying that he has the link, but he's not going to post it until you're ready.
Yeah, I called that a lie.
Remember his claim from yesterday about international law, 35,000 feet?
Oh, yeah, brilliant. Oh, yes, please. Let's have it,
post the
Multi.
link now, or you're a liar.
I mean, I tried not to
You
give
weasel.
to him,
You
and
people are just scum, man.
Jen will
I
probably
tried
agree
not
with
to
him.
give to him.
I paused it because it's gone beyond Elijah's conversation now, I think. Or does anyone want to hear the rest of that, what was recorded?
No, it's a lot of bullshit.
I want him to hold that guy's feet to the fire with the scientific method.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know if it was said, but the main reason, and actually the only reason why you cannot test using the scientific method of black swan is because there is no independent variable. You cannot manipulate the radius of the Earth, the rate at which it's spinning, the radius of the universe, anything. You can't manipulate anything, therefore you can't have an experiment. It's that easy. But
Yeah,
The video ended, correct?
I paused it, Gregory, because
okay.
Elijah's part had finished. Did you want to hear what they were saying about you?
Can you show me that?
There was just a little bit towards the end where they said that you came in saying something about ether, and
Oh, I think I already heard that.
Yeah, okay.
Unless there was more.
No, I don't think there is more. Sorry,
Okay.
I thought you'd missed that bit. So
Yeah, that last little bit where they were disputing with him about the Modus Tollens Black Swan, and this other guy was saying, "When did you measure it?" What a blunder! He doesn't understand what the Modus Tollens argument Black Swan is. With the if in the if Q then P, that is a reference to what the globalists say about the distance between the observer and the horizon, not the flat earthers' assertion.
Hey, guys, can I quickly say something? These people are so delusional. Trust me. Go there and have a debate about them. The only reason, the only thing that they're gonna use is to debunk the black swan is saying, "Oh, look at the crayons. They showing refraction." And then I'm saying, "Hey, look at the straight horizon that is not showing any reflection. Hey, look at the foundation of the Oryx. It's not showing reflection. So if the whole image is an infraction in itself, why is it just partly refracted?" And you know what the answer is? Nothing, because they have nothing to back it up. Sorry if I'm a bit,
it's completely understandable.
It's my Italian temperament.
Yeah.
I'm getting back into the conversation.
I know.
Because these people are so full of crap. Sorry if I need to say it like that. I wouldn't say in general, I don't know them personally, but regarding this topic, the shape of the Earth, they're full of crap, because when it comes down to the very interesting parts of what they actually claim to refute the obvious, the obvious things that we point out, they just make up stories. They say, "Oh, look, the crane has some reflection." They say, "Dude, if the whole picture in itself is a reflection, why are parts of it perfectly fine in shape?" I have no answer.
Hold up, Clion. Here's the thing. When they say it's refraction, that is your point, actually. That wins you the debate. That's what a lot of people still don't point out. When they say it's refraction, you have to say, thank you. You literally said you cannot measure directly the radius of the Earth using observations, which is what you've all done, because there is no direct physical measurement of the radius. So you just debunked yourselves. That's the point.
Also a great one. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I just cannot get over the blunder that he made, because he really thought he was making this smackdown, knockdown argument against Elijah in the flat earther's position, when he is not realizing that the first half of the Modus Tollens is his claim, and then ridicules Elijah, the flat earthers, for not measuring what has supposedly been measured, which is kind of like an indirect way of saying this claim of measurement has not been measured, which indicts the globalist position, not the flat earthers position. And the flat earth position, with reiterating the supposed distance that is supposedly measured in the Modus Tollens, is made to debunk, to expose the lack of empirical adequacy of the globalist position concerning the measurement from the observer to the horizon.
Perfectly said.
It's like, dude, shut up and brush up on your this Modus Tollens. The if part is not our claim, it's yours.
But they did say you cannot destroy the globe with logic, though.
You can't destroy 2,500 years with a science with logic. So with rational inquiry, I cannot debunk a supposed theory?
When I realized...
I can't use logic and rationality to scrutinize the interpretation of the data.
When I realized that these people actually are very desperate, because they, especially the Panda guy and some other guys in there, when they get mad or their feelings are hurt about their heliocentric religion, they start to make up stories. Like they pack it into a package of which still sounds if what they're saying is actually based on true things. But then when you ask for proof, prove me level being defined as a curve. Don't do it. They won't do it. Or prove me I ask him, prove me what a full reflection would look like. Then if that's actually refraction that we're talking about, can't do it. Or show me isolation of what refraction is, because what I experience as refraction when I look at a road, for example, in the hot summer days, everything that is refracted is everything regarding a refraction is refracted or is being changed in shape. So arguing that the black swan, it's a complete reflection itself, because that's what we need to realize, is completely stupid, because then you would see that the whole image would be distorted, which it is not.
Right.
You see parts of it being distorted, but you see a perfectly flat horizon.
Surface.
So show me surface. Show me a road in the hot summer days where you see this refraction going on in the distance, and show me the horizon line or the surface line being perfectly flat or horizontal. You won't find that. No, and just there was one guy, you could hear in his voice, he was just mad about the obvious things that I pointed out about their claim being wrong.
Yeah. Did y'all catch the other error also when one of those globalists was answering Elijah's question concerning how do we measure the distance? And the globalist proceeded to answer with the scientific method. Stop. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're measuring distance, not cause and effect. You fool.
Yeah.
Yeah, there also something to add. What happens usually with these groups is that it becomes a strange kind of dogmatic religion, stupid kind of religion, because they end up saying all kinds of wrong things and nobody actually rectifies each other. If there's a glober next to another glober saying completely false statements, they just support one another because their whole point is just hating flat earthers. Their point is not making true statements, trying to win debates, is just trying to make flat earthers feel bad. That's all. They don't even rectify each other. They let everybody say whatever they want as long as they are against a flat earther. This is the stupidest thing that I've realized about that group thus far. It's so stupid and so pathetic, honestly.
Anti-flat earthism.
Yes. It's not pro-globe earthering. It's anti-flat earther, exactly. It's stupid. It's just stupid.
And then they also missed the central point of what Elijah was trying to do in the conversation. He was trying to have a discussion, like he was saying. He wasn't trying to rehash, right? Because he was trying to say that. He wasn't trying to rehash old debates that have already been thoroughly exhausted. He was trying to have a new approach concerning a new thing recently. And so he was trying to point at least one person's attention to this video. And the video, his point concerning the CFI video, right, being that with the purest globalists that aren't anti-flat earthers, that haven't been hardened in their heart by the hostility in these debates that usually happen, these purest globalists and these organizations with all the means that they have at their disposal to do their work, even when they do the measurement, it's not an experiment concerning the distance between things or, the dimensions of things, the measurement, not the experiment. When concerning the measurement of the surface of the earth and the measurement between the distance between the observer and the horizon, even when those people do it, they make patent obvious blunders. where it's obvious the reality, the empirical sense data says one thing, and they will say another because their perception and their heart is distorted by this false cosmic paradigm, which they are devout to in their heart, thus distorting their perception. So even when they're looking at the empirical data in front of their eyes, they will say something that is totally disparate from the empirical data that they see, which is a key point, is that the heart, again, the heart, at the heart of this controversy, it is not merely a matter of who has more data, who has more facts, who has more arguments. At the heart of this is what is the person's involved in this debate intent, particularly what are they devout to, and how is that affecting their perception? How is that affecting the way they think? So one part of the faith commitment, which is so strong that no matter how obvious the data is, and no matter how sound, least valid, at best sound the arguments are, they will stick to their position. Not because it's true, not because they can demonstrate how they know it to be true, but because that is what they very much prefer for whatever reason and are devout to.
Okay, now, please, guys, please play the last, 10 minutes of that clip. You need to hear this toxicity from the standpoint of what actually transpired from the host, because they become very transparent. A lot of stuff is rendered. I think it's educational for us to consume what actually happens on their standpoint and how they become, how toxic they become. Please play the rest or the last 10 minutes.
So, I mean,
Why would you say that? That's not very nice, is it? What have
That's
we
the
done
host
that's
talking,
made
right?
us scum?
Well, look at the way you are behaving.
What have we done?
The man came in amicable. He came in for an amicable discussion, and you can't have that.
I asked
Well,
him
we did
questions
have
he
it.
couldn't answer, man.
He wanted to.
we did
He
have
wanted,
it.
he
You weren't
came
talking
in.
to me.
He wanted
You were
to.
lucky it wasn't me, because I would have shut you up straight away, you dumb American.
He wanted
Shut
to
up.
assert bullshit and be unchallenged, and that's never going to happen in
Not
here.
at
And
all,
I
not at all.
don't know why he was
wanted a
surprised by
coherent,
that.
no noisy debate. He wanted a discussion without noise and interruptions is what he wanted.
He talked for a long time uninterrupted. He had plenty of time.
Your guys.
I
Your guys
merely
spoke a
asked.
lot as well. He said it. You spoke a lot. I would speak a lot. So
I merely asked a question. I merely asked a
Shut
question.
up. When I'm talking, you scumbag. I am talking. Shut up. I finished. I'll let you know. I was saying that he came in for an amicable discussion, but you don't know how to have one. I yield to the right.
Did have one.
It was important for Jin to say that for a third time. He needed to stop you so he could repeat that.
Absolutely. All I did, Jen, was ask him questions, and he couldn't answer them, so he rage quit.
Could you interrupt him again and repeat yourself?
And it's funny that a guy who claims to be African, born in London, living in Japan, is a xenophobe.
Really?
He must hate himself.
Yeah, you all the time. Today you said dumb American, shut up. Yesterday you called me a dumb European. And that's what a xenophobe is.
Correct.
He's a foreigner who hates himself.
Hey, Sean, why does Terrible
He is
Terry
dumb
not like
because
you?
he's a dumb American.
Say what?
Why does Terrible Terry not like you, Sean?
Oh, I don't know.
You have a lot of enemies in here on both sides.
There you go. I wonder why.
It's because Shockwinds goes about fucking calling everyone in the fucking mother retarded whilst knowing absolutely nothing about them. You fucking thought I was a flat earther when I told you multiple times that I was not a flat earther. Like, what the fuck?
You started out disagreeing with
argue with people
started
with
out
Shockwinds.
trolling me by disagreeing with me on the shape of the earth, dipshit. That's why.
Yeah, to rile you up
He was
because
trolling you.
So
Yeah, when
easily
you
riled up.
one can only assume that you're a fucking flat earther, right?
Well, then you should
They
be
are flat earthers.
Shockwinds.
They're all flat earthers.
Right? when you say you're something, one can only assume that that's what you are.
What did I say that made you assume that I was a
yourself
flat
over
earther?
on that, buddy. You fucked yourself over.
What made you assume that I was a flat earther? And then what made you double down when I told you specifically that I was not a flat earther?
Because you argued with me on the shape of the earth, motherfucker.
What did I argue about specifically?
I can't remember.
Oh,
but
you
I
can't
wouldn't have
remember.
argued with you.
And
I wouldn't
okay,
have
let's say
argued
that even
with
happened.
you. Say
Calm
you were a flat
down
earther,
now.
motherfucker.
Okay, calm it down.
Get off your
So
fucking high
after
horse.
Jesus Christ. So after I told you, like maybe I did argue with you about the shape of the earth, just for a laugh, whatever. And then I told you specifically that I wasn't a flat earther. What made you keep thinking that I was a flat earther? Because I told you multiple times.
Because flat earthers are liars. And you tell him you're not a flat earther after making it implicitly clear that you are.
Well, how did I make it
lie to
implicitly
me.
clear? You can't
Do
remember,
I
so
call
how would
a
you know
flat
if I made
earther
it
now?
implicitly clear?
Do I call you a flat earther now? Yes or no?
If you want.
Yes or
If you
no?
want. I mean, if it'll make you
Yes
happy.
or no? Do I call you a flat earther
I
now?
really couldn't. I just told you that I'm not a flat earther. So if you want to call me a flat earther, go ahead. I really don't care. But how did I implicitly?
But he isn't
tell you
asking you if you care. He's asking you if that's what he currently does, Chris.
That's what he calls me, a flat earther, pretty much.
Does he currently call you a flat earther? Was what he was saying.
Up until very recently, yes.
Okay, then I stopped, right?
Probably stop after today because I've
No,
also
I stopped after a couple weeks ago.
Okay, right. What was it that
Okay.
made you implicitly believe that I was a flat earther, just out of
I
curiosity?
have no idea. I can't remember back
Well, how
that
would you
far,
know
man.
then?
It's been months. Okay?
How would you know then?
So get off your high horse. Get with a program.
And is it really an argument, Chris? Because you've admitted that you tried, you acted as a flat earther. So,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah, stop
I
acting
did.
so convincingly.
there's not really a way he can answer this without calling you a crap actor.
Yeah, I mean, I did do that, but then I told him,
Well, give the guy a break. He's got the message now. I mean, let's face it, he's not fucking Jazzaconda, is he?
Chris, you're admitting that you're a crisis actor?
I am a crisis actor, yes.
Brian Mabbott will be thrilled to hear that.
So we've had Anthony Riley, we've had Dell, we've had Elijah. Why don't we see QE come in here? Or Nathan Oakley?
He's not a celebrity. He's a cult leader. Cult leaders don't make appearances, bro.
Well, they do when they're mixing the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, they only make appearances to members.
Yeah, true.
But Sean, well, why do you use, like, I've seen you in the text chat, right? Like, not just to me, me too, but not just to me. Like being like fucking really nasty, like properly nasty. Like, why do you do that?
You're
I don't
nasty
like
in
liars.
text at all.
I hate liars. I
Everyone's
absolutely
nasty in the
detest
text.
liars. My life was adversely affected by a lie. And I hate
How?
liars.
How does it adversely affect you?
Made me homeless.
I'm sorry. Flat earthers lying about the shape of the earth made you homeless.
A lie put me on the
liars.
street for 12 fucking years.
But I don't understand this though. So why would you? I'm on my high horse. Why would you take this out on other people when they've got nothing to do with you being made homeless? Which isn't entirely the whole story.
There's no place for lies in this world, Christopher.
Principle thing, Chris. He's arguing on the basis of principles here.
But why would you be so right? You can call someone a liar and call it the lies without the vitriol and the absolutely fucking really nasty language, like properly nasty.
You do that too, Chris. So what's
I
the
know,
point?
Jesus, Chris, you're horrible to people.
I'm not.
You are.
are.
Another reason why is because kids can watch YouTube. Kids can be adversely affected. Their education can be adversely affected by flat earth bullshit.
And I don't do it to the same degree Shopkins does. Like, come on, like I just
well,
don't.
I think that's a very subjective viewpoint.
Did you say Shockwins? Did you just call me Shockwins and say you don't do it to the same extent? Fuck off, asshole.
Yeah,
you can't even get my name right.
Calling you Shockwins, like me, like, you know, like jokingly, sort of tongue in cheek, calling you Shockwins, and you.
Oh, it's not jokingly, dude.
Yeah, because he has objected to it multiple times, hasn't he? To be fair, Chris.
Well, I'm sure people
it
object to
isn't just calling him that. It's, you know, whittling away week after week of calling him that. So
You're just a hypocrite, Christopher.
I didn't make the name up. I mean, it's just like you are the Globe F. Arwen, so you know, Shockwin's the Grey. I don't, you know, I like a baldy Gandalf.
And how am I the flat?
You're
how
not
am I
being very nice now, are you?
threatened to kill people? How have I called for the deaths of people? How am I a xenophobic piece of shit? How am I a racist? How am I someone who supports Putin and supports the bombing of hospitals? How am I Arwen?
Gentlemen, I thank you for allowing me to
Man, there's a
consume
bunch
your
of
airwaves.
nasty people over there. No wonder I'm
Just
not
a
there.
demonstration. I could when I heard my name and Elijah's name called again, that they somehow owned us or whatever. I no. That's a personal thing. I needed to share that with you, and I thank you for that time.
This old
Thank
guy,
you.
this old guy that you hear, you know, he was kept insulting me in the chat over there, and the only thing he could send me is his weird first grade school project where he glued like sticks with plastic onto a globe to show that the Earth is curving, and he said debunk that, and I said no, thank you, dude. And he had this very you know, I don't get me wrong, you know, I'm not like trying to be rude or anything, but if I would make a video trying to make a proof of the globe, I would at least cut my fingernails or clean them, you know, to make it a little bit more pleasant for the viewer.
Good God.
Yeah, otherwise it just looks
Gentlemen,
really unprofessional.
remember, no personal attacks. I know, and I completely agree with you, but you know there's going to be lashback on this.
Right. Like I have the self-awareness to like think, okay, maybe I should clip my fingernails and then make this video. Otherwise it just very looks unprofessional. You know, but he was unprofessional all the time. Would never, you know, wanted to have a debate with this guy because the only thing he would kept doing in chat was say "F you MMM" and whatnot. You know, terrible. By the way, I clipped him.
When is anyone in your group, Nathan Oakley's group, when is anyone measured to that horizon? Because the Black Swan states that every measured horizon must be 1.22 meters times this whatever, right? When have you measured it? And when was the Black Swan put through the scientific method? You can't destroy 2,500 years of science with logic.
Spot on.
I mean, keep that. And then he didn't even reiterate the modus tollens correctly.
Yeah, that's going to be a good repeat. I'd like to see that clipped out of him saying all those words that you just mentioned again. And
Yeah,
thank
you
you,
can also
everybody.
say that-
Gregory, thank you, Gregory, for your input in this. It's really nice to wake up and hear people talking the truth. And, you know, this recording that was just played with Elijah, it's very revealing of what we're dealing with here. Well, if we're dealing with it. Honestly, for me, I don't care to deal with them on their level over there. I just, at one point, I was going over there trying to interject. Of course, I don't get one fucking word in sideways with them because I don't play their games from the very beginning. I don't play it. I don't play nice with them, you know, but yeah, it's really great. Like, honestly, I want to share this. I went to my first meetup yesterday on Huntington Beach with a bunch of great flat earthers. Oh my God. If you haven't ever done this, you can think whatever it is that what a meetup is going to be like, but when you get there and you sense the synchronicity that's going on with all of us, I've heard people talk about it. I've heard Witsit talk about this, you know, and I thought I understood it. Maybe, I mean, I was so elated. I was so happy to be there with those people. I felt like I'd been on a deserted island for 5 years. And now I get to meet my people, finally, rescued. Thank you.
Thank you for the compliment. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
Wait, did Matthew show up on the Hunting Beach meetup?
Yes, and I met Matthew Learns, and you know what? I have a newfound respect for Matthew.
Oh, dude,
here's
do
why.
tell, man.
Here's why.
know.
I'll tell you why. Because
All right.
regardless of whatever he believes, and we know what he believes really in intricate detail, we know what he believes, and that's fine.
Oh, yeah, I know.
But
Yeah,
when
he's
you
already
meet
told us many
somebody,
times he believes in
when you
something.
meet somebody in real life, it just on a different level. You just go, "This is just another person, just like me," you know.
Yes.
Like it really puts like we're all standing on the same ground. So big deal if we have people that actually, you know what? I'll tell you this. Matthew actually loves us. He likes us. He's part. I think he feels we're part of his community. I think he actually likes flat earthers. He likes hanging out with flat earthers. He keeps showing up no matter how much he gets bludgeoned here. And
I had a feeling, yeah.
And I've been responsible for the bludgeoning also. And I have to try. I had to try to say, you know, like, you know, I probably owe you an apology. And he's very cool actually for someone that has a totally dichotomous view from what we do, you know.
Concerning cosmology, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you know, when you're sitting there and you're having a picnic with a bunch of flat earthers and he's there and he's still calm. He's actually a decent person. Like, I don't know what's going on, why he does what he does, why he comes here. I don't know any of those motivations. I didn't think to even ask him those questions because it really didn't matter at that point. It is still a curiosity to me, but at this point, I'm like, shit, if he keeps showing up, like, I don't know if I had been bludgeoned intellectually as many times as he has on here, that I would keep showing up in real life and showing up to flat earth meetups. It's incredible, actually. So cheers to you, Matthew. I don't care what you believe. Keep on showing up. We'll keep having these conversations. And honestly, I have to back my ego up and say, I don't know everything. And there are people that know more about, let's say, different topics like mathematics or formulas or algebraic, concepts or whatever they are. He has a lot more knowledge about that. And it's very interesting when he starts talking as like a teacher. I can learn so much from someone like that. So I would just suggest all of us maybe back off a little bit. I'm not saying to relinquish our knowledge, our true knowledge that we have. Like, I'm not saying to be subservient to whatever he's saying, but I think we can do better as a group. Honestly, it totally changed my life yesterday, and I am emotional about it because it was like the best fucking day ever. I'll stop.
All right. I mean, we're glad to hear, man. I wish I could have been there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, me too. I wish I could jump over, but unfortunately, it's quite a long way.
So I was at this house there in Huntington at Sunset Beach, and you just walk up from the backyard where these people live, right on the sand, and you're at eye level with the sand when you walk up, and then the horizon's right there, and you can see Catalina 30.82 miles away. It appears that the line of the horizon in front of the island, Catalina, is completely, obviously, level and flat and straight in front of you. In other words, it doesn't appear that any of the island is missing. You see boats going all the way out the harbor from Los Angeles Harbor, all the way out towards the island. There's oil rigs out there. There's all these different things. Palos Verdes hills are 11 miles away. You can see the shoreline. It's incredible. There's only black swans. Here's the thing, folks. That's a fallacy saying that one black swan falsifies all the white swans. Well, guess what? Here's the news today, 6/19/22, that there are no white swans. All the swans are black. Prove me wrong. Thanks.
Nice one.
That was
I just
an epic
finished.
statement. Because everything is independent and separate. There are no two things that are alike. Sonny, that was amazing. Somebody should clip that.
What's that?
Dope. Yeah, I just came up. I just
yeah, dude,
I'm off the train.
That was so good.
I just finished listening to the audio myself. So I guess I kind of came in on you guys' conversation.
I was first going to say, Elijah, perhaps you can wind back the tape of this, live stream recording, but actually that's too much work. I'll just repeat it. After we finished listening to that entire gifted us, I gave at least two commentaries against the globalists in defense of you in particular. The first thing was that around the end of the clip.
Yeah, what the fuck was that? The end, right? Like we just listened to the whole clip, and then you basically told them everything that I wasn't like.
One of those globalists at the end, when you were asking him, how do we go about measuring the distance? Notice what I'm emphasizing, which is what you said, the distance between the observer and the horizon. One of the globalists proceeds to assert the scientific method, the method of inquiry for knowing cause and effect of natural phenomena. Stop! What are you doing? We're measuring distance, you idiot. And then before that, the entire point of what you were trying to do was have a new approach, not rehash the same old debates that have been had exhaustively for the past whole year or so. Especially when your point was to emphasize, correct me if I'm wrong, you pointed out this clip, this video from CFI. These people, these purist globalists, like you described them.
Oh, no. Sorry.
Disposal.
Well, yes, CFI investigators, but no, I didn't share that with them today. I was talking about. Okay, let me repost the clip. It'll probably take a good 2 minutes. And this is what had them like really hot, because what we were talking about is this clip where this globe earther is condescending the flat earther, saying that the horizon or whatever is too far away. I gotta rewatch it. And then he's like doing commentary on her, saying the correct rhetoric when he says, well, that horizon behind you, if you're 5 foot, something is about this distance. The only way he formed to tell her that as a fact is because the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and he used the formula 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in order to tell her that. Okay. So I went into Jim's and I said, it's ironic that a glober today who hasn't experienced the back and forth that you and I have in this room, it's funny that when they're just saying what they think is absolute and true, that they actually give the points that we claim were your points before you denied them. So now here's this purist glober who's going to tell it like it is. Oh, the distance is this because the math says this. You guys have a nuanced approach where you're like, well, there's refraction and this, and this. Now there's an argument to be had. I'm not trying to have it. I'm just pointing out the difference